folks. It is Hobby Talk on this show. The longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Episode 131. That's like 130 more than we would have ever thought. 131 episodes of this shit. Imagine.
Yeah, 100. It's definitely 130 more episodes than we should have. Yeah.
Arguably 132 too many. But what are you going to do? Anyway, so took a couple of minutes to get started because I needed to top up a little cold brew here. I'm a little bit gassed. Bougie Eric is running on a semi-empty tank, but we do have a little bit of content from the content god, so we will talk about that a little bit. So have a little bit of fun with that. But thank you all for the comments to start off with. So Paul says, likes before the stream start, pay triple. Facts, sir. Facts. Thanks for the friendly reminder. Appreciate it. Eric's appreciating it. I thought you would be nice to say hung out with a legend today. True.
No,
and he's trying to get the restraining order dropped for you.
There's no way in the world he would try to pull those strings. You know, he went over there and just encouraged them and made things worse.
I don't know, man. All I'm seeing is, as far as I can tell, what I'm seeing is it sounds to me like everyone here is trying to be nice. They're trying to be friendly, trying to be men of peace. And here you are causing war, causing issues and problems. This seems to be a reoccurring theme for you.
Maybe I'm just a little jealous.
Maybe
he got to hang out with Marcel today, and I didn't get to.
Allegedly, this is what I hear. We might have photographic evidence to that. Just saying.
So I'm just a little bit jealous.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps, just perhaps. Thomas Cardboard. Good evening. Good evening, Paul. Absolutely.
Yeah. Paul, you're a jerk.
Well, that's kind of what we like about Paul.
You're a jerk.
Michael Ham, good evening. Good evening, Orlando. But yes, yeah, running a little bit low on gas today, but usually I get a little bit of second wind, but we'll play it by ear. Obviously, we did have a couple of things that came up this week. I got a chance to make the video, which is a lot of fun. That was good. Let's take a look here. Just doing acknowledge your tribal chief. Exactly. The correct person won at WrestleMania. That's all I'm saying. But what was interesting was that it has been quiet for a little while, though. The last couple of weeks, we had a little bit of fun, though. Our Fanatics Overlords had a little bit of fun, Praise the content gods for that one. After Beckett's initial disastrous thing. Now, just out of curiosity, just so we're all on the same page. So, Eric, how many burner accounts did you use? You got to get in on this survey thing. Beckett wants to hear from you. They want to know what the people have to say. Now they are of the people. They want people to tell them. Tell us what you want. And they're like, didn't we tell you that before? But tell us again.
Absolutely ridiculous. And all right, so I did try to sign up for it because I had plenty to say.
Oh, I believe this.
So you have to sign up. They want your phone number.
Now, real quick, before I let you continue, let me read the thing in question. I can bring it up on the screen. Let me read the thing in question just so that we all are on the same page. I know most of the folks here already know this, but I'll read it real quick just so we're all on the same page. Yep. So this is from Beckett's Instagram page, Beckett Collect, all together. So if you want to check it out, you can check it out. I'll try to include it in the link for you. So here we go. Dear loyal Beckett customers, we're grateful for your feedback and insights you've shared with us over the past 48 hours. Relating to all the issues with the grading scale and everything. Not an April Fool's joke. They're just incompetent. Whatever. Your passion for the brand and hobby is truly remarkable. We appreciate your support. After listening carefully to the feedback you all shared, we have decided not to make any changes to our grading scale at this time. We'll keep you updated with a special announcement later next week regarding the improvements to grading scale. We thank you for your continued loyal trust to Beckett. Please continue to share your thoughts and feedback directly with us. So this was the one that they came out with right after that for the grading scale update. Now, I think there's one more here. I think it's this one. So I'm sorry. This is the one I wanted. So that was the one that they gave right after the whole deal. And this is the most recent one now. We appreciate the direct feedback about the proposed changes to grading scale. We want more of it. In addition to reading thousands of social media comments over the past few days, we're launching a hobby-wide survey to understand what the collectors expect from Beckett and from grading. Our company is collector obsessed. We want to hear what you think, as much detail as you can share. We're also going to meet with collectors across the hobby and be hosting focus groups to gather more feedback and comments. Please use the link in our bio to sign up to receive our survey. We appreciate everyone's passion for the hobby and for Beckett. So that is the last communication about this. That you can go in there and do it. And obviously we got Ozzy Card Dad here, who's a friend of the channel, who's here for a fair bit. We had a couple of different folks, again, different luminaries, the folks that I follow here that have commented on this, obviously, and they're giving their feedback. Now, I'll be very blunt. When it comes to commenting a lot of this stuff, I don't have a stake in it. I don't really care about Beckett one way or the other. As far as I'm concerned, it's a legacy brand, which is fine. I respect it for what it is, but I'm not attached to it. My memories of Beckett are from the magazine back in the day, and I appreciate it, but they don't really produce the magazine anymore. Their checklist thing, I use it, it's not the greatest, but it serves its purpose for me. So it meets a certain job for me. But let's put it this way: it's free, and I get what I pay for. I'll put it that way. So I'm willing to accept it at free. But other than that, I have no use for them, and I would have no reason to submit any cards to them because number one, I don't like the holder, and number two, the only experiences I've had with them are more incompetence, and this goes back years. So it's like, so if every submission I've ever done with them, they screwed up every single one, you know, I could make 47 videos on it, or I could just not use them. I elect to not use them because it didn't really serve, and I've made fun of it, and I've shown examples of where they screwed up. I've shown it here. So you know, I've at least put my money where my mouth is. I've experienced it. I've experienced bad customer service, and I made the decision that this isn't for me. But I don't spend all my time crying about it. So I'm not going to fill in the survey because I don't care if they fix it or go under. I don't really care. It makes no difference to me.
Because they lost you as a customer, and you're never going to do business with them again.
Yeah,
and
but I'm also not going to be very dramatic about it. So I'm just making a distinction here. I'm not going to be very dramatic about it. Yeah, and I think the majority of people are not the ones who are going to be yelling from the rooftops about this. They're just going to be like, all right, fine. We're not going to spend any money with you. We'll move on. We'll use somebody else or whatever, or we'll do something else for this. Maximus Tag wouldn't stand for this. That's right. The greatest coaster maker in our hobby. The quality coasters. Let me tell you, people, listen. This right here, I've had this for a while now. Y'all know. Quality.
I would use Tag over Beckett right now, no question.
If I need a coaster, there's no one else I'd even consider. Jeff, good evening.
As a coaster, I should go find one.
Exactly. Good evening, Jeff, and good evening, James. Absolutely. But yeah, so bottom line, a lot of folks kind of jump to kind of try to give him a little bit too much credit. I get it, I do, but at the same time, I'm like, why? There's no reason. Like, the bare minimum was you got this feedback because you screwed up the drop again, and it's kind of like you almost did two things. You screwed up the drop in the first place. So maybe you should have asked some people beforehand, like people maybe more in tune with what's going on. Explain it better right from the start. That's another option. Maybe make sure it doesn't get leaked. That's another option. Or if you're not gonna do any of those things, then at the very least, if you do it, then you know what? Stand behind it. Stand your ground and be like, all right, look, this is what we're doing. This is it. We're going for it. At least then some people would respect you. For like, okay, at least you stood your ground. You're like, look, we made this decision. I know a lot of you aren't going to like it. We'll explain it to you. But this is why we're doing it. This is our idea here. We understand there's some consequences. But then at least you would respect their courage in standing their ground. But backtracking and running away the second time, nobody respects that. No one has the respect. Good evening, Neil. We need Beckett. They give us endless content. That's true. So to be clear, I don't have a stake in Beckett. However, am I going to question that they are praising the content gods, though? Come on. Just remember. Yeah, just remember, Carlos can take you off screen and I can beat you in the chat. That's right. It's true. But that's the bottom line for me, though. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not mad about anything Beckett does. But I can point it out. I can state it like, in my opinion, this is stupid. In my opinion, they made a mistake here. In my opinion, they rolled this out badly or whatever. The feedback I got on the video was actually really good. I appreciated a lot of folks who took some time to make comments. I thought it were really good comments. For the most part, very good. I did enjoy, though, one person seemed to be a little bit upset about it. It's like, but this is a hit job. And it's like, you mean me telling you, me just saying that they screwed up? It's like, if you think that's a hit job, Eric, if the video that I made, I don't know if you watched the video itself or not. If the video that I made for Beckett, I kind of poke fun of them, no doubt. But if that is what constitutes a hit job, just out of curiosity, then what is it that I'm doing with Floating Head and Tag? if the Beckett thing is a hit job, what's this other thing?
Have they not listened to a word I've had to say for the last 2 years?
I was gonna say, like, at this point, it's like if I'm doing a hit job, it's like you're setting nuclear weapons. You're trying to drop a nuke over there. It's a different conversation.
Drop all the nukes. So my take is this: it's really, two parts that can concern me over this, and you kind of touched on one, is that why, honestly, now, do they need to have a survey? Hundreds of thousands of comments have been left all over the internet on shows like this, on the on Instagram, Facebook, every single outlet possible. Suggestions, outrage, is out there.
I just want to show an example as you're talking here. Like, look, this was the previous one. I showed the first one here, and just look at this guy. It's rando here, Sanderson Door. Everyone involved should be fired. What a shit show you have over there. Just ridiculous. This person seemed very upset.
How many likes did it get?
So right now you're at 7. I mean, whoever this is at 7.
Oh, all right. So why the information is already there? It is. You're flooded with information.
Mm-hmm.
Yet now you want more information. So already you show me you're blind to what's going on. It's all there.
Mm-hmm. Now, by the way, this is a good comment. It's a good thought as well. So thank you for this one, Dufects of Life. True Beckett customer base isn't active with social media, but I want to extend that. I think this is a good thought. I want to extend that though to say most of the hobby is not on social media. People forget, like, whenever we look at this thing, you see like the firestorm in social media, whatever. The majority of people don't care that much. Like, we'll talk about it because obviously it's pertinent right now. We're in a social media platform right now. I'm showing you screenshots of an Instagram here. I'm sharing a screen from Instagram. But like the majority of the hobby folks are not participating in any, so they're probably not hearing any of this conversation at all. They're just doing their own thing, or they're walking to their LCS or whatever, and that's really the extent of it. If the LCS happens to be talking about us, a little water cooler talk over there, maybe they hear about it. Otherwise, they're like just chugging along, blissfully ignorant of all this stuff.
The other part is, I said, fine, I'll give them my 2 cents and I'll be constructive. I'm not just going to lambaste them. I tried to sign up, I started to sign up for the survey. They wanted your name. Yep. Okay. They wanted your email address. Yep. Okay. And they want your phone number. I do not trust this company. You give them your phone number, they're going to sell it. And next thing you know, you're getting 1,000 calls a day from all over the world asking you if you want little blue pills or something, or, you need life insurance.
Well, to be honest, just to be fair, just to add to the point, they do that now with their own subscriber base. Now, it's not even if selling the phone number or the contact information, sure. But at the end of the day, like Beckett themselves has people that call for Beckett, where they try to sell you the online price guide or whatever, like their products. So they have their own people that will call for Beckett products. So just sticking at the base level, that all of a sudden you're on the telemarketing. I used to get phone calls all the time from Beckett. It's like so and so from Beckett. I'm saying like, for what? Oh, would you like this? No.
Yeah.
Go away.
So there's absolutely no way I trust this company with my phone number. I sure as hell don't want them calling me. I sure as hell don't want them calling me to sell things. And I don't trust that they're not going to give my number out and sell it to make some money on the back end. And I just won't participate in it. I don't trust them. I have no faith. This company has given zero reasons to us all to trust them. Mm-hmm. And I'm not trusting them with my phone number. I'm going to get calls 3:00 in the morning.
Right. So CC is kind of touching on that here too. All jokes aside, being a longtime collector in the hobby, it's actually very sad and disappointing to see the level of incompetence and insensitivity coming from BGS. And I think that's a fair point too. I like to try to cover. It's a lot of fun to play into the knee-jerk reaction side of it. So like when we make the video, part of the thing, and Neo knows this as well as anybody else. Look, being Johnny on the spot, discussing these things early will get you more views, more engagement, all that, and it does help the channel. Like at the end of the day, I think sometimes folks forget that most of the people who are doing this, a lot of them might enjoy doing it, but if you're doing it more than once in a while, you're doing it with any consistency, you probably want eyeballs. You probably want some attention. You don't necessarily need all the eyeballs or all the attention because that brings its own set of problems and annoyances too. But you want somebody to hear what you're saying. You don't want to just talk into a void and no one responds, no one sees it, no one cares. But you do get a little bit more traction if you get your discussion points out early. But a lot of times it's going to be the people who are most angry or most animated about it who are going to be most reactionary and respond to it first. That's why I made that comment about the person. One person literally said that video where I felt that for the most part I stayed pretty even keel because I'm not upset about it. It's not impacting me. Do it or don't do it. Change the scale, don't change the scale. It really makes no difference to me. Do the spinal tap, go to 11. It'd be funny. I'll talk about it. I'm interested of how that would play out if you did it. So I'm intrigued. what that would look like. I'm like Neo in that sense. Like, hey, you're giving me content. I'll talk about it. But do I care? No. Does it bother me? Not at all. Um, but this I hear is, I think, a sentiment though that touches on a lot of people. It's not even anger. It's very sad and disappointing for a lot of folks, because there are some people who actually do like the brand. They do like Beckett. They do collect Beckett cards and Beckett slabs.
And remember, that is why I'm upset. And I've tried to make this point seriously throughout all my raging diatribes over this period of time, that the reason I am so upset and disgusted is because of what this company used to be and what it used to mean to me. And to watch something that meant so much to me as a young collector end up in this situation that it is in, it is upsetting to me. I have never graded a card with any company. I've never ever sent a card in to get graded. I have no real I have no money in this game. I may have 3 Beckett slab cards. They're all BVG vintage Bruins cards. So I have no money in this game. But to see a company that used to mean so much to me absolutely set itself on fire, run through the streets screaming is very disappointing.
Yeah. And I think that's a reasonable response. Like I said, we enjoy kind of playing into the pitchforks and torches, people who go to the extreme. I think the majority of people, they'll fall under disappointed. But now there's also a contingent that want desperately to give them a second, third, 47th chance. They're almost invested in it. Like, they need Beckett to rise from the ashes like the phoenix. And I'm like, why? You got a lot of BGS slabs is what you're telling me, I guess. I have to assume that that plays into it, because otherwise it's like, no, if the company was doing a good job, if they were doing an adequate job, honestly, if Beckett was doing an adequate job, they'd probably be fine. They have brand equity. All they'd have to do is just be competent.
Yeah,
I'm not asking them to be exceptional. I'm not asking them to be amazing. Just, how about base level competence? Deliver a message. That's it.
Is PSA anything other than competent?
Some people would argue not even that. But in most of my transactions with it, it works well enough.
Yeah.
Like it does a good. I'm never going to sit here like I talk to folks here. I do the thing with Brad. I do the thing with PSA Canada. I work with those guys. I appreciate them, and we have a great relationship. But they're not PSA. They work with PSA. They're a bulk submitter with PSA. But every time I submit cards, my stuff gets taken care of. My stuff works. I get it within a reasonable period of time. I know that's not everybody's experience. And I, generally speaking, get what I expect. More often than not.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation. But I'm not going to sit here and sing their praises saying they're the best. Oh my God, they're the most awesome. No, they get the job done. That's all I need them to do.
I had 4 million card back order. They're not perfect.
Yeah.
They are not perfect.
Yeah. And all I needed them to do is I need them to do a certain job for me. Not all of my cards need to be graded by anybody. As long as they do the job that I asked them to do and I get what I expect out of it, I'm reasonably satisfied. That's all I require. But I'm not going to sing anybody's praises to that degree. And I'm not invested in it. If PSA screws up enough, like really screws up legitimately, then we drop them and we use somebody else. I've said on record, my favorite of the holders, I like the CSG holder. If I just had a choice, if all things were equal and they were all worth the same, I would be more than happy to use the CSG one, because I like the holder. I like the way it looks with the card and everything. I like it. It's not going to be everybody's favorite. I have no issue with SGC, but I don't like their holder either. So it's one of those things where if their holder looked the same way the CSG holder did and they were doing their thing, I would have no issue using them. I've got cards from all 4 of them. And I've got a coaster.
And so, like, a coaster.
It's not because, oh my God, I have to use. No, I don't care, man. I don't care who wins. It doesn't make any difference to me. As long as I get what I asked for. I submit the card, I get the thing graded, and I get back what I asked for. That's all I'm asking you to do. I don't even need you to be amazing. I just need you to be adequate. Yeah. And right now, Beckett isn't even getting to us to adequate.
No, they're far less than adequate.
Yeah. So Dufex here says there were 2 magazines that captured my attention as a kid: Beckett Monthly and Playboy. There you go. There you go. Who needs pitchforks and torches? Self-emulation is the go-to move. Look at you, Paul. Look at you. CC says, back in the day, BGS slabs were favored more than PSA by many people. That is true. Yeah.
Mhm.
Hate to say it, but going back 20 years, I actually preferred the BGS 9.5 for certain cards over PSA 10. Not now, though. Yeah. And that was 100% true. It was completely valid. SGC is going to, so here Orlando says, SGC is going to do breaks with Leighton and grade hits live. It's a smart move. I'll say SGC has done a lot of very good marketing moves. They've done about as good a job as they can be. I think though they're going to run into a problem with capacity, but I don't think that matters right now. I think they're doing. I agree with a lot of the moves they're doing, and I think from what I understand, I think they're working on. I believe they're working on an app, which is good. That's a smart move. But I can't. You know what, Eric, help me out with this one. By the way, I just want to quickly mention for Neo, Michael Ham, any of the guys who have been on previously in the past. If any of you guys want to come on and chat about it, just let me know. I got my Instagram open, and I can. Right now, we're just chatting through the couple of these things. For the most part, we're just kind of chilling out and just chatting. Right now, if you notice, the energy level's down a little bit, which is kind of just not even being as animated as we normally are. The volume isn't rising all the way and stuff. I'm going to try to bring some energy if I get my second win, but I'm just taking it easy today. So if any of you guys do want to come on, just shoot me a message on Instagram. Happy to send you a link. What I was going to say though, this is a good example here, and you remember this one, Eric. Do you remember during the pandemic period, there was one company, not a grading company, but there was a company that I destroyed, that I demolished episode after episode. I made separate videos about how irritated I was with them. Say it with me, everybody. Compsci. I demolished them. I destroyed them over and over again because they were screwing it up. Part of my issue with Floating Head is that Floating Head tried to defend Compsci when they were being garbage. They were being absolute trash. He tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, benefit of the doubt. No, I'm seeing gross incompetence. I am seeing lack of communication. I am seeing struggles with basic business things. Does this sound familiar, anybody? I'm using this as an example for this reason. Does this sound familiar? But here's the thing. Going back to people that worry about agendas and all that. Do I trash Compsci anymore? I'm not 100% satisfied with everything they're doing. It's not perfect.
But they are adequate.
Correct. But here's the thing. They have made leaps and bounds improvement. I made fun of almost everything they were doing. The new building you can see from space. The machine. There were so many jokes at that time. But here's the thing.
I love the machine jokes. Those are awesome.
There were so many. There were so many. We had Photoshops, we had memes, we had all of it. But here's the thing. I'm not out here trying to be unfair. When they started improving and we could see tangible improvement, real, tangible improvements, the turnaround time suddenly started working a little bit better. They were actually able to get the cards out to people within less than 6 months. It was less ridiculous. They were actually processing cards. I was like, this is better. And it's not that I have an issue with people at Compsci directly. One of the guys, when I'm at the expo, I chat up with folks at a couple of the guys at the Compsci booth. They're great guys. They're good people. It's not a personal thing, but now they're doing a much better job. So if you notice, I'm not ragging on Compsci anymore. In fact, I'm going to go to the Spring Expo here. And when I go to the Spring Expo, I'm building a small stack of cards that I'll be submitting into Compsci to put in the platform because the platform is still useful for what it is. And I'm going to get some cards sent over to me. So I am willing to use the product if the product is at least adequate. If it's doing the job that I need it to do. And you know what? It serves a purpose. It does do a job for me. So I can still criticize it. I can demolish it. I can destroy it. But when they're doing a better job, which they're doing a much better job today, and they even got a beta for an app, Eric. They're going to have an app, which I think is a great idea. It's overdue, but I think it's... So I can give them credit for what they're doing well. They're doing a way better job. Compsci has made a 180-degree turnaround compared to me trashing them on every single episode versus I don't even talk about them anymore because I don't need to. I'm not gonna heap praise upon them for finally getting to adequate after all that time. But I'm also not slagging on them anymore because they're doing the job that I expect them to do, and they're doing it well enough that I'm satisfied with the service. And that's praise in itself.
And that's what is supposed to happen. Companies, just like people, are going to make errors. Their customer's job is to say yay or nay. Compsci was an absolute dumpster fire.
It was.
And people said nay. And they said, we are going to reevaluate some things. We're going to clean this mess up. And with everything considered, they did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. PSA, 4 million card backlog.
Oh, it was more like 12.
Yeah.
It was a ridiculous number.
we're going to fix this. We're going to open up in New Jersey. We're going to get more employees. We're going to hire more graders. They had problems, and with everything considered, they fixed it. Beckett.
Yeah. And still not perfect, to be clear, in the spirit of fairness, a lot of people will complain, oh, you hired too many people, a lot of them are incompetent. Yeah. I get it. But at least they address some of the issue.
Right.
Some. And it's not perfect, and they could still do way better. The quality control could be better. The grading could be more consistent. We agree with all of these statements. All of these things can be true, but it's still an improvement.
A year ago, in contrast to those two examples, a year ago, Beckett shows up to the Mint, I believe that was the show.
I want to say it was the National. I feel like it was the National when that thing happened with the whole displays.
We'll say a year ago, whatever show, doesn't really matter. And says, hey, look at what we're going to change. And everyone went, nay. Okay, just like Compsci, just like PSA, they did something, they screwed up, and we said nay. Unlike the other two companies says, oh crap, we got to fix this. 1 year later, they do the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we yell nay this time. We scream it. We're setting our hair on fire and running through the streets yelling nay. I almost want to put down some type of betting line at a casino that in a year from now we're going to be having this discussion again.
And I brought it up in the video. That's why I think the one person thought it was a hit job. I brought up the counterfeit slabs thing. Now, in the spirit of fairness, every single one of the major players has had somebody counterfeit the slab. But Beckett had a notorious example. There was a rash of them for a little while there, to the point that they had to address it, but they never actually addressed it. They acknowledged there were these variances in the slab that made it a little tough for even them to know exactly what they said this. This is not me putting words in their mouth. They, in their own Beckett-sponsored, Beckett-controlled video, explained, we had Jeremy from Beckett, our good friend, Eric's personal best BFF for life.
Oh, yeah, you've got it.
But he was there, and he was explaining that they had some variations and variances in the suppliers or whatever they use. I forget how he phrased it, but he was explaining that you couldn't just use the font and the logo and stuff like that. It wasn't that simple. There were a couple of other nuances and things. So he said there were variations in the label, fonts, and such that are legitimate. And I go, well, that makes it very difficult then to tell what's good and what's not good if you acknowledge that there's going to be some variance in there. The consistency is what helps us figure out what's good and not good. So you're saying you guys have to really look at it. And if it's your product and you have to stare at it to be like 100% sure it's good, how am I supposed to know? Well, I've been around long enough. I can take a shot at it. Like I can stare at enough of them, sure. But that's weird. By the way, that was well over a year ago. Have we had a new slab? Have we had any, as far as we know, at least they haven't said so, have we seen any indication that there are any anti-counterfeiting measures that have been put in there since then that have changed the game at all? Bueller? Nothing. We talked about the website being trash. It's improving. You're seeing it in like these phases. It's very slow, very methodical. By the way, their app is garbage too. Like the app's no good. So like the app's no good. Website's no good. The grading scale, obviously they feel needs to be changed. The holders need more anti-counterfeiting measures. How long should I keep going? I got more. By the way, their database needs to be updated.
Nobody wants sleeves in the plastic. Nobody.
Yeah. But think about that. But I want you to think about what I just said. How many things have I listed off? And how many of them have been addressed? Again, Bueller. Like, I'm not being unfair. That's why I'm not yelling. That's why I'm not screaming. I'm not ranting and raving and waving my arms all over the place here. It's like, because I'm not in the Beckett ecosystem that deep. I use certain products that they have in there. I'll use the checklist for my Medano thing, and I'll use it. It serves. It's good enough. But again, I don't pay for it. It's free for me. So that's fine. As long as I don't have to pay for this. If I had to pay for it, I'd be very upset because it's mediocre. It's fine. But the problem is that seems to be the majority of Beckett products now. Most of them are mediocre at best. So it's like, so again, Beckett could go away tomorrow. I don't really care. How about Carlos? You were, yeah, I was around. Beckett was around. But if they're no good anymore, What purpose do you serve for me now? I care about 2023. What are you doing for me now? Not much.
Well, the only thing they did, two, not four, two people, is that for a couple of days, and some may say even still to this day, worldwide, the hobby, their customers in the hobby lost millions of dollars. That's what they did to their loyal customers, is that they cost the worldwide customer base millions of dollars in 2 days and scared the hell out of them, that their collections that are worth, whether it be hundreds or thousands or hundreds of thousands, or for the big spenders, millions, that the value plummeted over a 48-hour period. And
I think it'd be interesting to see. I don't think the high end cards, like, I think the high end, you've still got the buyers who won't care necessarily. I don't think they're going to stress over it too much for them. Like if we're talking like the really high end, there are a bunch though that would get impacted. Like there's a bunch that are like not there. I think if it's an absolute like premier card that somebody wants, they almost don't care what slab it's in, as long as it's somebody legitimate.
If you have a 9.5 mantle, and now that card would get a 10 because they changed the scale, it's in a 9.5 holder, you just lost money because it should be in a 10 holder.
Well, I think if you had a 9.5 mantle, I would wonder at this point why you'd use BGS or BVG in the first place. That'd be a little weird.
No,
that'd be a weird decision. Is all I'm saying.
That's a whole
that's fair. So we're going to move on from this one, guys. But if there's any other comments or thoughts, and feel free to throw them into the comments. We wanted to talk about the Beckett one off the top. It's it's personal favorite of ours. We always like to talk about the Beckett one. But J-Can here has a little segue that we'll get into here. Big Scott says, sad thing it's the national level, long line, their booth to get cards graded. You know where I want to see the test? They're doing on-site grading at the expo. For the very first time, there's going to be on-site grading at expo. I hear it's going to be way expensive. If that's true, Eric, I'm going to be there. I'm going to have my little camera, and I'm going to be like, and I'm just sitting there like, so guys, how's the tumbleweeds coming along? We got tumbleweeds? It's good. We got some good tumbleweeds?
Obviously, I wish I could go. I can't for April. Some things have come about. So April's not happening. November, hopefully.
Yeah. Real quick before you continue, Bobby, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. The Burrell, good evening.
Hey, buddy.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I hear you're going to be hired from Beckett as the Burrell to fix all their problems. So you're going over there and fixing it now?
Yeah, but I thought I'd have Eric with me, but unfortunately, he's not going to show now. Traitor.
I just want you guys to just document and report as much as possible, and maybe even interview people that are willing to talk to you guys.
For you, Eric, that's not going to happen.
At the Beckett, at the Beckett experience, and see what's going on over there. Because oh my God, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I missed all the good stuff that you guys were talking about there.
Yeah. Well, I had a little bit of fun because that's why I brought back the classic. I wanted to use the example though, with all of Beckett's misstep. I gave the example of Compsci, and you were around during a large section of that because I spent months on the live stream destroying Compsci for all the missteps they were doing. Miscommunications, all the issue, the building from space, the machine, that whole bit. And it was just one misstep after another. But I gave the example though, because, well, that's a bit of a redemption story. I'm not out here singing their praises, but they're doing a much better job today with what's going on. Like, we don't hear about Compsci having issues every single day anymore. It's not a thing the way it was.
No, and you can only go up from ground zero, so.
But at least they went up. The point,
at
Bobby.
Least they went up.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Beckett kind of went up and just had it fall.
Yeah.
Well, but that's a shovel.
But right now, the guys at Beckett should be looking over at Compsci and go like, "What's your secret? You guys screwed this up as almost as badly as anybody could screw it up, and yet you're still alive. And if anything, you're better served now. You're in a much better position now than you were. So clearly, somebody learned from their mistake. I don't know which specific person, somebody at least paid attention eventually and go, all right, we got to fix some of this stuff. Let's fix it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And Beckett with what they did. And then on April Fool, that was just not a class act.
The best part is that was their out because a lot of folks were
out, but I think we all thought of that. and it was kind of tongue in cheek, so to speak. But you can announce something like that, and put all the graphics behind it and what have you, and then say, "April Fools, we're just Beckett, bunch of whatever."
Yeah. So here's the problem. Let me quickly touch on the April Fool's thing, since I saw that enough places where Eric, I was scared. At one point, I go, do I have to explain how April Fools work? Do I literally need to explain how because there were I saw some really good examples this year of people doing April Fool's jokes. And again, it's meant to be silly. One of the tenets of a good April Fool's one is that if you do it really well, it's almost plausible, but absurd enough that you almost admit your part of your brain goes, wait a minute, but it's got to be a little bit silly. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example in the space, an example outside the space. So one example in the space, everybody's favorite, sports card investor, Geoff. He does an April Fool's thing every year. Well, he started off with the premise of cloning himself. But the clone was responsible for Bo Bichette being in Los Angeles, the Will Greer pick, a sports card radio crack in there. I go, okay, look, whether you like the guy or don't like the guy, at least the writers had some good material to work with, and they used it. So I was like, okay, great. I think this is acceptable. But I'll give you a good example from outside the space. There's a channel called Linus Tech Tips. They do a lot of it's a big YouTube channel. It's like 15 million subscribers. It's actually very large. And they're Canadian. They're based out of I think Vancouver, and they've been able to build this gigantic YouTube channel. Well, every year they do an April Fool's joke, a video, and I think it's about an 8 or 10 minute video. And what happens? It starts off pretty normal. The thumbnail and everything's all dramatic and all that, so people click on it and look at it. And he's saying, like, we've been having some tough times here, so we're going to diversify, kind of what we're doing a little bit, because they've made videos like this where they talk about new projects and things they're working on. It's like, we're going to do some diversifying. And then he bought a potato farm. And they're playing it all the way straight. So he bought a potato farm, and he's explaining that they're going to diversify. But within the course of 10 minutes, it starts off with buying a potato farm, and they're going to diversify and do these things, to making some products based on the potato farm, to making NFTs based on the potato farm, to slowly moving into greater crypto. By the end of it, he's a cult leader running a commune in the potato farm, and it being dragged away by the feds within a 10-minute period. And it's shot with great cinematics and the whole bit, but he plays it straight the whole way. That's an April Fool's joke. It starts off with a very simple premise and then escalates quickly. And by the time you're done the video, he doesn't need to tell you it's an April Fool's joke. The key here is, if you have to explain it's an April Fool's joke, it's a bad April Fool's joke. You did a bad job.
The embellishment has to keep going and getting larger and larger. Whereas Beckett's, they came out large and it was just there.
But they also started days early. Like,
but if it went over well, do you think they would have went with it? Were they sitting there waiting for the phone, going, "Yeah, they like it. Okay, go. We're going."
Yeah. Oh no, 100%. But look, here's the point I'm making. If it had actually been an April, I'm contrasting it to a well executed April Fool's joke. A well executed joke dropped on April the 1st. It dropped on the day. So it literally is that day. So again, they don't have to explain it's an April Fool's joke. You can just enjoy the video for. And by the way, they even got a sponsor for the April Fool's joke.
Wow.
They were able to get the video sponsored. So like that's a well executed, a company that knows what they're doing. They knew how to do it, and they presented it in a way that seemed legit at first, and then got increasingly absurd. And then everybody's like, "Oh, okay, got it." Got it. But this one, the leak was like 2 days before. And by the way, an April Fool's joke, you then keep going with it. You don't then like adjust it midway. Because first they did the thing with the 9.5s, 10. Oh, that's not it. Sorry. They got somebody to slap on a 10 in one of the subgrades, like a moron, looking like it's haphazard. You don't know what the hell you're doing. And I
think that's the worst part of the whole thing. Yeah. That is the most insane thing that I think happened without the whole thing. Correct. How in the world did you print all that, drag it out there, set it up, and then have someone go 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, 9.5 equals a 10? Yeah. Oh, crap. We screwed up.
Yeah. So then you slap a sticker on it. Again, this is still before April the 1st. Still before April the 1st.
I know.
Then you drop the whole chart explaining all the different 10s and the 9.5 and the whole thing afterwards. Then you say, okay, forget it. So like the problem is, I understand that the backtrack was on April the 1st.
Yeah.
Nobody does an April Fool's joke 2 days before. Like, that's not actually how you actually, the whole point is you do the whole thing on April the 1st. That way it makes sense.
It's like having a Halloween party a week after.
Yeah. You missed the mark. So again, and kind of going back to some of those folks, I said, okay, let's put this another way. Let's say it had been April Fool's joke. They even botched that.
Yeah.
So like pick your poison. Either they're generally incompetent or they're so incompetent they can't even execute an April Fool's joke. I'm like, dude, no, it's not. Why am I even having? That's why I said, Eric, am I going to have to explain what an April Fool's joke is? Do I have to explain it? Do I need a chart? I'll get a chart.
Maybe to some millennials, but yeah, otherwise most people get it.
Well, clearly some people didn't, Bobby. That's the problem. I had people that would
You know,
still like
those
insist.
that I would pay anything to see their face. You know,
Yeah.
on a video or something like that. That would be, oh wow, they're gonna really go. Did anybody do that? I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of. No. There were some
If
people
they
that,
did, they quickly took it down.
yeah, there were people that legit, like I said, there are some
I
big
kinda
Beckett
like
fans.
it. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, there's some folks that are Beckett fans in general, which
Yes.
which is fine. Look, at the end of the day, you do you. It's fine. But then they ran to be upset, and then as soon as they backtrack, they're like, "Oh, great move, Beckett." And I'm like, stop patting them on the back for running away from their mistake.
yes.
Like it's better than continuing in this case, since apparently you didn't have the guts to continue. But like, come on, man.
It's like they set their own house on fire, then they extinguished it, and they were then told how brave they were when they fought the fire.
Basically, yeah.
Congratulations, you're a hell of a fireman.
Yeah.
We have
Well,
to give credit to Beckett though. We're kind of, you know, we can't absolve him from the fact that they gave us the great content of the last week. So
No, from the content perspective, I'm appreciative. From the content perspective,
top
I appreciate.
notch.
I appreciate you, bro, Beckett.
Yes.
But like for the rest of it, it's like no. Hey, look, I'm just calling a spade a spade. It's dumb. If
And
somebody
I'm
else
not
had done the
wise,
exact
so
same thing, I would have called it.
yes, it was a great move by them. Yes. Thank you.
I'll tell you this: the guy who has the biggest grapefruits is from Beckett. Is this a guy named Dave, who's the head of marketing, and
Is he
allowed
still there?
allowed himself to be interviewed by Jeff Wilson. Very
Oh,
brief.
right.
Yeah, here we are at the Beckett booth after a crazy weekend, and we have the head of marketing here, Dave, whatever. And I'm just like, okay, but Jeff, if you like him, you don't like, doesn't matter. The guy has a massive audience. And this guy basically, I don't, grapefruits.
Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here.
Yeah.
Dave needs to be fired.
Yeah.
I now know who Dave is. I know what he looks like. I know his name. I know his job title. That guy should be riding the back of a dump truck or something, working on a construction site or something this week. Not.
He might be.
Bougier's got him demoted already. All right, so real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. So Tom says, "Good evening, friends and fellow cardboard enthusiasts, collectors, and connoisseurs." Thank you, Tom. CC, given the recent bad PR, I'd be interested to see how they react on-site grading at our Equipment Expo. Yeah, I will legitimately be interested. I'll kind of hover around there myself. I got to go take a look and see what's going on. Best deal, buy Fanatics gift cards from Costco. There you go. Bobby B been working out. There you go. Big Scott giving you credit for the pythons, Bobby. So he's got you.
Lost a little weight lately. Too.
There you go. I thought the Spurs April Fool's joke with Webanyama was real. I can't pronounce it, so that was the best I could do. 49 views, only 14 likes. I know, Bob Jackson. And good evening. Shame on the peasants. Remember to like so Eric buys Carlos a mansion in the alleged cities of Goof Elf. Not quite phonetically, but I appreciate the effort. He's like costs him 8 cents a day and buys 12 square feet of house. True. All Beckett rolls lead to self-emulation. Thank you, Paul. Yeah. Facts, man. But yeah, that was special. Not gonna lie. It was very special. I enjoyed it. It worked out. Ribbon list? No.
Always in the house.
Yep, absolutely. Now this was the other one. I heard Panini's hiring. They were. They were. So I want to have I want to have a little fun with this one too, because this was a good story. I enjoyed. Like I said, the content guys were very generous. They gave us Beckett's gift that keeps on giving. They just keep rolling out different levels of gifts. I appreciate them for that. But the Fanatics one was fun too, because it's still open ended. So kind of backtracking.
It's ongoing. Sure.
It is, yeah. But look, if we backtrack a little bit, the first kind of thing that kind of came down, it was a couple of days back, was that one of the guys from The Athletic, and the name escapes me. I talked about it in the video, but the name escapes me. But he reported that basically the word out there with industry sources was that Topps via Fanatics was going to release a 2023-2024 NBA product. The first question is, okay, well, technically you could, but right now, as it stands today, it would be unlicensed. And obviously that wouldn't be as popular as a licensed product. So the question is, all right, So are you guys going to make some kind of arrangement, or are you doing an unlicensed product? Open question. We don't know the answer. Then we move forward. And then all of a sudden we got the reports out, which I talked about in that video, where all of a sudden a couple of folks at Panini up and quit all at once, right around the same day. And coincidentally, a lot of their job titles coincide very cleanly with stuff that's open job titles at Fanatics. And it's like things that make you go, So that's the second pice of the puzzle. Third piece of the puzzle, which I brought up. Yeah, third piece of the puzzle, which I brought up, which is still an open rumor. I made sure I tried to make sure I stated it as a rumor, but it's something I believe because I've seen enough that leads me in that direction. That Fanatics has some kind of a special arrangement or an ownership stake or something in a couple of the suppliers, meaning the ones that do the printing. Which is to say, so either through contract or through some kind of an ownership arrangement, they have a lot more control with some of the printers than a lot of the other manufacturers do. Which is to say they can influence certain things like getting priority printing, priority printing time. And it's one of those things where they wouldn't necessarily deny the other guys, but it's something that they could leverage and use to be like, yeah, your stuff's going to get printed after our stuff. So it's one of those things where in isolation, these three things don't necessarily mean a lot. But all right, if I'm poaching your talent and I'm controlling some of the supply lines that you need in order to produce your product, and I've basically not announced, but I've made statement my intention to release a product in a license that you own. I feel like I'm sending warning shots across the bow at Panini going, we can make your life a lot harder. This is like the mob going, it would be a shame if suddenly the shop was to catch fire.
I think a few of those shots landed.
Yeah. And it's basically like one warning shot after another go, so do you want to sell now? Because I'm sure we could find some other inconveniences you could have. And it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's these little things they just keep hitting them with. And you can just make life increasingly more difficult. Because Panini has good resources. Panini's a big company. Panini, that's a whole.
Yeah.
So no, they can take a lot of the body blows. And they technically have years left on the NBA license because I think it ends in 2026.
Yeah.
So they've got time. And they could milk it and get money out of it. But what if I poach your talent and make it difficult for you to print product out on time and I just keep making life more difficult and throwing more obstacles in your way and you're trying to get this stuff out. At a certain point, you're gonna be like, okay, so how long are we gonna put up with this?
Well, I think the third key was the, we're going to be putting a product out anyway. It's probably best if we have the license. So why don't we do something here?
It's like you're calling your shot. You're almost saying like, by the time we're ready to release this product, we will have the license, Panini, whether you like it or not. But it is like,
make it easy for us. Yes, please.
Like companies like Leaf can, they do things all the time without a license.
Yeah.
Is Fanatics willing to put out a basketball product with no emblems on it?
No, I don't really think they would. I honestly believe that is just, they're saying that just for the matter of factly, we're putting a product out. We will have your license, but just make this easier.
And by the way, Eric, Panini does this for baseball. They release Prism and Select without a license. So they can do this. But don't forget also, even though they don't have the license, I believe, if memory serves me, I'd have to go find one of my cards for the unlicensed thing. I believe they had Players Association.
Well, that's what I was about to ask.
Yeah, and Fanatics has both tied in now.
All right, so that was going to be my next question. So if Fanatics doesn't have a license with the NBA and they can't have Celtics shown, do they have a license with the Players Association so they could put Jason Tatum on a card, his likeness?
Yes.
I mean, that's
on the Players Association. Yes, you would be. Well, we need Victor for this one, but I mean, I believe that with the player, because being represented the player, that's fine, but you cannot use a logo.
Yeah, it's the logo. It's the logos and team nicknames. You can't do that. That's why, like on a lot of the Panini ones, they'll say like,
unless you misspell them.
Yeah. But what happened is, so like when
like
Juan
you could
Soto,
put Boston across,
you'd have to do like a generic thing. You'd have to like you can do city. You can do city because that's what happened with the baseball product. If I had a Juan Soto card, it would say Washington. It wouldn't say it wouldn't say Washington Nationals. It would say Washington. There's no logo to be seen. You're avoiding all of that. But the Players Association did agree to give them a partial. You need the two pieces to have the full license. You need the Players Association one and the league. Well, what happens is now Fanatics has them kind of tied together, and the Players Association and League have an ownership stake in this Fanatics property creating these trading cards. So they have all the pieces of the puzzle directly, and the Players Association cooperating, that whole generational whatever with the MLB debut pack is because the Players Association signed off on it and said, yeah, okay, absolutely, we'll do this. And the league is absolutely, yeah, no problem, we'll make this arrangement. So the Fanatics has now that relationship. They can be like, everybody's on board. The Players Association has a good reason to want them to succeed. They want to make more money. The league has a good reason for them to succeed. They want to make more money. So everything they can do to help Fanatics, they will.
Mhm.
So that's my point. You can basically make Panini's life very difficult. You can literally just, again, you can't be a monopoly because you have to basically come back just from that line a little bit to avoid having to get that kind of scrutiny.
Yep.
But I think short of that, can you make life more difficult? Yes. Can you cause delays in releases that hurt your bottom line a little bit? Yes. Can you make certain things harder to produce? Yes.
Aren't they already under that scrutiny? Fanatics being in a monopoly.
So they can't. So the thing is, you could, but at the same time, any lawyer worth their salt would point out is like, well, Leaf is still there producing cards with no licenses, so obviously you can still produce cards. We're not stopping Leaf from doing. Brian Gray's running amok all over the place, doing whatever Brian Gray does. So basically, they could just point at him and go like, we're not stopping him. You could do that if you wanted to.
Well, I think the percentage difference is quite great between Leaf and Fanatics. So
yeah, but their point though is that like with Panini's resources, they could basically produce a beefed up version of basically what Leaf does, if that's what they wanted to do. If they wanted to go down that route. Now, would it sell the same way as the other one? No. I think people have proven that people care less about the unlicensed. They're not as interested in it.
yeah, no, that's understood.
Yeah, but they're not being prevented. So the thing is, any monopoly argument, the first thing they would say is like, we are not preventing you from producing cards. We're not preventing you from producing cards with these athletes. We're not preventing you from producing autograph cards, memorabilia cards. You can make these cards. We already know that for a fact.
Understood. But not with the players or the logos. So
well, no, the thing is, you could sign individual players. That's basically what Leaf does today. They do individual player contracts. So you could do that. Not very practical. It's kind of it's difficult. It's hard
and not
to do.
Great ones. I know.
Yeah. Yeah, but not impossible. You could do that.
Yeah, it goes back to the old Tops and Bowman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very similar. So it's almost do or die, I guess it is at this point.
Yeah. So right now it's kind of the analogy I used when I was joking with a buddy of mine was that it's like a game of chicken, but Panini right now with all the resources is running a station wagon, and Fanatics has a tank. At a certain point, if they collide, we know who's winning. So it's like it's a game of chicken, but Fanatics is not going to get off the track. They're going to keep going in a straight line whether you're there or not. They'll just go right through you. It doesn't matter. So they have no reason to avert from this game of chicken. They can keep going down this line.
Yeah, matter of not if but when, right?
Yeah, and every day that goes by, as you get closer, as you become more of a lame duck, and the kind of the point that I used in that video was, Fanatics has already shown this ruthlessness. What they did with the Tops thing. Tops had a SPAC deal that would have made them $1 billion company that would have secured their future and everything. What did Fanatics do? They scooped the MLB license right from under them and immediately devalued it. The SPAC went away. All of a sudden, they weren't interested in doing the SPAC. It was done. Tops was sitting there with a lame duck license that was going to expire. And as soon as it expired, what are you going to do? Run it on garbage kill kids? Good luck.
Yeah, Tops was sleeping.
Yeah. So they've
Business
already shown.
as usual.
Yeah. And now that they're ramping up. So even going back to the, poaching the people from Panini. Oh, they don't have the experience in-house. Okay, go get experienced people in-house that have already been doing this. Go buy them. How much will it cost for you to come over here? This much? Here you go. Check. Written. Done.
I'm surprised there's some of these people don't have a do not compete in their
a non-compete clause?
Yeah.
Like the
fact depends what kind of job they held, really.
Yeah, but it's like this company just basically called them and said, "We'll double your salary. Quit today and come over here." All right. I mean, that's just that's rough.
Yeah, but I think maybe if you're Panini, you're going to start thinking about that a little bit more. You'll be like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that I mean, if you're in the warehouse working the machine, that you probably don't have a no compete clause. But if you're up in the offices somewhere,
yeah,
I would think you would have one.
Unless they weren't worried about it.
Well,
Yeah.
so Bobby's hitting on the right point here. The reality is, people, you got to remember, maybe this would be the way I would say it, and Bobby knows this as well as anybody. In the sports card thing, there are companies in the space and businesses, but it's almost like they don't know anything about business. They're very naive. Like, they operated like somebody from like corporate America walks in and go like, "Y'all are soft." Like, they're sitting there like, what Michael Rubin is doing is like the standard playbook. It's like, yeah, you want to crush these fools? This is how we crush these fools. This is the playbook. He's playing out the playbook perfectly. Like, it's like, yeah, all right, we want to crush these idiots. Well, you got more resources and you got the ability to get access to more funding if you really need it. And you got the players associations and the leagues on board with what you're doing. They're like, yeah, crush these idiots. I don't care.
And how easy was it for them to go to Panini and go to the guys that they hired and going, hey, listen, you're out of here in a couple of years anyways. We'll take you now. Probably didn't have to pay them that much.
Eric, job security is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it sure is.
Because those licenses that Fanatics has are long term. It's not like a 2-year, 3-year license. It's long term.
So these guys are looking out for their future. You know, they're probably 40 something. They know they still have 20 years left in the workforce. Hey, let's finish with a bang, right?
Like I said, as an observer, I always joke about our Fanatics overlords. By the way, I will sell out the Fanatics overlords. There's not even a question. No doubt. Especially now. Ruben, let's go.
Especially now, yeah.
Especially now. But the point is, like, I understand. It doesn't change anything for me one way or the other. I'll make my judgment call based on the products that are released. I'll make my judgment call based on, again, it goes back to like, are you providing me what I'm interested in? Great. If not, I don't need to partake. It's fine. I'm good either way. But these companies are being snookered at something like, guys, don't you have anyone who has any experience in this business world? Like, you should see this coming. As soon as Fanatics got that thing, you should have been like, batten down the hatches. Wait a minute. This is what's going to happen. We're going to have this happen. This happen. You need to have communication with these people now. When that first happened, you should have been figuring that out. The guys that I'm looking at right now, again, they're safe so far. Who's to say that Upper Deck isn't somebody that they would look at a certain point and go like, maybe we want that hockey license too.
Maybe. But there's a lot of people, managers out there, they're just worried about their job more than anything else. And they're not really looking at acquisitions. It's been business as usual for the last 10 years. Why would they care about what the future's coming, right? Maybe they're moving too.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't blame the individuals. The individuals got to look out for their own bottom line. They got to look out for their future. If you're being offered an amazing deal and a certain amount of job security, because this thing's just getting off the ground. And maybe it's, by the way, it also might be an interesting challenge for you. Even with Fanatics Resources, you're kind of starting a new brand off the ground. Like, you may be doing, you're not necessarily going to be producing the exact same thing they were making before. Maybe you can bring some new ideas to the table because they want to expand the whole thing, right? So that means you can't just do what you were doing before, because then what's the difference? So you're going to get a shot to try a couple of things where before maybe they'd be like, guys, this is safe. Just make it the way we did it. The reason Topps got snookered is that for having well over a decade of a complete monopoly on the baseball license, they barely grew the brand. They barely grew it. They should have been $1 billion company without the SPAC, but they weren't. And then as soon as the license was taken away, all of a sudden, I think it was like 500 million or something, which is a lot of money in a certain way, but not that much more than what they were bought for. After all those years, they barely grew the size of the pie. And that's with the total control over the license, Eric. They own the whole sport. They're the only ones who can produce cards for it. And by the way, baseball, when we say sports cards, we oftentimes say baseball cards just out of default.
Right.
You have control over that piece of the pie, and you couldn't grow it. Again, back to managerial incompetence. If you're Topps, you screwed this up, and you set yourself up to make it possible for Fanatics to come in and take your lunch.
Yeah, and Fanatics has all those generational changes coming, or they said they already did one, or I don't know.
Like I said, I agreed. I thought the move was interesting. I didn't think it was generational, but it's good.
Yes.
It was good. It was good for what I don't have an issue with it. I'm not saying it was bad. It's generational. Like, God, come on, guys.
I can see the boardroom. Let's put a patch on their shoulder, and we can cut that patch off and put it on it. And they don't tell you if it's going to be a 1-on-1, and it probably will be. How many patches can you have? It's going to be one on a jersey. How many jerseys? Well, it's from 50 jerseys from that one game or one whatever.
Well, I don't know what they're going to do. What's going to be fun for me, though, is for the folks, like I said, I want to be clear. I can say two things and be honest with it. First one, is it a good idea? Yeah, it's a good idea. I think it's a fine idea. There's nothing wrong with the idea. I'm perfectly on board with the idea.
It's a step up from Logo Man, but I think they're at the top end of my belief, at the top end of jersey patches. I think we're really hitting too hard. It's fading. It's definitely fading at this point. I believe it is.
Yeah.
But like the interest level, like how many 18 color now? What are we going to get into? Where do you go from there? Okay, now we got an exclusive patch. We can maybe make a couple more different ones up going forward, but after that, I think it's going to drop out.
Yeah,
my opinion.
Well, the point though is that all they have to do is do this for other things. You could have an exclusive All-Star Game patch, an exclusive divisional round patch, an exclusive, ALCS, NLCS patch, and so by like everything, you'll do it. It's not a terrible idea, but then you'll run it into the ground. Like you just repeat it until like it doesn't become special anymore. When everything's special, nothing is special.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's like, so again, do I have an issue with the concept? Nope. It's a perfectly fine idea. Is it generational? No. Game used originally was generational because that was new.
Yes,
they hadn't done it before.
You're right. Yes.
Yeah, because that was new. That was fresh. On-card autographs in packs for the very first time. Certified autographs that you could get in packs. Initially, that was generational.
That was everything.
Yeah, that was the new hotness.
That was jersey patch. Oh my God!
I was against, and I think we talked about this in the past. Is when they first started saying we're going to cut up a Babe Ruth jersey. It's like, no, what are you doing? You can't do that.
Yeah, but now it's old hat. But now it's old hat. We've done it.
It's like no big deal.
Yeah, but that's the point. The hobby will run out of novelty every time. But that's why I say like. But the problem is, the game jerseys started in the mid '90s. Well, here's the thing. Like, I use the example when we talk about all of this stuff just to give context. It's like, I'm turning 40 this year. That was still in my generation. That was still in my time when that came out. Like, I was out and about collecting. I was in my teens when that happened. So the thing is, it was a big shift. It was a seismic shift because that would become part of the parlance. That was a generational move. The problem is that was barely a generation ago. And I'm sorry, a single debut patch is not going, it doesn't have the same resonance as the concept itself out of the block because that was brand new.
I really think it would if they didn't come out with the Logo Man a couple years ago. I think would have had a little bit more oomph, but it kind of dropped back because I thought that was the pinnacle was the Logo Man.
Yeah,
honestly, I really believe they should go with full jerseys. Get people into the full jerseys. You can win a card, get a card with full jersey. The only problem is if you're saving the wax, then you want to leave it unopened, you'll never find out and try to get a redemption is the other problem, right? So
Paul here quoting the movie properly. We do appreciate that. Fanatics, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. It's true.
Do the lamentation of the women. Yes,
that's right. Joel here says, so what do you think happens to the rated rookie? Well, right now that's still under the it's still in the Donruss thing, which is still Panini. So what I'm wondering, so maybe kind of Joel, the idea here is what happens with Panini and Fanatics? Do they come to some kind of a deal? Because Fanatics could play this a couple different ways. Again, they can pressure them in a couple different ways. But even if they come to a deal, so let's say Fanatics finally says, okay, no mas. Fine, we'll do a deal with you guys. There's a couple of versions of that deal. There's the version where they buy out the trademarks, the names and the different products and brands. So then they can pick and choose what they want to do. They can do some tops, they can do some Panini stuff and do a mix and match, whatever they want to do. So they'll have all those options. Another one is they could just agree to give the license, say, yeah, we want this much for the brands though. And then Fanatics could look at it and go, yeah, we'd like those brands, but we're not going to pay you that much extra for. So, but we really want the licenses. Like that's the meat and potatoes here. You give us the licenses. That's the important one. That's the one we really need. So it could just be a piece where they negotiate the two parts separately, or they negotiate it as a package deal. Obviously, if they just buy the package, they would get everything, and that would make a lot of sense for them. But if you force them and say like, okay, we'll do this much for the license, we'll agree to that. But if you want these brands, it's this much extra. There might still be some value for those brands because you can still get somebody else to buy the brands if you want to. We can get Donruss Optic Brian Gray version.
Yeah, stay the monopoly.
Exactly. Morning all. The SPAC was fun for a bit and then it sucked. That's right. US Sports Cards. Thank you for that. They kept the bubblegum and Grim Pops. Yes. So when they did the Tops thing, they separated out the trading cards from the candy and all that and the gum, which it still has value. Obviously, still has value, and they can still run it. So, but again, they were devalued relative to what the company could have been if they still had control of the license and still had all this other stuff. But again, they never grew it the way they should have. Like, you had years to make yourselves bigger, and you just never did.
They became equal in the competition. It's almost like, you don't do anything to us. We don't do, we put out the same products. Nobody
content.
really fought anybody,
Yeah.
when it was not like 1990 when everybody was fighting everybody.
Well, that's why I say, though, I feel like the trading card game had become so soft. The Fanatics was salivating. They're like, well, we're hungry and we're evil. So we're like, yeah, we don't care.
I didn't even think they had to be evil. They just had to be.
But it helps, Bobby. I appreciate. Like, I want a little evil in there. I appreciate it.
1 or 2 point IQ higher. That's it.
It's true. It is true. Come on, Bobby. Give me a little evil. Look, at Fanatics Overlords, if you need evil, I got ideas. If we need some crushing, I got ideas.
Yep.
So US Sportcast says, I think the best thing Fanatics did was they basically did nothing for the first 6 to 12 months differently. Now everyone seems to accept. Yeah. But if you guys remember when we talked about the tops thing, I go, the products, I'm paraphrasing, but I said, the products are not going to change overnight. They already had stuff on the calendar. They already had stuff planned out. Why would you go and rock the boat? Like, you just got there. You just sit there and go like, okay, for these next group of products, for the roadmap for the next 12 months, stay the course. Release the stuff that you're going to release. Same print run, same everything else. Just do it. We want to watch. We want to observe. We want to figure out who we're keeping. We're going to figure out who we're moving. And we'll go from there.
Yeah, they're in think tank mode right now where they're trying to, reinvent the, putting out the generational thing, and that's fine, and putting something out there, but they really need to spitball and get something going.
Yeah.
In the next little while.
The most foolish thing when you first buy the company is to immediately go run in and try to reinvent the wheel. It's like you're basically creating chaos. People expect a certain amount of no, give them some order. Say no, this release is going to come out when you expect it to. It's going to look the way you expect it to. We'll start bleeding some, because remember, we talk about it when Billy's here from Billy Upperdeck is here. It takes 12 months to plan out one of these sets. So by the time you're doing it, you've already got a year's worth of sets and everything already planned out, mapped out. You've got the game used material and everything. It's you want to just scrap it and start again from scratch, because you're going to have to rebuild the set from scratch then.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't be messing around with it too much. At first, you got to slow down. That's why I said there was a 12-month, there was going to be a 12-month lag before you really started seeing anything really start to change or shift. With this product, we talked about the 2023 Topps Big League. The whole thing with all that extra stuff. Well, Fanatics bought it in 2020. They got the license in 2021, and the Topps thing happened, a while after that. So we've had a year now.
Oh, yeah.
Only now we're starting to see some of that other stuff get incorporated in now. Just starting to. That tells you about the lead time and the lag. So that Topps Big League thing was planned for a while, and now we're seeing and hearing about it.
But we can't forget the video that the Fanatics did show about where they're going, where they're taking things, where things are going. And now it's been a year and a half. So we're almost into the next step. Okay, they threw in the generational, I get it, but where are they really going to take it is what I'm looking forward to seeing where they're going to go. Because I don't think these little changes that they think that are huge are really going to sustain things going forward.
Oh, I think sustaining will be fine, but the whole 10x thing is I like that they used the bag. I'm like, 10X, you're not getting it. I go, it's cute to think about. Listen, if you get 2x, I'll be impressed. Honestly, if you get 2x, I would be legitimately impressed. I think
they can do that.
I think that's plausible. Yeah, I think the 10x is pie in the sky. They would love it. I was like, you're not generating 10x people. I'm not seeing where that's coming from.
I think the biggest problem with them is they're not thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. They supply people with with bats and balls and gloves and what have you in stadiums. And I think your main focus, rather than getting the general public out there who's just walking down the street, is getting all the fans. That's your biggest chase right now, would be to attract those people, because they're already in the game. So get them further in the game if you want to, because you can't get a guy walking down the street. It's just, if you're going out there, that's 10xing it. He's getting the casual walker by. 2xing it is kind of going for the fans, I believe. So going forward, that's where they need to focus, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I'll agree with that, because the thing is that if somebody doesn't care, it's not like no one's ever heard of baseball cards. It's like the 10x concept is that somehow you're going to convince people that have never cared about baseball cards before, or somehow didn't know they existed, and somehow be like, hey, they do exist. Oh, I want to buy one. Why?
We need 5 more pandemics for that 10x.
Yeah, like, but that's the thing. Is like, but like seriously, the only I think what a lot of folks forget is the only way you're going to be able to increase it is to jack up the prices on everything. By that I mean if suddenly the money comes in again, like it really comes in on everything across the board. Well, those investors that you hate so damn much, they'll flood back
They'll
in,
be
and that's how
back.
you get your numbers up. Because most of the collectors are either already here, or they already feel priced out, and they're gone, or whatever the case is. Making the price higher isn't going to bring them back in, so they're either here or they're not.
Well, you can use that analogy for Bitcoin. How many people are in, and then I'm never going back in, and then all of a sudden, hey, went to what? I'm back.
The thing, Bitcoin's already done its cycles over and over again. It hit its bottom, and then it's come up a little bit, and then it'll hit a bottom again, and it'll come up again. It has a built-in cycle. Like it's done it so many times. Like guys, there's literally a pattern to this. You've done this a lot. Just
it's almost predictable. Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like, so then what's the issue? The predictability has value. If you want to play, then use the predictability to your advantage.
Predictability, but it's the time that you don't know the time span.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Baz, good evening. Hockey Hoggy 99 says, Carlos, you're going to be listening to newly announced $1 Million Man podcast. I did hear about this. I got to know more. I'm curious what he wants to talk about. But I am interested.
Virgil
but,
is on it. I'm not interested.
That is true. We do need some Virgil on there. Best thing Fanatic did was put wax in lid stores to be able to get update boxes. Hobby. Yeah. So that's one thing they can do to make it more available. So that's true. I just don't know. If you can get that much more out of it. You can try. Another sign of how Topps did not leverage his MLB license with the fact I never saw any Topps branding or product in MLB ballpark that I visited. They could have done so much more. Yeah. But they were making money. They were happy. They were content.
Hold
so
on.
They just wanted to roll on.
Can you put that back for a second? Sign of how Topps.
Yeah, Carlos, if you can read that out for me, I can't see it because my screen is this big on the phone.
It says another sign of how they did not leverage the license. They never saw any Topps branding or product in the MLB ballparks. Okay. So I can tell you at the Dome they did have a little bit, but very little. It was they would put a couple of small things.
They tried actually right in the early 90s there.
Yeah, and they do little team sets because you could get the little team sets that would be produced for that stuff. But and I did see like blasters and stuff from time to time, but very little, very small amount.
Last year, I believe Topps had Tim and Corey fly out to the All-Star game and do a booth.
Oh yeah,
with some other people, and had like DJs, and they set up this big, huge event at the baseball All-Star game last year to try to drum up interest into the brand and get people into baseball cards and all that. So I don't know the history. I don't know if they ever did it before or where or when. I just know that after reading that comment, it kind of brought me back to, I know Tim and Corey got, well, I think it was like in where the hell was the All-Star game last year? Arizona?
Last year? I don't remember.
I don't remember either, but they flew them out there and they put on, they participated in an event to try to bring the hobby to baseball fans. So that did happen last year.
Was it Houston? No,
I don't remember now.
I mean, they were going down south anyways. Well, everything's south from Canada.
Yeah, I thought it was Arizona, but I'm sure somebody can look up where the game was last year.
2022. It was the Dodgers. There's Dodger Stadium.
Okay, so all right, it was LA.
Oh really? Eh?
Yeah.
So I knew it was south. Okay.
They're at Dodger Stadium. Yep.
That's a little off to the west.
Yeah, which branding wise, it's fine. Dodgers have a great brand, so you could sell it. That's a good sell. And nice weather in the whole 9 yards, so absolutely you can sell that.
No, they had a great time. They had like 2 different locations. They had something before the game in one location, and then during the game they were in like the concourse, and it was very successful. So that's all. I'm just saying, because of that comment, it brought back that they actually have done something.
Yeah, but in fairness, though, if we're talking about the current All-Star game, that's under Fanatics. So the problem was the Topps for years did not fully leverage.
No.
That was the point. The point that I was making was, and when the original Topps thing happened, my argument was like, because at the time Fanatics hadn't bought Topps. They first got the MLB license, and obviously that was a big deal because it made Topps a lame duck with the license. But I said, that's Topps' fault. They allowed themselves to be in this position because they never grew. They had an exclusive for years and years and years. They were the only ones who produced baseball cards. They had everything.
I don't understand how Topps didn't win the card battle. This is a company that's been around since, what, the 60s. And
So if you're talking about like the original company, well before that, the first baseball set they did in the modern era was 51.
okay, so the 50s, I was 10 years off. So anyway, the 90s hit, the first boom. Topps has the hockey, they got the baseball, they got the football, they got basketball. They're Topps. They're the king of the mountain. They've been doing this the longest. They have the ideas, the production, everything, and somehow they lost. I don't, Bobby. I know you're the historian. Educate me, remind me, because I probably knew it then. How in the world did the king end up being the jester?
I think it's very typical in business sense that a lot of businesses don't do much for promotions. They don't further their business. It's business as usual. Yeah, we spent this much in advertising. Let's keep it, to that. And they're not upping it. They're not upping their game. So another smart company just comes in and goes, hey, they're on their laurels, sitting back. Let's go in. And that's what Fanatics did perfectly.
It tells you how weak that relationship was, though. MLB and Topps had a relationship, fine, but here's the thing: MLB and the Players Association were like, okay, so how much do we? Basically, they would just go and like, all right, how much are we getting in licensing fees this year? And they would negotiate and come up with a number. I think it was like 20 million, 25 million, some number, decent amount, like not terrible. But for like the Players Association and MLB, like that's a drop in the bucket. It's not something for them to concern themselves with. Fanatics walks over and they're like, hey, we could do this thing where you guys have an ownership stake in it. In other words, you're motivated to make this pie grow bigger so you make more money. We'll make sure that you get a certain amount of money. We'll make sure you get way more than they're offering you. From Topps' perspective, since they're resting on their laurels and not really trying to grow the pie, they're like, yeah, but 25 million is all we can afford. Because they have to stay profitable. And the problem is if you're not growing the pie, you're not making enough revenue to be able to offer more. And MLB is just sitting there like, okay, so we can keep getting this consistent 20, 25 million, whatever, every year. Or we got this guys over here who are going to actually try to grow the pie because they make more money and then we make more money. So instead we can make 50 million, 100 million. So they're like, sounds good to me. Topps is like, wait, what about us? Screw you. Bye.
Yeah, when I was in corporate coffee sales, we would get some promotional money to buy, customers things like, nice thermal mugs with our name or something on them. I mean, they used to get the simplest one. And I said, listen, let's go high end and let's put a little bit more money into it. And they did. And it actually, it really did work. And even going back to what you're saying between the NHL and the NHLPA, there was that diversion in 1968. And the NHLPA just kind of said, okay, you guys aren't paying us enough, so we're going on our own. So they got that company, the promotional company, and John Ziegler was there. No, not Ziegler. Sorry, I forget his name. Anyways, they went full tilt. So the NHLPA was making more than the NHL in promotions, and then the NHL said, okay, yeah, we'll start paying it. And then they finally came together in 1974. So there's a lot of disparity there. So the hungry are gonna eat well, and the other guys are just gonna have the same regular meals as usual.
Yeah.
Bobby, so you guys just kind of really went over what happened recently and how Topps lost to Fanatics.
The problem though is what I said wasn't recent. The problem is that they've literally sat there year after year and just produced the same stuff. And the money was about the same. It would slowly ramp up. If you're the MLB, PA, and MLB, and you're like, okay, we're getting this consistent money, but they're like, we want more.
So
and Topps is like, we're not making more.
Also.
What's that?
So this is what happened in the 90s also. This is how Upper Deck, when Topps lost everything, in Upper Deck got hockey and Topps lost hockey. And, whoever, I don't know who else owns whatever else, but in the sports started going off in different brands, Topps used to have them all and they were the king. So is it just they didn't have the money or weren't willing to spend the money to buy the licenses for the four major sports like they used to?
I don't think they thought they needed to spend the money. And I think that's where the problem lies.
Yeah. There's a certain amount of arrogance that they were like, oh, we're Topps. They would never ditch us. Like they took it for granted. They took the relationship for granted. They sat there. like I said, in contrast to that, we're not privy to what they're doing. But I guarantee you, Upper Deck, by comparison with the NHL and NHLPA, they're probably in constant contact. And go, hey guys, how's it going? What can we do for you to make this, they're probably sitting there like, what can we do to be a good partner for you? Like it's being positioned in that way. What can we do for promotion? What can we do with this? Hey, we'd love to do this. Would you guys be willing to do this with us? The NHL probably is getting their phone ringing off the hook constantly with Upper Deck calling them about ideas or whatever promotional concept. So they're at least feeling like they're getting attention. It's like being an athlete and having a sports agent who has like 5 million clients under there. You're just a number. You're just one of them. You pick up the phone. They might answer the call for you, as opposed to one who's got only a handful of clients. They're basically there for you 24/7. You call them, they pick up the phone and they'll talk about anything you want to talk about. Yeah, but I use that analogy because guess what?
Need the money.
Basically, but the thing is, if you're the NHL and NHLPA though, don't you appreciate though that you have a direct line? If you need something, if you're like not happy with something or whatever, you pick up the phone, they pick up immediately and they're like, yeah, what can we do? Oh yeah, absolutely. What can we do to fix it? What can we do to make it good for you? That relationship, the reason why they likely got that in the midst of Fanatics getting all these licenses, the NHL one got renewed for Upper Deck. More than likely, it was because they had cultivated that relationship over years so that they were like on first name basis. They probably know what all the NHL executives' kids' names are. They probably send them presents. Like, what do we got to do to make sure that you're thinking of us as just not another company you're dealing with? Like, oh yeah, I know Larry over at Upper Deck. Hey, he's a good guy. Anything you can do to have that relationship, it gives you a better chance of still being in the game as opposed to being out of it.
Yeah, exactly. And, Carl, it's just like the old boys club, which I really don't like to say, but I think it was really true. A lot of guys just get very comfortable. And why push the envelope if you don't have to? They're not growing the company. They have a job. They're getting $150K. They're getting a pool in the backyard next year. They got a lot of other phone calls that they're taking. They're not worried about pushing the business. Those people who push and go forward do things. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to just go for it and keep going. There's times to sit back and enjoy, but you got to keep pushing forward. It's just like in sales. The harder I worked, the luckier I got. The more people I contacted, the more things I did. And then there are other people who would go, oh, I got them all. Oh, I signed a whole bunch last month. I'm okay. It's just like, no, when you're okay, that's when you need to start pushing again.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, that other month's coming where it's going to drop down. And if you get 2 months behind that drop down, then it keeps going down further. Yeah. And it's hard to come back. So I think everybody got too comfortable. And people are just people. They're, they're guilty of just going, hey, I'm this at this place. What are you doing? Oh, no, we just make cards. And yeah, that's it. That's their job. It's a job.
Now imagine if you're operating that same scenario and you're Tops and you've had this exclusive license forever and you just take it for granted and you're just kind of going through the motions, releasing year after year product. And all of a sudden somebody comes by and, says, hey guys, if you let us have the license, we could do this, this, and this for you. We got these ideas. You make a bunch of presentations and offer like all these wonderful things that you got. And they're like, all right. And you offer a bag of cash on top of it. Right off the top, a bag of cash. In addition to, we got ideas. We plan on expanding it because we want to make more money out of this. And you're going to get a stake in it. So we make more money, you make more money. Yeah. That's a hell of a lot more attractive than, so what are you guys planning? So here's Series 1 Tops. That looks a hell of a lot like last year's and the year before. And you're going to do an 87 Tops throwback? Again? Really? So these are your ideas.
It worked last time.
Yeah, but that's basically it.
I think Topps has made some of the most beautiful cards I've ever seen when it comes to their refractor technology, their chrome technology, Topps gold label, O-Pee-Chee, Topps chrome. I mean, those things are unbelievable.
Yeah, and they didn't do anything generational. Not to say that that's kind of tongue in cheek too, but they didn't really go outside the box. It was okay. Let's look at new material for the cards with backings and stuff like. They didn't grow it any further. And being caught in the headlights and letting Fanatics come up and sneak the licensing away, that is just like wow. And anybody at Toss was, hey, I didn't know. It's like yeah, I guess you don't. Now where are you?
Well, that's why I said that a lot of these hobby companies aren't that ruthless. And now they're encountering folks that are a lot more aggressive and are willing to be a lot more ruthless and make those deals and talk to those people. And they're like undercut you and be like, yeah, what can we do to get this deal out from under them? And that's what Fanatics was doing. They made a lot of these deals that way. Just CC talking here. Fanatics has deep reach in major sports from other business license, which is very true. Fanatics getting rights to the NHL jerseys just builds that relationship, which it does.
Yeah.
NHL cards next, very possible. Like I said, Upper
That's
Deck's
what I-
one advantage. Upper Deck's one advantage has been that I feel that they've done as good a job as anybody in trying to keep that relationship so they're not just a number to the NHL and NHLPA. That isn't to say that money can't talk, and it isn't to say there isn't ways of getting it so that you kind of get Upper Deck with that in the mix, because Upper Deck has value too. Now, problem is, Upper Deck's family owned, and it's not exactly as simple as just dealing with an owner. It's not quite as simple as that. You have to. It's a little more of a complex deal. Whereas Panini could literally sell you the trading card division and still have a big company that's doing other things with the stickers and all that, or overseas in Europe. So they've still got a lot going on. That's why I say Panini is a bigger company. Panini was actually a much bigger company. Fanatics can't bully them the same way they just bullied Topps and beat them into submission, but they can still make life difficult. Upper Deck in relative terms, though, is relatively small potatoes. They're still a good brand, but they're not as big.
We have soccer
Family-
racing
Go ahead,
cards
sorry.
also.
Repeat the
I mean,
question.
they can continue. They can continue being a card company if they lose, a baseball, basketball license or whatever the hell it is they have. I mean, because they have other sports that they do worldwide, right?
They've got stuff going on that they can do, and they've got the sticker rights because they've still got a lot of that. And currently they have the WWE license, but they're lame duck on that one too because Topps is getting that one back in a couple of years as well. So, but what happens is every time a license comes up for renewal, again, going back to what I said before, Fanatics would be like, so here's another bag of cash. Here's another bag of cash. And right now they can just fundraise almost at will. Right now things slow down, but they've been able to fundraise a lot of money. They got a big war chest they were able to play around with. So
Yeah. And, and being, family owned isn't what it's all nice. It's not all nice and warm and hugs and peanut butter cookies, Bacardi's is family owned, and there's like 43 people taking from the pot in the family now, and most of them are just check people. People want to check. So to think that the family is all together and it's all the brother-in-law, and no, it's family doesn't always mean that. So you'd have to know the heart of what's going on with Upper Deck to really see what's going on with the company.
well, the reason I mention it is the opposite. I actually think that you wouldn't get a united front one way or the other. I think even if you could convince a couple of them, that's not enough to actually get a deal done. You
No.
would have to actually come up with a deal. They would all be satisfied. The more people are involved that actually have a vote, so to speak, it's a little bit more complicated. If you have an owner, if this is the owner, you can deal with this person. And if this person agrees, the deal's done. But if you're dealing with a bunch of folks, it's like, okay, so we have a deal. Well, this one thinks it's fine. This one will agree to it. This one's on the fence. This one's a flat no. This one's a hell no. And this one says over my dead body. All right, this is going to get complicated.
The funny part about it is most of the people, let's use Bacardi, if there was a buyout, they'd take the money. They'd
Sure.
take the money because there's too many of them just sucking on the teat, and they would just go, yeah, we'll take that cash. Yeah, I don't want to get paid every month. I'd rather take the 5 million now. Sure.
Yeah.
So payouts are easy. It's like when you get a lottery, you win the lottery. Well, we'll pay you over the course of your life, or you can take the cash payment at a well-reduced rate. Well, 99% of the people take the well-reduced rate because it's a lot less money, but it's right now. So anyways, we'll see what happens with that with Upper Deck.
Yep. No,
All
I
I
think
know is I want peanut butter cookies now.
I was going to say, as soon as you mentioned peanut butter cookies, I figured that would be a key piece for you. I wonder if Panini would turn over the United States products for stake in Fanatics. And that's the other thing. Fanatics can offer like equity as part of the deal. So
Sure.
so it can be, it doesn't have to be a straight buyout. It can be like, it can be some cash. It can be some equity in the company. So that makes it more interesting for them. So,
Subcontracted, kind of semi.
but that's why I said like this
Yeah.
deal could be structured in so many different ways. It doesn't have to
Especially
be
in today's world. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like, oh, they bought Panini. No, not necessarily. They could just be like, okay, we'll give you this bag of cash, you give us the licenses. Or we'll give you this bag of cash and you give us the licenses and the trademarks to these products, to these brands. The Donruss, the Optic, all these things. And national treasures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or they could be like, yeah, we're going to want this much for the brands, but we want this much for the license. They're like, fine. In that case, we'll just take the license. So
Yeah.
they can pick and choose and like break it up in pieces, make it a package deal. Like, how do you want to do this?
Yeah, and they're on a timeline too, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why I say, like, it's not as simple as, oh yeah, let's just snap our fingers and make a deal. It's like, well, maybe cash equity. Like, what kind of deal? What are we really talking about? Jeff here says, what does Tops does do some amazing cards, but I think they can explore different tessellations for the Chrome cards. By the way, they're having a there was the Platinum edition. I opened that box when I did the video where I went to the to that show, the CSC show. And I opened that box of the 2021 Platinum Edition, which was all 52 Tops reprints on new players, old players, etc. They're releasing the same thing from 53 Tops, and I'm like, oh great! Now we're gonna get reprints of. So next year we get 54, then we get 55, then we get 56. Amazing, sensation. Tops innovating again. This is the Platinum Edition, guys. They're all chrome and refractors. All right,
What's new is old again. What's new is old again, right?
Woo! Oh man. I can get my 13th iteration of the 53 Tops.
I just want to say quickly, back to the cookies.
Yeah.
Mom, you got 30 minutes to get me some cookies, or I'm moving you out to the garage.
You haven't seen the 1 minute cookie in the microwave thing?
I don't care how she does it. The woman better get me some cookies within the next 30 minutes, or tomorrow morning I'm moving her stuff out to the garage.
Does it have to be peanut butter?
That is one step closer to the street. Get me some cookies.
All right, on the cookie thing, we're gonna
we'll be waiting.
Yeah,
like
we're gonna wait on that. So I look forward to when you get moved to the street. So next, you're gonna get put in the corner, much like I can do here. You're gonna see. You're gonna watch. You're gonna get put in the corner. All right. This next one is a sincere message. So hang on. I gotta read a sincere message here. So Mike here, good evening. Sappy message for the evening. We had to say goodbye to our dog this week. Been listening to the last few live streams. We want to say thank you for the shenanigans to help bring levity to a tough week. So our condolences, Mike. Thank you for the comment and appreciate you. So we have a moment of seriousness. A moment of seriousness.
All the best. No, that's tough, man. All the best.
All the best, absolutely. Okay, so real quick here. Saw your video on Topps BL. Most of the cards have multiple print lines. Yeah, absolutely. The quality control was absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious.
Oh, really?
No, it was really bad. Like, even out of the box, they were scratched. Like, I don't care about grading that stuff. Like, I opened the box for, I opened the box just for some entertainment. Like, to me, it was cheap enough box. I was like, yeah, sure. I like the fact they had some retro players. I thought that was cool. They're neat. I like the 52 Tops cards. I do like them. So I'm like, okay, cool. I can get some interesting players in 52 Tops. But then at the same time, like, literally out of the box, I was like, if I did want to grade this and I pulled like some of the rookies or whatever, it's like print lines, scratches, like surface, and I'm like, right out of the packs, absolutely atrocious. Oh, and the centering was horrific. And I was like,
really?
Okay. I wouldn't grade any of this stuff. Like there was stuff that was like 85-15. It was really bad. Right out of the pack, I was like, this is terrible. This is awful. Yeah, put Eric in the corner. Absolutely. No doubt.
Hey, why don't we wrap up tonight? We both said we were
Oh,
tired.
we're getting to the comment now. Now.
Why don't we just wrap up and say goodnight to everybody, and we'll head out.
Good evening, Kathy.
Oh, crap.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yep, was waiting for it. Are those peanut butter cookies getting ready?
Yeah, sounds like the good old days. Absolutely. Your order was decent. They do Young Brothers and MLB a decent press, but yes, I did look up. That actually turned out pretty well. Now, by contrast, that Topps Big League. By the way, that Topps Big League, which is a cheap product, not bad. Like I like the cards for what they were. I'm not going to build a set of it, but I thought they were nice because it worked out, Bobby, to like $70 Canadian for the box, for a hobby box. That's like 2 blasters now. So I was like, okay, for 2 blasters, I'm getting a hobby box. I got an autograph out of it, and he's actually apparently a decent young player. So I was like, okay, that's cool. That's fine. I beat the odds on it. So I'm like, okay, but it's a nice enough card. I did have some fun with it as well. A couple of folks caught it when I did the box break out of it. I pulled a couple of cards, and people got to see like my special effects budget. I used a lot of special effects. So I pulled some fancy cards. See, that's it's our favorite fish boy. Foof! Whoa! Flying fish! Holy crap! Dang! It's amazing. Did you see that? He flew away. It was crazy. Amazing. So yeah, for the price of the box, honestly, for the price of the box, it was a fun rip for me. I had a good time. It was cheap enough that it was enough that I could have some entertainment out of it. The possibility of pulling some decent cards with some players that I actually like. Again, I did pull the 8-bit Ballers Bo Jackson. was like, I love Bo Jackson. I thought that was awesome. And there is an autograph version, but that's like out of 25. It's a very difficult pull.
That's tough, yeah.
It's possible, but not likely. But they had a Babe Ruth card on one of the inserts. They had a couple of like, I pulled a Pujols, I pulled a couple of Juan Soto. Like, okay, cool. I'll throw it in my Z Folio or whatever. And I did pull that autograph card, which is decent. So I was like,
well, maybe we'll open a box at the show.
yeah. Well, I think for
I'd
that
treat
price,
Eric to a box, but he's not coming. So.
for that price, I'm almost thinking, I wouldn't, it wouldn't take much twisting of my arm to open one more box just for kicks. It's not, it's anything under 100 these days. I'm like, I'm thrilled. It used to be that was a norm, but like at this point, it's like, again, might be a kid's product or not. And by the way, there's always the chance we could pull the G off. Come on, G off. But yes.
So there's a guy, there's, you know, a typical example of a guy starting a business and keeps going. And he's trying to reinvent the wheel every day that he's out there doing stuff. Yeah, he says a lot of wrong stuff, right stuff, whatever. But there's a guy who's working it. And he gets the clicks for it. Yeah. There you go.
Look, but one point that I made when I was opening the packs, at least that pack break was a little easier for me because I went in with no expectations. I was able to just have fun with it and have it. And again, you know, I got to show off my special effects. We got to see some trouts fly. It was awesome. But the thing is, again, have fun with the damn thing, but don't take it seriously. It's like it's just nonsense. But I got to open it, find some nice little inserts in there, find some stuff, saw some parallels and whatever. And I was like, this is not a bad product. Again, not necessarily catered to me, not my demographic. But if a dad buys a couple of boxes for his kids and lets them open them, they're going to find some stuff in there. They can have some fun with it. It's perfectly fine. And even the people that get mad about the influencer cards, guess what? They're like one in every 5 or 6 boxes. There's a good chance you could open a couple boxes and not get one anyway. Yeah. So if you hate them, you're probably not going to get one. So don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And if you do, sell it for a couple bucks and throw it up on eBay and let somebody else buy it off you. Whatever.
You can get it back at 10 and a half.
I only want one card in the whole thing, right? I mean,
I think you wanted my flying fish card. If I can catch it, I can go find it for you.
I hate baseball. I have no interest in it. And there's the only, I want one of the influencer cards. With my luck, I'll end up getting, you know, who's the kid there that.
There's the Slab Stocks one. There's the Card Collector 2.
Card Collector 2. I'll end up getting something like that.
But like, the Card Collector 2 one actually has some value. You could probably get a couple bucks for it.
I just want to get Timmy 2 hats so I can, you know, color on it.
Just get the Card Collector 2, pull the card, sell the card, use the proceeds to buy the Timmy 2 hats, and have enough left for a chocolate stick.
Yeah. And the Card Collector 2, doesn't he have a little Mark's cards, little thing in the back there?
Too soon, Bobby. Too soon. Sabaz here says, not that cheap at $50
it's
box.
A certain angle you got to hold it on. So
that's right. It's hologram. It's a hidden hologram. It's an Easter egg. Yeah. Baz here says it's not that cheap at $50 a box. In 2023, Baz, $50 a box is, I think it costs you $50 to get out the front door. In today's parlance, it is cheap. He needs to go get his cookies. That's right. 50 USD. Yes, it is. 2021 and 2022 Bowman Heritage box deal on Topps is a good deal. I think it's fair. I actually, so here's Kathy. He tried to put me in a home. So whose home am I going to? Kathy, just take the home. Throw him out. Send him to a home.
You can come to my home. I like peanut butter cookies too.
There you go. Absolutely. I like the insert card subset you pulled. At least fun. Yeah. For, like I said, if you go into it with just open the damn thing for fun, don't expect anything crazy. It's not a concern. Go and just open it and have some fun with it. It's a perfectly fine. Again, but for a lot of folks, it might not be interesting anyway. So who cares? Then don't buy it. Like it's really easy. But it is a cheap rip if you like opening packs. I got a kick out of it. Duplex of life. I've seen a horse fly and a dragonfly, but never seen a trap fly. Now you have.
Yeah, you have.
It was magical. It was magical. Starting a foundation to help grown men adjust to not getting value out of opening hobby boxes. It's needed, Bob. It is needed. There's some people who really obsess over this. It's like, here's the thing. The good news about it being a cheaper box is that you're not out that much. Even if nothing crazy, as opposed to like a $300 box where you get, you know, legends. We may have spoken at $300 boxes where you get legends, Hal Gill, legends, Stephen Reinprecht.
I'm just going to say this. Legends. I had to explain to my employer today what we were told about why some of those cards are in that product, because his reaction to opening some was not great.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, you know why it looks like this, and he made some comments, and I said, well, no, it's because the NHL Players Association gave them a list and said these are the ones you will be using. And he said, well, that makes sense. And I said, well, that's what I had to hear for it to make sense too.
Yeah.
So, but his reaction was the same as just about everybody else's. Like, why am I looking at this player X in this product?
Yeah, but the price point matters though, Eric. Like the point that I'm making, the contraster for this,
Yeah,
it's not a product for everyone, and I'm not recommending the product. I'm not saying, oh yeah, you got to buy. No, you don't have to do anything.
right.
I was amused enough. Let's put it this way: the whole hubbub about it amused me enough that I was like, yeah, I'll take a stab at it at this price point. Sure, whatever. But like look, I got my Bo Jackson 8-bit ballers. I'm happy.
There you go.
Like that. Like that's fine by me. Like that's good. Again, this stuff isn't for everybody, but like, look, you can get your freaking Rally Monkey card. There you go. Well, one of those, like it's mascot cards.
They might not have had a oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just grabbing a couple. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm just showing a couple as we're talking.
Those are cool.
Yeah, like they're fine. Like these are meant to be like right now. This comment here is kind of the key. I think Big League is a good reminder. Cards are made to be fun. Yes. If I was a kid just collecting this stuff at random, and some of my favorite players were in this, like there's an Aaron Judge for you. Like this is fine. You got a Babe Ruth if you want to go old school. That's good.
Yeah, there you go.
That's fine.
Kids don't even know who that is.
And this, but it's a good opportunity for them to be taught.
Exactly.
Like, you pull
Very
the card, you get it. And if you like your little cartoonish thing, you got this stuff here. Like, it's a kid's product.
I think it's great.
It's fine. Nothing wrong with it. Just enjoy it for what it is. Don't take it too seriously. This stuff does not deserve it. It doesn't require it.
So to harken back to the NHLPA and before they came together, when it was formed, because I had a copy of the license, it said that the Players Association was meant to be formed to help the players endorse the players, but not to have any one player be more endorsed than many others or the others. Mm-hmm. So, but Bobby Orr was front and center on everything, and they even called a lot of things back in that time. So going forward now, I wonder if that license for the NHLPA may be different from the Major League Baseball or NBA, whatever. I wonder if they had to use these players opposed to, wanting to saying, hey, listen, you got to put these players in there because we got to be fair to our marketplace. It might be written in the rules. I don't know.
I think it's fair. Defects of Life says the Jeff Wilson card average sale price on eBay is $170. Doesn't surprise me.
Really?
Yeah, the first couple have sold pretty well. And now, again, that could be Jeff himself buying it. It could be folks.
I'd like to pull one. That'd be good.
I think the key, though, is
because I got ideas.
There you go. I'm sure other people do too. But look, I made the joke. Like there's a bounty both positive and negative. I've seen both versions.
I have a $5 bounty on a Timmy Two Hats. $5.
Right now, you got to wait for the price to drop off on it a little bit. Right now, it's still a little high.
Is there variations to those cards too?
I thought was under the understanding. I thought there was supposed to be an autograph version, but we haven't seen any of those yet. Well, I guess it's just I guess it's just the autograph. But there was a I want to say Run Good Life. There was a breaker who put a $250 bounty on a Jeff Wilson card that somebody showed torn in half. So you could get a $250 break bounty look, automatically there's some value there. You could actually come out ahead. $170, you get a $250 break credit.
Yeah. It's a break credit though.
Hey, listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. Look, the point is you got the negative bounty and the positive bounty.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, that sounds to me like there's demand. There's at least some demand.
In a trade sense, you always put, there's more value in a trade sense than there is to buying or selling. So, bounty would have to dump.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
If I pull one of those cards at the price point they're going at now, I would throw it up on eBay. Like with the quickness, it would just be like, no, get out of here, go.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's like especially at the $170 price point, you're actually making a couple of boxes worth. You can actually go then open a couple of boxes if you want to, and put together more of the base set, get some more of the inserts or whatever. Maybe get a couple more autographs and pocket it. You could literally just keep it. The cards are free at that point.
I'd like to pull a Jeff Wilson. That'd be great. I'll get him to sign it, and then I can look back in 10 years and go, oh yeah. Just kidding.
But here's the thing though, Bobby. I made the argument that if once the whole thing dies down, enough time has gone by, the cards will come down in price. I think there is value to having that as kind of a snapshot moment in time.
That's what I meant.
The 5-card
Oh,
base,
yeah.
the 5-card set,
Not that he won't be around in 10 years. Just saying.
whether he is or isn't, doesn't matter. Like it would still be like a little capture of a moment in time. You regardless. Like I don't care what you think about these folks, but just having it to be like you could literally go back later to go, hey, what the hell are these? Let me tell you about 2023 Topps Big League this was a big thing back in the day. It's like this was a moment in time because these folks could be completely out of the business by then. Any influencers could have had their moment in the sun and then have a sunset, but you could still go back. It's the same thing as the Bo Jackson thing. Oh, but I don't know who Bo Jackson is. Well, let me tell you the story of Bo Jackson. I'll explain it. And if you know, you can give the story. You can tell and be like, hey, this is what it was at the time. This is what was being done.
Yeah, you never realize how fast 10 years gets behind you.
Yeah.
You know, the first book I wrote was 20 years ago, and that's hard to believe for me. So looking back, it's good to look back. 10 years. 10 years goes by pretty fast as you get a little bit older.
Yeah.
So
Got that right.
Yeah. So Bob, he's for me, it's much more rewarding to damage the card than making money. There you go. Live the dream, Bob. Like I said, there will be. I've joked about it, but it's like, do we get hate breaking?
well, then you could buy some more boxes with the money and maybe get a Timmy Two Hats again and $5 premium from Eric there.
Woo,
$5, $5 bounty.
it's crazy.
All of you out there.
Because
Crazy
we
time.
know he must be double or triple friended.
But I think it's one of those things where I think for whatever one can say about it, it worked. I wouldn't have bought a box of the damn thing. I've never paid attention to Topps Big League. I was like, I'm entertained.
But it's not that much money to be entertained. So
And
it's reasonable.
at that price point, we can
And
afford some
entertaining.
entertainment.
It is entertaining. I'll give it credit. It is entertaining. It's making me almost want to buy a box. Well, like I said, we probably will.
Surprise! It to our Fanatics overlords' credit, this has worked surprisingly well because that's why I made the joke a couple live streams
It
ago.
is generational.
Nobody has even given second thought to this product before.
Damn it.
No one.
We talked ourselves
I will
into it.
up
Crap.
I will up the ante.
Okay.
Get me a Timmy Two Hats,
$5
I will
and
sell
how many
to you
cookies?
a $5 bill
And
signed by myself and Timmy Two Hats. You get
no cookies.
no, I don't give away cookies, Bobby. That's insane. I eat.
He'll give you an expired coupon for cookies.
Sure, but they're useless to me.
Hmm.
So, $5 bounty. The $5 bill will be autographed by me and Timmy Two Hats. You
Okay.
can't beat that anywhere else.
Nope.
Get me that card.
Will PSA grade? No?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a licensed card. It's a licensed
licensed
card from Topps product. Absolutely. Yeah.
After he signs it?
Well, I think you still could.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
you
that would
could-
be
you 100% could.
PSA D. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a legit card. Like it's a legit card from Topps.
And how much is that card worth?
Well, but here's the thing though. I don't know if you saw the Jeff Wilson bounties. If you do the graded version, I think if you do a PSA 10, you get $2,500. If you're the first person to get a PSA 10 and like basically message him and whatever, it's a $2,500 bounty for that. I want to say an SGC 10 is $2,500 as well, and I think there's a BGS 10 one as well. I think there's 3 bounties.
I think I got a better chance with SGC. But anyways, go ahead.
Fair enough. But like I said, overall, this has done more for an otherwise irrelevant product that no one would have discussed, made a video on, or even shown.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a little bit better than the Happy Porcupine and all the other stuff that what's his name did. So
There are worse ways to spend money in the hobby. Look, if my box break taught us anything, is that if you take it in the right spirit, there is some entertainment value to be had. If you just want to open some packs relatively inexpensively, again, we're speaking relative to today's thing, because even junk wax is expensive now. When I go to the show and I go look at those junk wax boxes, some of them are like, why on earth? How much do you want
yeah.
for like 88 Topps baseball? $25? Are you out of your goddamn mind?
Yeah, I agree.
Are you?
I can't
So
believe
even
it.
the old junk wax that used to be like, these were $5 boxes. He was $5. $5. What are you crazy? So all of a sudden, again, going back to kind of what Baz was asking about, is like $50 is not cheap. Today it is. That's why I gave the analogy of 2 blasters. Again, I'm if I use American dollars, it's 50 US. In Canadian, it was $69.99 was the pre-order. It's still going for $69.99, $70. Here's the thing. That's 2 blasters. If I go to Walmart, that is 2 blasters. 2 blaster boxes. This is 1 hobby box.
Mhm.
So if I do the comparison, it's like, okay, well, at least I'm getting hobby box out of it.
I had an epiphany.
An epiphany.
Yes, I did.
Hmm.
So why don't they make a influencer set of cards?
Well,
Some-
they've had one
Not
for like esports.
not Tops, not Panini. Just saying.
There was a company that did one for esports. They're pretty much influencers too. They've done that.
That's what I mean. I meant, like in the crowd of the people that do things. That'd be kind of interesting. Poopy Pony for Eric there. Yeah.
Well, I think there was also I know there's been a bunch of esports ones, but there's also one that did I'll see if I can find it.
You can get the Ziggy No signed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that would be a cool little set that would go around. I think that would work in a small sense.
I
But
found it.
Oh.
So there is a brand that is called True Creator, TRU Creator. Let's see if I can show you guys.
Of course
here.
there is, right?
Yeah. So it's this one here. They've got a bunch of them, but basically they use different. It's in different categories. So like Creator Series 2 here. So let me see if I can show you guys here. So most of these are like in the gamer space and YouTube space and different things. Twitch as well.
Oh yeah, I got you.
So here you go. If you look for autographs from your favorite content creators. So 60 US a box here. So there you go. This is the second issue.
And
See,
this
now
is-
that's creative. I'm not getting paid for it. Like, okay, Tops. Okay, Panini. All right, guys.
Oh, hold on.
Fanatics.
I wonder if this is I wonder if this is the Pac-Man. If it is, there you go. There's the Pac-Man card. That was one of the examples we gave on why it wasn't in the Tops thing. So there you go. So they got the Pac-Man one in there. So that might be here.
Randomizer.
Yeah, well, they got a lot. They got a lot. This is a kind of a new age kind of company that does a lot of. But the point is, like, somebody made it. That's the point. Somebody made this thing.
That's cool.
Yeah. So they got a bunch of different
this
stuff going on.
company is called that makes these cards is called what?
True Creator, TRU. True Creator, and this
They
is the
don't
second
spell
series.
anything
This is the
normal.
second series, so they've produced one of these before. I knew that it existed. So when Bobby mentioned it, I was like, I know this exists.
And they have a contract with Mike Tyson, you think?
You could sign an individual contract with the guy. Yeah.
I would think that a lot of these stars or sports stars, like away from the normal sports, they would have something like this where they could put out or give to their fans or whatever. I think it's a great idea.
But here's the thing, though, Eric. It plays back to what we talked about earlier tonight, with the whole Monopoly thing. These guys have a Mike Tyson card in their product. They got Mike Tyson to sign rights so that they could do it. You can just do it if you want to. Again, you could sign contracts. It's the Leaf thing all over again. You can sign contracts with individual celebrities and different things. You can still make cards. So Fanatics has the argument. It's like, we're not stopping you from making cards. You just can't make licensed cards with logos.
We
But
will thwart the monopoly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's their out. They can literally just point and say like, nope, he's still making cards. So for them, it is actually useful to keep the Leafs and the True Creators around, just to kind of be like, they just need them around just to prove that, nope, it's not a monopoly. See, you guys can make cards. You just got to follow the rules.
Yeah, I don't know what the percentage is based on that, because you can have a lot of people who are 1%, and 4 or 5 companies that are 1%, and collectively, and then there's still 99%. Where does the monopoly start? At what percentage point?
I want to say
market
it's like
volume?
75. I want to say it's like 75 or 80%. It's like if you
So they're right up there.
Yeah.
They're close to that line. Let's just say.
Yeah, it's almost to their benefit, for their benefit, to make sure they keep certain players around, just to make sure like they want to have strong control, but basically they want to stay just south of that line, just stay just south of the line, and then you can have a very strong controlling interest and not be a monopoly.
There goes your check, Carlos.
I know, right? I'll give Topps credit. This year's Topps Big League Edition is more appealing than the previous years. Yeah, like I said, for cheap rip, if you just want to have some fun with it, I don't. You could do worse. I've definitely seen worse products for the dollar. I would put it that way. And I was talking to a couple of folks. I sent them over. Walmart here did a special on some blaster boxes, so I grabbed a couple of blaster boxes. So again, if you're willing to wait, sometimes you can get a deal on it. Stuff goes on clearance or whatever. If you just like opening packs, well then wait until it goes on clearance. You don't have to buy it when it's full price. Mm-hmm. Let something sit for a while, and then eventually it goes on clearance. Have some fun with it.
Just to be clear, my mother has 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Have you been timing it?
She has 2. I've been watching the clock. She's got 2 minutes to get me my cookies.
Interesting. I'm looking forward to it, Bobby. I think we're getting close to the excitement level. Hold on. Let's take a look at what that looks like. Live coverage of what's going to happen when the time is right.
Yeah. I like it.
I think it works out great for everybody. So that'll be what it looks like at his house when Mrs. Wade takes care of him.
I like it a lot.
Just letting you know. Bobbles, good evening. You better leave your mama alone. That's right. Bob Lewis says, did someone say cookies? That's right, Bob. That's right. Good evening, Mr. Lewis. Good evening, Mr. Bobbles.
It's munchie time. Yes, it is.
It is indeed. So we talked about Fanatics thing. We talked about the Beckett's, what's the word I'm looking for here? Cavalcade of gloriousness. I'm going to use cavalcade. I'm going cavalcade today. It's cavalcade. That's the one I wanted. I was waiting. I had the word on the tip of my tongue.
That's an old wrestling term, but yeah, we'll give it to you.
But Bobby, that's why it works. It's cavalcade. It's cavalcade. It's really been impressive. It's been impressive. So we got that in there. We even got a little 2023 Topps Big League. Again, I did a box break on the channel, so if anybody wants to see what the cards look like, you can check it out there. Again, they're fun cards for what they are. I'll probably open another box, I'll be honest. I got entertainment value out of it, so I'm happy with it. After that, I'm probably good. Outside of maybe if we do something at the expo, I'd be fine with that. I'd be certainly up for that. But again, we'll probably shop around for the best price. All right, we're getting the best price we can get on this.
Are you entertained?
Yeah. I was entertained. Look, for the break, I was entertained. And I was crossing my fingers like, come on, Bo. Let's go, Bo. Yep, Bubbles has 2 minutes until bedtime. There you go. Bubbles is still freaking sick, unfortunately. Been sneezing my head off all day. Allergies, sinuses. There you go. Fair enough. Fair enough.
That was last week he was on, wasn't he? Yeah.
It's collapsing. Tell you what. There you go. And then what? You're going to stomp your feet again? She's calling your bluff, Bougie Eric.
I'll not only will I stomp my feet, I will lay on the ground and I'll kick my feet and I'll bang my hands and throw myself all around till I am just exasperated.
He does that every night. What the hell? What's the difference?
A truly dignified man. Truly dignified man.
That's a good point. I have to come up with something different.
I grabbed the wrong charger because I'm almost dead here.
All right, no worries. If you need to charge it up, go for it.
No, I just need the plug. I think I took the one for the Oh shoot! No wonder it didn't fit too. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Do your thing. No worries.
1 sec.
No worries. Yep, Mom not happy. There you go. Facts. Any chance to set up because I'm Carlos interview with the Beckett CEO at the National? Well, the Beckett CEO that I'd be curious. It'll be a matter of it would be a matter of A, getting to the National, and B, them letting Eric anywhere nearby. Well, they probably have his picture. They're like, nope, not this guy.
No, and people should be mad at you and Bobby because you guys knew Jeremy from Beckett was at the expo in November and never said, hey, Eric, guess who's here? Look who it is. We could have had a ton of fun with that. But instead, I'm just bebopping around the show, having a good. I have no idea the guy is there. And then after he's gone, you're like, guess who was here? No, that already could have happened.
You could have been working the Beckett booth like we all expected you to. It is not our job to wrangle you. I got shit to do, man. You're Bougie Eric going doing your little things. No. You already had Brad in his generosity. Brad in his endless generosity. Let you, Bougie peasant, you go to the Leafs game with Yannick. Allowed you to have a wonderful bonding moment.
Yes.
On his dime, effectively, you slackers. And you're complaining to the rest of us. Like, it is not our job to fix these things for you. You do your own work.
All I'm saying is that.
What are you saying? I can't hear you. I don't know what you're saying. Nobody knows what you're saying. Look, see, I don't feel like you're making your point effectively right now. I'm just not believing you. So, Michael Ham, when you're good, you just give me a thumbs up, okay? So I know he's getting himself set up there. Yeah, no worries. When you're good, you give me a message. See? That was great by you, Eric. Bobble's system never fully recovered from the smash in 1909. It wasn't 1909, but good try. It was closer to the First World War. Got to bump it up about a decade. Break a box with Big League at Expo. Yeah, hit a Geoff card and walk over to BGS for on-site grading to get the Black Label 10. Yes. Here's the problem though. If the rumor that I heard is true, in all seriousness, if the rumor that I heard is true, the on-site grading, I heard 150, which is obscene. And I'm like, there's no chance. There's no way. Like, no. That's way too high. Like, obscenely too high.
No. Yes, 100% complete garbage. If I have a $10,000 card,
If you have a $10,000 card, fine. But I'm talking about just. But even even a $500 card is like, no, this is like, there. I know you're on-site grading. I get that you want to make money on this.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
If you had said like 75, again, like let's be fair, inflation, right? KSA is asking for 50, so I understand that you have to go north of that. I get it.
Yeah,
but like, you know what, 75, maybe 100 if you're really pushing it. That'd be kind of my take on it. Like but like 150, you're nuts. You're out of your mind.
All they're doing is this is another example of alienating their customers.
Yeah. So US Sports Car here said it wasn't $300 last year on site. They have never done on-site grading at the expo. At the Toronto Expo, none of the big graders, PSA, SGC, Beckett, or CSG, none of them have done on-site grading. So they would be the first of the main players to actually do on-site grading. So that is to their credit. But if you priced it out, then you're not going to get many cards anyway. So the guys are going to be kind of twiddling their thumbs the majority of the night. Because again, Beckett has lost a lot of its cachet. People are not running desperately to be like, oh my God, I got to get this graded by Beckett. If you make it available and make it like plausible, again, it goes back to math, right? So like Eric, even the same vein. Okay, $150. What about $1,000 card? That's 15% of the value of the card right there. That's tough. You have to start doing some math and go, is this really worth it for me? Because a lot of cards that suddenly are no longer available. 150 on-site grade would be okay, assuming there was no card value limit. Would be okay for bigger RPA cards. For big cards, if we're talking big cards, it goes to what Eric said. You're talking to me $5,000, $10,000? Sure. Then that's the cost of doing business anyway. Like at that point, I get it. But there's a lot of other stuff that maybe somebody would think about it if you made it a little bit, gave a little bit more room in it. There's like a $500 to $1,000 card, even $1,500 card, like sweet spot there. At $150, it's a no-go, like straight up. Again, that's the rumor, so I will confirm when we get real one. Cool. Mr. Ham, good evening. How are you?
Good. I'm not getting any feedback, am I?
No, you're not getting feedback right now. You're good.
All right, cool.
Yep.
So how's it going, guys?
It's going good. How are you?
Good. I've been watching the whole show. I had my kid.
I'm
she was
sorry.
running around. My wife was out.
Is someone pointing a gun at you and forcing you to do this?
He's just there to appreciate your takes, Eric, like everybody else.
Yeah, the guy that works with Dustin. He's pointing a gun at me now.
So
yes.
Understandable.
Somebody has got to be forcing you to watch this nonsense.
Understandable. So we got to touch on a couple of different things, Mr. Ham here. I had a little bit of fun with it, of course, but so kind of you got any thoughts on a couple of them? You can touch on any of them that you want. I'm gonna get a quick little refill, but if you want to touch on a few, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go over the Beckett thing because that was the first thing you covered.
Please, that's a fun one.
They're just trying too late is really what it is. I don't know what's wrong with that company internally. And I put a video out on my channel regarding it, but I still think there's something inside the company itself. Somebody's controlling everything, and it's just destroyed their company realistically. I don't know of a way on the card side of things that they can become reputable without beefing up the amount of staff they have, turning stuff over ridiculously quick, dropping the prices, changing the way the slab looks a bit, changing that logo, finally coming to terms whatever their new grading scale is going to be to mimic everything else. I don't know how much this is hurting their other business as well, because their reputation is being ruined over and over again consecutively. And it's like you're constantly getting punched in the mouth and you can't see, and you're just waiting to punch yourself again, because that's really all they're doing. They're punching themselves, and they're just knocking themselves further down to the point that it might be more beneficial just to sell the company, let somebody else take it over, and then everybody be, okay, this is cool, I like them now. That's almost the direction it almost has to go, because if they become reputable again, what are you talking, 5 years?
No.
Is that a timeline you can have as a company to say, oh, we can get this back? It ain't happening this year. It ain't happening next year. So what are you doing? You're dropping behind all these other companies at this point, and you're just falling backwards. Not slowly either, quickly.
It'd be a minimum 5-year build back. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And then the whole,
They'll forget this mess.
Correct. But the whole Jim Mint thing, I mean, I have a Mike Trout Bowman Chrome First Auto, and it's a true 9.5, all 9.5s. And everybody tells me to cross it over because it'll be a PSA 10. Because that's always the general idea, is especially if it's all 9.5s, should be a super easy crossover, not a problem. So, like, why wouldn't that have been their starting point for their 10? Like, you know, maybe 2 9.5s, 2 9s, that's your cutoff. Boom, move it all on over. Everything here is a 10 and then move forward. So no matter what, they're going to change something.
So then you obviously thought that they were going to go through with it.
Yeah.
As we all did.
Because they were going through with it until we got backlash and they choked up again and went backwards. And my thing was, it's fine, piss everybody off one way or another, but don't backtrack in the eyes of the entire hobby. They literally reverse course because somebody yelled at them.
This is the one time that any press is not good press. Doesn't work.
But it's their company, and now all of a sudden they're going to let us help them. Why didn't they do that from the get-go? Like, why now? Why not?
And of course, Mike, you know this, and we've talked about it tonight, is this is not one time that they've done this exact thing. This is the second time in a year that they've done the exact same thing.
That's called consistency.
Ludicrous.
I was going to say that might be the first level of consistency. So actually I want to ask a question since I kind of heard the tail end of that and kind of plays into a question that I have. So at that point though, you become a little bit boy who cried wolf. So now what happens the next time you launch some initiative or whatever, everyone's going to be kind of looking at you going like, so if you get a little bit of heat, you run out.
No matter what, it's wait and see. Yeah. I mean, which one of us here are going to run out and grade anything through Beckett?
Well, in fairness, I've
had personal experience. Card, Eric, you don't count.
Yeah, I have graded with Beckett. I've had graded with Beckett, and they basically swapped out the labels completely wrong in the entire order. So like they screwed up the entire order from top to bottom from the get go and didn't really make it right. So like if I was one of the folks that were like, I would have made like 37 videos if I was that kind of guy. I don't care that much. I was like, okay, well you're idiots, so I'm not going to use you again. That was basically it. Like if you screw up like that. They didn't know that a Sandy Koufax rookie card and a Mickey Mantle were two different things. They had them swapped. So I was like, okay, if you can't manage that, then I can't help you. At that point, like, there's nothing I can do. Look at the name on the front of the thing.
Thank God April 1st only comes once a year.
Yeah.
Carlos.
Yeah, and they did it on April Fool's, which was the worst day to even attempt something like that because nobody even thought it was a fool's joke. That's the worst part.
There were people. I saw people in comment sections. They were like, oh, it's totally an April Fool's joke. That's why I said earlier tonight, it's like, do I have to explain to you how an April Fool's joke works normally?
Well, and Beckett's not funny, so
I laugh at them. I laugh at them, but not in the way they're probably intending.
Not with them. Yeah. We laugh at them, not with them.
Yeah. That I mean, would that put Tag into like what almost third place now in grading?
Yeah,
4th.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still in the campus. Like I got KSA, MNT. It's like GAI, and they're no longer in business. Rare grading. Who else we got? NASA.
Listen, I still like HGA's horizontal slab. That's one of my favorite slabs. Like I don't know why somebody hasn't come out with some other version of a horizontal slab.
I like it. Mike,
I hate looking at a horizontal card and a vertical slab. Drives me bananas. I hate it. It doesn't look right.
I think it's a great idea.
It's like hanging a picture on the wall all the way to the left and just leaving this gap.
You're exactly right.
It doesn't look good. I mean, if anything that HG ever did was that horizontal slab. That was the best.
We're on the same page. I agree.
Right. Now, let me ask you a question here, playing off this comment here. So, first of all, Orlando says, hi, Michael. So, there we go. We'll make sure we cover that.
Hello, everybody.
Baz also says, don't forget KSA does on site. Oh, I know.
I didn't forget that, but I would like to.
Yeah, like I try to forget it consistently. I try actively to forget it. But U.S. Sports Card here says, I think Beckett is going to build and launch a strong competitor to the market movers card ladder digital platform technology with everything. So there's two pieces to this. There's two pieces that I want to parse out for this. Based on everything we discussed tonight, what confidence would I have them in strong competitor to anything? That's the first thing. Like, just I'm being serious. Like, it sounds like I'm being just dismissive and flippant, but I'm actually being 100%. Nothing they have done in the last several years. This even goes pre-pandemic. In years, going back years, nothing they do suggests to me they would offer a strong competitor to anything other than a strong competitor to bankruptcy. Just go there. You'll probably be leading that industry right now. But outside of that, I wouldn't trust them to do anything of the sort. Secondly, I'm sure they are trying to do this. In fact, I've heard them allude to this. But also, second part to the question, two-part question. First, actual confidence in them producing a strong competitor, an actual player in the space. But second, I think a lot of these market data tools have lost some of their utility when things cool down. We still, like, if I go to a show, I'm still looking up comps and stuff, but I'm going on eBay, completed listings. Like, that's free.
That's what I do also.
I don't really need to, like, because most of us, unless you're actively playing in the space and trading like cards,
Day
cards.
traders, yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing that, then
Yeah.
you need constant up to the second comps. For most of us, we can extrapolate based on some completed sales, quickly on our own mind.
It's
Get
up
rid of
to
the
the month.
Yeah, get rid of the data points that don't make any sense. Like if there's some outliers there, we can kind of ignore them and negotiate based on that. So then here's the question. And like I said, in the past, I've used both of them. I've used Market Movers and I've used Card Ladder. I did the comparison of the two years ago now. They serve their purpose, but at this point, I don't have either one of them. I don't have a subscription to either because they don't. Why would I pay for this right now? I can use all these other things that are free available. I can go to eBay completed listings and I got what I need. So, like I said, two parts of this. First, confidence in Beckett actually being able to produce a strong product, period, for anything in any space. But secondly, even if they did, aren't you a little late? Is it as relevant as it once was? Is it even as useful as it once was?
I mean,
I think
at this point with their cards, I don't see it. I mean, their VHS stuff has taken off actually. But
Eric,
all
how
this
many VHS tapes you
reputation
sending over
comes
there?
from the card side of the business. That's the thing that kills me. Like their reputation's through cards, and it's jumped to this other stuff. I've looked at a Beckett graded comic book. It's nice. It is a very nice holder. Like I have a couple comics, and it presents so nice and so well and clean. Like
Okay.
I want one because of how nice it looks. I just don't know why they can't mimic that in the card section of their business. But they're struggling right now, and I just don't know where in their head they can contemplate that they can turn this thing around, at least in what would be considered short term, which to me is 2 years.
Well, I think it's sort of like the to reiterate. I was talking about Fanatics and Tops that were guys are just working for paychecks, and I think it's Beckett too. There's no creative there. It's just everybody's kind of just going, okay, I'm getting paid this week, and business as usual. Oh yeah, they're doing a couple changes. Great. Okay, good. Look forward to it. That's it. And you got a couple
That's
guys.
why I constantly say somebody in the background of Beckett is really controlling everything. There's some guy there that says, no, that's not a good idea, and nobody can fight him. I swear that's how it feels.
Could be the
Because there's
board
no
of
way
directors.
that people that work there are going, this is a good idea.
Is he controlling them from prison?
Maybe.
Yeah, you might have like his Mr. T guy there that just kind of throws some hand signals up, like no, go, bad, you dead,
I can see
and then
they have
just
to
go from
in.
there.
They have to
Feel.
go and see him. He's behind the glass with the phone, and then that's right.
Hey, speaking of your favorite coaster going up in value there, one of the things that was super interesting to me, and I just double checked it again, is I see now where Tag has been so busy grading cards. Because if you go to NFL Shop, there's a bunch of Tag graded cards of any player for any team.
On NFL Shop.
On NFL Shop, I'm looking right now, Tom Brady Tag graded, because I was looking up something else and Chris Godwin popped up on Tampa Bay Buccaneers NFL page. I'm like, what the hell is this shit? Where'd this come from?
To be clear, the first example you gave is a tag graded Tom Brady card. This is like a turducken of things I mock. And I'm like, wait. Of course it is.
But I was like, so I haven't heard any mention of tag grading cards for NFL Shop.
They gotta be busy. Look, they're well funded from everything I've seen. They have to be making money doing something, or maybe they're not. Maybe they're not making money doing something. But eventually, you run out of money, venture capital money, if you don't. You gotta produce.
Seem like it. They've had millions of dollars for 10 years before they even launched. So
Yeah,
it sounds like a piggy bank.
Yeah, somebody out there just enjoying like throwing money in. I'll get back to my coaster mockery here in a second, but thank you for bringing it up. Now that gives me a new angle, a new twist on this one that I will come back to. Oh, I
just figured that would explain why Bobbles was not getting any data of them grading any cards, because they actually weren't going anywhere that you could see them.
Yeah, but apparently it's not in the pop report though. It's supposed to be going.
They might have to wait to ship them all to the NFL first before they could verify that was good to go.
Nice, great that an automated company can't automate a pop report edition. Heaven forbid.
Well, I
What an
haven't
idea.
seen one less than an 8 either, or like a 9. I haven't seen an 8. So I wonder if it was like, if it's not good enough, then we don't count it.
You know, I used to
Spirits.
get questions years ago about, historical questions.
Mhm.
Why did Peachy do this back then? I said, they're just a gum company, and maybe that's true today with these companies. They're just sports cards,
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this question, Bobby. So, kind of playing off the first initial question that US Sports Group brought up. So, again, we talked about all the missteps. At this point, I'm not confident in anything that a company like Beckett does right now. They have not earned my confidence. They have not indicated to me, like, I want to see a successful implementation of anything. Just successfully implement something before we then suggest that they'll be a player in any space. But the other piece is, okay, so if technology was to drive their vision, again, it's just an opinion, and there's nothing wrong with US Sports Corp bringing it up. I think it's a valid, interesting question to talk about. Do you have any confidence whatsoever in A, them being able to execute anything like that? Or B, also, kind of what we talked about here, is there value in even trying to start up another one of those competitors for those kind of, comp building technology platforms? Do we need another card ladder or market movers at this point? I don't care who builds it.
No, like you said, the market's receding, so definitely you're going to not need those tools as much, and there's not as many cards traded. What's the difference between then and now? What's it, 50%, 40%, or do you mean, So you don't really need those tools. Like you guys are saying, you're looking them up on eBay. It's like, yeah, that's everybody's go-to. The guys who are the day traders, sure, they're out there. They want to know right away, what's this card trading at? I get it, but on today, so I can't see those going forward. And I see a few of them dropping off, like other companies have, and that's just part of the marketplace, the way it goes, the way it's going to go.
I think that's fair, but that's kind of the question I posed. Like it's a two-part question because again, there's nothing wrong with the question. I think it's a valid piece to bring up. Sorry, I'm kind of trying to snipe a bit here, so I want to make sure I don't get too distracted.
Oh
with the moment,
boy, multitasking.
Listen, it's important. I'm trying here.
Well, to answer your question, I'll take something that my mother always says. No.
That's
Oh, I
valid.
thought it was going to be the cookies already.
Oh, he wishes.
No. The answer is no. No. That's what I hear. That's what she says mostly to me. Is no.
I think a lot of us tell you no. It's kind of an important thing. And Marcel Dion has said no many times, and you're ignoring that.
There's a word I hear. It's a word I hear a lot.
Do up your zipper.
The turkey legs are over there, sir.
Yeah,
before you go to public.
Oh, you want to hear what I did the other day?
Yes.
Okay. I got my mom.
We'll come back to your question, your answer, but yeah, go ahead.
Mom and I'll tell you the fast version. Mom and I are out shopping. She says, go get that, go get that, go get that. She tells me, go get some watermelon. Okay? I go, all right. Now, every other thing that she's told me to get has come in a plastic container, like pineapple, apple slices, mixed fruit. It's all plastic containers. She says, all right, now go get me a watermelon. I walk over, I get her a watermelon, put it in the cart. We're walking around the store. We go to check out, and I'm putting the stuff on the conveyor belt, and I pull out a watermelon, like a full watermelon. And she's like, what the hell is that? How did you sneak that in there? I said, you told me to get a watermelon. Not a full watermelon. One in the plastic containers like everything else. She started yelling at me in the middle of the store at the checkout aisle. I had to go bring this watermelon back and then bring her, and we had to wait. Oh, it was a mess.
I feel like we could get a really good vlog series of Eric's adventures at a supermarket.
I think so. There's a movie there somewhere.
I'd watch that shit.
Why don't you start videotaping that for us? Wear like a GoPro.
Yeah.
Like the cops do.
Oh yeah.
And then just take all the good parts. Which
all of a sudden
like
it's like guys, Jeff Wilson's in the YouTube space, and everybody's like, oh, Jeff Wilson is taking up. And Jeff Wilson has like 200,000 subscribers or whatever. It's like bougie Eric, getting yelled at the supermarket has like 30 million subscribers. What the hell is this? Guys, I'm telling you.
I would be one.
Hey, I like the Jeff running through the woods little thing he did. I thought that was creative.
Oh, for the April Fools?
Yeah, I thought that was done well.
That's why I gave it as the example. Like, look, you don't have to like the guy. I don't care if you like the guy or don't like the guy. That's your business. But at the same time, it's like it's hard to deny that they continue to churn out content over there. He's got his team and they're doing it, which is fine. But they incorporate the little jokes in there for it. And guess what? They just keep rolling on, and they just do it, and they just do another video, another video, another video. Like, it doesn't matter how much criticism and flack. It's like people hate watch them. It's like, great, sounds good.
Keeps them relevant, you know.
It does. It does.
Unfortunately, other companies aren't.
They go,
You don't have to read every comment. You don't have to bring up every comment. That's
Yes.
in,
Like, you mean like this one? We aren't allowed in a lot of stores anymore because of him.
Yeah.
Mm.
Don't make me tell the BJ story. All right.
Oh God.
Doesn't go in a very wrong direction.
I don't
BJ stand for?
Sir, I know it's late, but like, you know,
Let's shift off that one. Yeah.
you know,
Do you guys have a BJ's wholesale? It's like a Costco. It's like a warehouse.
There's a
you
place
get
called
you get wholesale
BJ's.
BJ's. You get this where you get your
BJ's
chocolate sticks.
store. You can't just say BJ.
Yeah,
Like
Well,
that's
if
not
you-
how that works.
I thought it was national.
Bobby knew where I was going with this as soon as he started down this path.
No,
Listen.
it's a giant warehouse store where you get like things of
You got a warehouse full of BJ's?
What?
I thought it was Bazooka Joe. Okay.
I don't know what the hell it stands for, but they're all over the place here.
Listen, there is a very high combined age on this panel, but maturity level, we're lucky if we get into the 40s. We're lucky.
Yeah.
We're lucky if we get into the 40s maturity
That's a
level.
good
If we
point.
combine it all.
Well, I had to laugh the other day. I was looking at a wrapper from the 70s, and on the side of it, it says "Send away for Bazooka Joe," a T-shirt,
Right.
and it has the show. It doesn't spell out Bazooka Joe. It just says BJ, and it's like, yeah, I'll get one. Imagine walking around with anyways, especially in the 70s. Come on.
Well, there was a time where they had a lot of fun with that. When
Even
the
today,
Jays
we're having
had
fun with it.
no, but I'm saying specifically when the Jays had BJ Ryan as the closer. So there were a lot of jokes. There were a lot
The
of jokes.
Ryan always came after it, so it was okay.
No, but the thing is, like, there were a lot of like, oh, we love BJ. We love. It's like they literally would use it all over the place. And he's like, yep, you guys know what you're doing. I get it.
Eric, is it called BJ Wholesalers?
Yeah, BJ's wholesale club.
You're right. It's right next to
Wholesale.
Glory Holes bar.
Not wholesale. No. It's wholesale. Yeah, wholesale club.
It's right next to Glory Holes. Yeah.
Yeah.
My mother's watching this. You guys behave yourselves.
Hi,
You're the
Mom.
one who brought it up,
I was threatening to tell an embarrassing story about her,
and
what
we've
she
embarrassed
did
you in the context of you
thrown
threatening.
out of the
I
wholesale.
thought Beckett was a bad name. You know,
I need Eric to say, "Where's the meatloaf, Mom?" But he needs to scream it.
There is a
love
reason. There is a reason that I think Eric is the guy calling the shots at Beckett. This rollout was very questionable. The communication department really should be fired again.
Yeah.
Well, we've never seen the video outside that door, so that could be Beckett's workshop right on the other side
It
of the door,
might
and that's
just
his
be.
little man cave.
Yeah.
Mm.
This is he's in the closet, really.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Beckett closet.
These are all very true statements.
I'm in an
Just gonna have
office
to-
right outside the warehouse.
That's what the B on Bruin stands for, Beckett.
Yeah,
The cover.
they get it out.
Mike figured it. Oh my God. He's here 10 minutes. He's got it worked out. Fudge.
Again, there's a serious lack of maturity out here. Just a serious lack of
It's
maturity.
a serious. Remember, my mother's watching.
You brought this into this world. What do you want from me? You brought this
See?
here.
Jeff knows.
You brought this on yourself, man.
He really did. He
Now,
really
are
did.
y'all getting more excited for the national?
No, the expo we're excited for.
Yeah, right now we got the expo here coming up for us first. We got that coming up here in a couple of weeks. Literally a couple of weeks now. It's 2 weeks, so we're 2 weeks out.
Yep. Wednesday be 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm still kind of where I was. Now, right now, the biggest thing for me is that I have to kind of I'm gonna make my game time decision towards the end of the month, early May, because right now I'm enjoying my temporary retirement. But at the same time, I'm not gonna go and pay like $2-3 grand to go fly down and go to the hotel right now. I've still got a refundable booking already, so I've got the hotel. And I can get a flight down, and from where we are, I think, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's like a 90-minute flight though. It's a pretty short flight if I take like a plane
Yeah,
down.
it's not far.
It's a short flight because obviously Chicago's a big hug. You can take a straight line, get on the plane, boom, 90 minutes, and you're in the air, and you're back on the ground. So
That's a pretty short drive too. Then
it's not bad.
Not
like
bad.
if you want to drive, it's not
Or
bad.
90
If you
minutes.
want to fly, it's not bad. You've got options. Like however you want to do this.
Closer than me to you.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
I just love though, like honestly, if I was gonna do it though, I love the fact it's a 90-minute flight. I'm not a big fan, like literally. You're not just boom, you're on the ground, head straight over. because then you go straight from where the airport is and where Rosemont is and where the hotels are. It's actually a very short transfer from one to the other. So you could literally be like, boom, land, get out, go over your hotel, check in, boom, and you're right there, walking distance to the convention center. So like convenience, in and out of the state, no problem.
I'm waiting for Ohio. It's a 5-hour drive. I'll be good.
Going back to the influencer cards
Yeah,
earlier, if you had an
No.
influencer card that was in the set, would you buy it to hold the value up?
Oh, so the accusation that gets lobbed Jeff Wilson's way, that he's buying his own, with
The only
bounties.
difference is he has the money to hold it up. So
It's true.
I
It's
mean,
true. I wouldn't. Like, it goes back to kind of we made the joke about it. Like, and the thing is, like, I'm serious. If Topps came and like said, "Hey, we'd like to put your card in," my first thing would be like, "Why?" Like that'd be my first thing to say. But at the same time, I'd be like, "Sure." And like, I don't care if somebody's like, "Well, what do you belong?" It's like, I agree with you, but at the same time, if they, I think it'd be fun. Like, I wouldn't care. Like, sounds great to me. As long as can I have some of the cards for myself? Yeah, sure.
yeah. I mean,
That's
I've
what I'm
always
looking
liked the idea of designing cards anyway and making my own cards. I've made my own card. I started making a YouTube series of cards for people that I basically watch and enjoy that are friends of mine, just for fun, because I like doing that stuff.
Yeah.
That's also why I'm so critical on when I talk about, them not innovating enough with cards, not, moving in a different direction. They've been more moving that way. All of them actually in the last year, I would say they're getting a lot more thoughtful in their processes finally again. But for a while there, it was stagnant. It was the same crap over and over and over again. And they're slowly starting to tick out of that. They're just really running dry on a few things right now. I just still see so much innovation that can happen, and I don't see them doing that. And I'm really curious if Fanatics maybe, puts the pedal to the metal and tells these people, what are the things that you've never been able to do because of one reason or another? Tell me what they are, and let's try and make that happen. That's what I'm hoping happens with Fanatics, to really start bringing more interest into the hobby outside of just the normal stuff that we're used to at this point.
Well, maybe you're the
over
guy
different
for the
colors.
sports card influencer series that needs to come out.
Fair.
And
But
they
that-
may do that. I mean, this has been successful for Topps with Big League. Like, like Carlos was saying earlier,
Mhm.
if they didn't put influencers in there, how much press would this have gotten in our market?
Would we even
They've
care?
hit the main guys.
Yeah, would
So-
we even care? Like, honestly, like, look, you had the comment in that video, and I don't know if you're going to end up grabbing any of it or not. Like I said, the only reason I bought a box is I got such a kick out of the whole reaction to it. It amused me to the point that I actually started looking through it. I go, oh, there's actually some neat cards in here. Like, I'd be all right pulling a couple of these, whatever. And then I go look at the price point. I go, in Canada, everything, like you take your US dollars in it,
Yeah.
you have to add 30-40% on top because they always hit us with extra. It's the cost of 2 blasters for me. So I'm
Yeah.
sitting there like, okay, so I get a hobby box for the cost of 2 blasters? Okay, yeah.
Well,
You know
that's
what?
where
Fine.
I'm at too. Even when
I'm
I
intrigued.
buy a card online, I'll like, I bought it's a rookie K Dot, and he's a tight end for the Buccaneers, who's
Mhm.
promising in my eyes, but I'm also a Bucks. I'm a little blinded. But I got his red prism auto, which is a color match for the Bucks, to 35 for $20. I can't even get a blaster for $20, let
There you
alone
go.
how happy I'd be to pull that card.
Yeah.
So it's like, where am I weighing my odds out anymore? It's become more beneficial for me to buy the card and not chase, even though I like to chase, I like to open. They've priced me out of wanting to do it.
Go to
I'm
Breakers,
in
man.
front of stock shelves twice a week, and I don't want to buy a single thing.
Yeah, but that's
And that's
where
weird
the
for me.
math is now. That's where the math is now. Because basically, when I go look at a price of a box, and we talked about this before, Bobby, I still enjoy opening packs. It's still enjoyable to me.
Sure.
I get entertainment value out of it. However, it has become so expensive that a lot of the products just don't make any sense. And like if I had unlimited funds, I might play in that playground a little bit more. I'll live vicariously through others who can play that game if that's what they're going to do. I have
And if I
to
want
just
to
watch.
gamble,
Yeah.
if I want to gamble, I'll go into something like an immaculate or a flawless, something I can't even attain to want to try to spend my money on to purchase to open, due to just fear. I'd rather take my little gambling thing because I don't go to a casino. Honestly, breaks are my gambling. I'd rather do that than play blackjack.
Mhm.
But that's me. But I enjoy that, but at the same time, I understand there's a cost that comes even at a random at something that's that high.
Yeah.
But I always try to find a player break for $10.
Mhm.
You know, put $100 in, get 10 names, just see if you get lucky. Like,
Mhm.
because you can. I've gotten lucky in the past doing that. So I know it's darn possible, but you know, and what's more misleading now is how these bigger channels are hitting bigger cards, obviously because it's great for advertising. And honestly, I would do the same thing too if I was a company. I'd send people loaded boxes. Why not? It's smart. I may not give them the best possible card to pull out of it, but I would still give them something top tier that people are like, oh, look at that. Wow, I got a break with them, because that's what they want. At the end of the day, they're trying to pull these people into them by using something they've already built. That's what Fanatics is going to do. It makes sense. It's smart marketing.
Well, that's why I was
And they're
trying to
big.
angle originally when we talked about Big League. That's
It's
why I was
smart
angling.
manipulation.
I was
right?
trying to talk. I was
Yeah.
trying to speak it into the universe, and Eric knows this. I was trying to speak it into the universe. I wanted to open my marked box of Topps Big League and pull my Fishboy 1 of 1, because that is what everyone wanted to see. That is what the people are like. Wait, him? It's like he literally made a video montage of Fishboy failing. I know. That's what makes it great.
I do want the Fish Boy card though.
One of them flew away, so I'll see I'll see what I can do. I had 3 of them fly away during the course of the box break.
The break.
It's like I gave that as a little ode to the OGs who know, and I was like, if you know, you know, you know, you know.
That
So I
crosses
bought this
my
the other
line over
day.
the morality of
I bought this the other day on eBay.
breakers.
Panini Americana, yeah.
Panini Americana 2015.
Yep.
But I won it for, I think it was $30 with $10 shipping.
Sure. Yeah, and for that, that's a cheap break. You can have some fun with
That's
that.
a Prism Blaster right now at Walmart.
That's
If I
exactly
get a
it.
whole retail box, I'd rather do this.
Yeah. So Zach says here, have you seen all the influencer card prices on eBay? Yes, I have. Why? Because. I understand what you're saying, but because.
Well, I think in half
Look
half
at that. Look at that. Bam.
Oh, that's nice looking.
Yeah, he's
So
got
I
a patch going.
basically, the hat I'm wearing in this picture, I cut my Buccaneer logo out of because I don't wear it anymore because it's worn out. It's my fishing hat.
Yep.
And I went to Topps, made myself a fishing card, had it sent to me.
Mhm.
And then I cut it out and I made my own, basically, patch auto type card.
Nice.
Works, yeah. So CC
Yeah,
says was my
Game
snipe. Was the
used, too.
snipe?
No,
There you go.
really good.
Fishing use, yeah. Was the snipe successful? It was. And I can show you guys the card, and it'll play into what we talked about in the past here. So it is this one, which you guys have seen before. I've shown it. I got the Evolve autograph. It was finishing tonight. That's why I was watching it over in the corner on the other screen
cool.
there. So that is the out of 35, the Evolve Auto. I got this for 140. That which is less, comfortably less than the price of the hobby box. And if I bought the hobby box, there's really low chance that I would actually get the damn card. I've got a much higher chance of getting the Hal Gills and the Steven Reinprechts and all that. I got the card I wanted from the actual the mock-ups and everything. That was the card I wanted, and I was like, wait, snipe, boom, done. And I manually snipe that one. I don't do that much anymore. I usually set it on the other thing, but I was like, right there, ready for you.
Well, congratulations. Out of 35. That's pretty big. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's a nice card. I do like the design on that card. I'm a fan. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, all right, I'm into it. I would rather though, if I'm going to spend the 140, because the price of the hobby box is $200 US. Well, I paid 140 for that card, and I got the card I wanted, the exact card that I wanted.
Yeah.
Well, I had one of the other Medano autographs also from that, one of the other insert autographs. I paid about $60 for that. So in other words, I got 2 of the autographs that I would have wanted for the equivalent of 1 hobby box.
Yeah.
Which one makes more sense for me? Is the player collector? I literally got the cards that I wanted.
Yeah. That's always what's killed me too, because with Brady being on the Bucks, even though I'm not trying to target the Brady, it's always the higher cost to get in, and it's always just killed me in the last few years of trying to get into stuff I would normally get in to chase like rookies or other inserts that are non-Tom Brady related for my team, and just the prices have always been tripled because of Tom Brady.
I
don't know if you've noticed, there hasn't been a Tom Brady autograph in a live product since the beginning of the year. No flawless. Panini ran out. They used their last stickers in Score at the beginning of the year, where they did a Tom Brady to 5, and I think they used the last 5 stickers there. After that, nobody's had any Tom Brady autographs.
That's right.
No flawless, no encased, no impeccable, nothing.
Nice. So CC here says people would have bought the big league cards without influencer cards. Yes, but the second part of this comment is the accurate one. But including them just increased sale. Yes.
Yeah.
The thing is, there is an audience for this type of product. This is a low end, you know, kids oriented. By the way, they kind of took away a little bit of that with the short printed base cards. But here's the thing: I don't mind that because here would be my counter argument to it. People complain for years. The kids cards, the low end cards, part of the reason they struggle is that, well, so the kids don't want it because you can't get the big chase cards. So there's not like the value in it, quote unquote. So they don't want the dumbed down version of it. They want the version like the other one. Well, in this case, you got a box price that's reasonable. You can pull SP base cards as well, SP rookies as well in the base set. You also have parallels. You also have some inserts in every pack, and you get at least one parallel in every pack. So you can do the easier parallels, the harder parallels, and the different levels of SP base cards.
Well, like I always used to like opening day, which is just basically a pre-version of the regular Topps base set usually. But they've always had short prints in it too, but they weren't technically part of the physical set. They were a subset within the set. Because I don't know if you've ever seen the 2015 short print Mike Trout. That card's beautiful. I've always wanted that card, but I've never seen one sell for less than $1,000. And that's out of stupid opening day. So that might be the most expensive opening day card Topps has ever produced. Yeah. That card. Because it's just a beautiful card. I don't know if you've ever seen it. If you get a chance, look it up. There's not one on eBay. There's not even one sold on eBay. You have to go to like Google search for it. But it's just big blue background with clouds. The picture of Trout swinging from behind him in the on deck circle. Just a fantastic card.
Yeah.
Getting back to what Carlos was talking about with the influencers, you know, if a kid gets that card and they don't know who Jeff Wilson is, then they go online because, you know, they go online, they look him up. Then they start looking at him break stuff. It's actually kind of a genius move in a sense. Same thing with Tim. Kid sees, hey, a Pokemon card. Hey, it's got a nice rubber thing. And, you know,
well, that's why people were saying, why didn't they use Pac-Man? But I think Pac-Man has something going on with Panini.
Yeah.
So I don't think that he could technically be in that set based on whatever agreement he has going on with
well,
them.
maybe this is the first step, right?
I think that's fair. So here we go. So Will's trying to be cute here. It's like, I'm doing the snipping. Not snippy, the snipping. Come on, Will. Focus, man. Focus. How much is the Jackson card selling for? I want to know how much the Bo Jackson sells for. I haven't seen any yet. I'm curious now. I think it would do all right.
The base or the auto?
No, the auto. The auto. Okay. Because the base, they've got them. They're common enough. They're like 1 in 4 packs. You get like 3 or 4 in a box. So
I never hear anything good about Bo Jackson from a personal standpoint. Like everybody said, he's a jackass.
I can believe that.
But when people are, when athletes are like assholes to people, don't look at people, don't smile, I don't want to have anything to do with them. Like that's a turnoff to me. I don't want to own that guy's card.
Right.
That's fair. I mean, that's why I don't own any Bo Jackson autos or anything. Is just simply to the fact
that's a very valid point. But that's a discussion that we've actually had quite a bit because as a player collector, this is a discussion I have with folks about it. Is that I don't associate too much to the players as an individual. I'm not collecting these players that I collect because I make the joke with the Favre. I don't collect him because he's a swell fella. That's the gag. The not a swell fella PC. It's like, no, he's a jackass. Like he's a jackass. He was an arrogant diva in his day. He did the on again, off again retirement. Again, sticking playing days. On again, off again retirement. He had addiction problems. All this stuff. He cheated on his wife. All these things. He's not a swell fella. Then post playing days, he's got all this shit where like he stole money from welfare funds. He's trying to just sue Pat McAfee because he's talked about it. Like he's an asshole. But he was a great player in his day. I enjoyed watching him play, even though sometimes it was disastrous. So it's like whenever I collect the card, and it's funny because I won another Brett card this week, and added to the not swell fella PC. It's like it's officially the not swell fella PC. It's like he's an asshole. I get it. That isn't why I'm collecting it, or not why I'm not collecting it. But if somebody draws the line and says no, if they're an asshole, then I can't collect. Totally.
Well,
you collect or don't collect for any reason.
Fun asshole. He's a fun asshole. Warren Sapp's an asshole, but he's a fun asshole. Bo Jackson's just miserable.
And
Well,
there are other folks though who do enjoy him. So it's like your mileage will vary. Like there are some folks who
I almost to me, he's one of the most overrated players that commands a lot of money.
no bow nose for
Snapshot.
Michael Ham. No bow nose
Yeah,
for Michael
yeah,
Ham.
yeah.
Damn.
No bows. Yes.
Listen, the most overrated player who commands a lot of money was sent flying earlier today. It's like we already saw Flying Fish. That's the most overrated player.
I don't know what to say about Bo. I've never met him. Maybe he is a jerk. But what you said was he's miserable. Well, I can understand why. You are
As a miserable person, go on.
As a miserable person. Well, he doesn't live in New England, but he's miserable anyway.
Maybe he's in New England or in spirit.
This guy was at the time the greatest athlete of his generation, making unbelievable money with Nike and playing 2 sports and all his other endorsements. They had a cartoon of him. He had his own cereal. And he gets hurt and all that gets shortened and goes away. I would be miserable too. That doesn't give him a right to treat fans bad, especially if he's at a paid event where he's there to meet them. Yep. That always drives me nuts. I watched Tim Wakefield, the former knuckleballer of the Red Sox, treat his fans absolutely horrifically some years ago, and I tell as many people as possible, don't support him.
Mm-hmm.
But I've heard that about him too. So I mean,
which to be clear,
I know about too.
Which to be clear, my position on this is that's perfectly fine. That's why I make a distinction here. Very important distinction. And there's a couple of good comments here. I want to read these, but like I'm making a distinction between the person and the player. If you're collecting, collect for whatever reason you want. If they have to be a good person as well, that's fine. Then that's the line for you. And if they break that trust, then you're out. And that's 100% okay. I totally get that. So Bob Jackson's here saying, is Ham talking about Trout? You see, talking about the overrated. We know who you're talking about, really. So Will here says, I'm in the Carlos camp for this one for once, so you're correct for once. I'm not marrying these guys. That's right. Andrew Jones 2.0. Yep. Overrated? Question marks. I feel like Michael Ham is confusing Bo with someone else. There you go. It's a controversial take by you, sir. It's a controversial take by you.
And then there's Bo.
Yeah. All pro in football, all
Bo
star in
Jackson's
baseball.
the greatest video game football player ever.
He also was he also was like a scary athlete. He became a phenomenon because he was such a scary athlete and the things he did.
Yep.
Because he was so fast and powerful, and he combined those two things. And he was real. If he had focused himself to, I actually think, I think he would have still been a very good baseball player if he had dedicated his entire focus to baseball. But I think as a football player, he would have been legendary. Like if he had just focused on football and said, I'm going to be the greatest running back that ever was, and stayed healthy, I think he had a shot at being the greatest running back that ever was, because he was that combination of speed and power. Like he was scary good at that time.
I am fortunate enough, and Bobby, you too. I don't know if that you were interested in it at the time, but I'm old enough to have watched his career live and been old enough to remember and embrace it and enjoy it. And I've never seen anything like him. And I want to remind people that after he blew his hip out, after the surgery, after the rehab, his football career was over, but he came back with the White Sox. And at his very first at bat, after years away, he hit a home run and then hobbled and limped like this around the bases.
Yeah, he Kirk Gibson the bases. Yeah, I remember it.
This is the greatest athlete I have ever seen. Now, I'm not saying he's the greatest baseball player. I'm not saying he's the greatest football player. I'm saying this.
And you're not saying he's a swell fella.
I'm not saying he's a swell fella. I'm saying he's the greatest athlete I've ever seen.
See, I've been more impressed with Deion Sanders for a 2-sport athlete than Bo Jackson.
He sucked at baseball.
No, he was fine at baseball. I think the key thing here is
the era of baseball sucked that he played in. So it didn't help.
I think though, like his style of game as a baseball player, he was very good. Like not like, but the point with Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson was it was just impressive that both of them could perform at a professional level well in both sports, both of them. I think Bo was the most dominant. Like it's the thing. Deion Sanders was also a better football player. In the same vein, Bo Jackson, in my opinion, was a more dominant running back when he felt like being that, and that's what he wanted to do. He was dominant as a running back. Like he just plow through people or run around them. Like he could do either or. As a baseball player, he was a great power hitter, not a great hitter. He was fast as a fielder. He could make some flashy and amazing play. He had a rocket for an arm. Like he had all these things, these physical tools and physical gifts that people looked at and was like, man, that's impressive. That's really good. Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders could shut down half of a football field.
That's what I'm getting
himself.
at. As a football player, Deion Sanders was like legendary, like no question.
Yeah.
As a baseball player, he's very good. Like he was a speedster. He could do, but he wasn't like, he wasn't going to be a top tier baseball player. But as a football player, he was a no doubt first ballot Hall of Famer, no question.
This is an honest question because I don't remember, and I wasn't paying attention at the time when I watched him. Was he an all-star baseball player?
He was in the All-Star game a couple times.
Yeah,
Deion
both guys were all stars in both. Both guys were all stars in both. That's why they're comparable.
I don't recall.
Yeah.
Deion being an all-star in baseball. I don't remember him having a great baseball career with Atlanta and New York.
He used to tackle the back catchers a lot. So
Yeah.
Yeah, his main good days were when he was with the Braves, because he had a short stint with the Yankees technically at the beginning of his career.
Yeah, I just.
But that's also when the Braves were starting to ramp up as a team, and he was a part of that as well.
I mean, I remember Bo running up that wall after that catch, and I remember all the home runs, and I remember that throw from the outfield that was dead on and went right into the catcher's mitt to throw that guy out. It was probably the greatest throw in baseball history. I mean, the guy was a freak of nature. Absolutely.
So I'll tell you right now.
He was a freak of nature.
So just so we're all on the same page here, I've got Deion's stuff up here. So he was never an all-star because he only played like half seasons because of playing the two.
Okay.
Now he did, and Dave here is correct. In '92, so Deion Sanders hit 304 and led the league in triples one of the years.
I don't.
So like he
remember.
was like an all-star caliber player for what he did. Very impressive.
That's I can't say that's not good.
One year he had 38 steals. Another couple of years he had 20 steals. So he's like playing half seasons. Remember, he's playing half seasons.
Yeah.
So like he was demonstrating his athletic gifts. Let's put it that way. He demonstrated that he was a great athlete, but he was only playing. He's only playing about half the season because he's going between both.
Yeah.
And,
didn't he play a football game one game and then a baseball game the next day?
Yeah.
No, I think he played them both in the same day.
That might have been it. He did something like that.
that's
They were talking about.
history.
I think he's the only player. He's the only player to ever do it.
And
Yeah.
for all it means, because we know there are folks that really care. It's like Deion Sanders only had a 5.5 WAR for his career. Bo had an 8.3 WAR. So done. He was also a one-time All-Star and the All-Star Game MVP. So he was the
How
All-Star
many
Game MVP
games
and the one
did
All-Star
Bo
Game.
play versus how many games did Deion play?
So let's see. I got the two guys here. So Bo played 694 games in baseball, 694, and Deion Sanders played 641. So actually pretty close, pretty comparable.
That's comparable.
That's fair. I think that's a reasonable comparison. Yeah. So Bo Jackson's big thing was that he had impressive power. Like he was very good. He could demonstrate that power, pretty good. And Bo, for his credit, was a 2020 guy twice.
And
So pretty good.
And for a guy that size, a huge running back in the NFL, he was an incredible outfielder, diving catches. And I'll die on this hill. Greatest throw in league history. That is the greatest throw out at home plate in league history. That thing was a cannon. If it hit you in the head, it would have killed you.
Yep, just going through quickly a couple of these guys here. Bo was scary in baseball and football. Deion was not feared. Not feared, but he was respected a lot. Like I said, in football, he was extremely respected. Not feared though. Like you're not going to defend. You're not going to defend a cornerback. You're going to fear a guy who can run you over and destroy you.
Deion also returned punts. He was feared for that too. I mean, he's a guy you couldn't touch.
I appreciate Bob Jackson. This is why Bob Jackson are on the same page. But I had to give that information. It was important that I told the people Michael Ham. I had to tell the people the war. They needed to know.
Yeah, somebody would have brought it up at some point. Well, what's the war?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they would have asked you to look up Mike Trout's war.
Listen, I think that's inflated by at least 150 points easily. Carlos, see what I'm saying? At least 150 points high. That's all I'm saying. I have questions. I demand a recount. Yeah, it's like Deion played in 2001 after 4 years. Yep. I remember seeing Jim Thorpe play baseball and football. Now that's an athlete. You remember him?
Well,
Rick.
guys, first of all,
Rick,
the
I
guys
got questions, Rick.
Someone's
from
older
the
than me
night
here.
from 1800s to like the I would say late 60s, early 70s. Those were real men. Like they played hurt all the time. They played for nothing. They gave their heart and soul to the game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can't say that for these people today.
Yeah,
I
God,
can't.
no.
the Bobbles here is trying to appeal to you, Eric. I heard Bo gave the All-Star team piggyback rides. That's an athlete.
Bo,
And that's the
at
whole
time,
team
could
at
have had
once.
the entire team on his back and ran around the field. He was a freak of nature.
That's right. Bo played against Dion in a game. Bo hit 3 homers, and Dion hit an inside the park homer. Dion likes to say he and Bo combined for 4 home runs that game. Yeah. Like I said, they were both, to be clear, just so we're all understanding each other, they're both elite athletes.
Yes.
Extremely impressive that they could
Yes.
play. Even playing both sports adequately is impressive, but being a Hall of Fame caliber player, like for Deion Sanders, he is a Hall of Fame football player. He is in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
A lot of people look at Bo Jackson and think like, what could have been?
Right.
The thing with Bo Jackson that actually
He's
adds
got-
this mystique is the what if, what could have been, because you saw this apex and this potential apex, and it's like this dude was so good.
Oh,
Yeah.
it-
I mean, I still think the best running back to ever play football is Barry Sanders.
No, it's fair,
Like-
and he's got the highlights to prove it. Like
yeah.
your argument is the highlight package. You can
Just
play
like
the
the
highlights
greatest
and
fullback to ever play with Mike Allstott, but for some reason he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so there's 30 for 30 for Dion. Shows him flying from
All
football
stat
game to
was
baseball
awesome.
game the same day. Yep. Here you go. Look at Mike Trout's
Carried
playoff
so many
appearances in
people
World
with him,
Series. Right?
knocked people down, his balance, his speed. It was ridiculous.
no, he was incredible.
So look at Mike Trout's playoff appearances in World Series rings. I will. Blank screen.
Yeah, right.
How many World Series rings does Mike Trout finish with his career, Carlos? He won't end his career as an Angel.
I think at this point his best bet is to try to. I think he can get on with a team in Tijuana. He can get into the Mexican League and maybe he can win
You
a
mean the
Mexican League
Yankees?
championship.
Is that what the Yankees symbol is over there?
Listen, he's going to Tijuana. Like his best bet. He wants low pressure, Michael Yam. He wants low pressure. He
Maybe
needs to
Puerto
go
Rico.
he needs to go play in the Mexican World Series. And I think Miguel Trout, I think he can win a championship over there.
How do you
I think
say
this is an
Trout
opportunity.
in Mexican?
So Bo in 1994 hit
Oh,
279.
Trout.
Was that?
Mike asked you, how do you say trout in Mexican? And I said El Trout.
That's right. See, for Eric finally knows the language. I'm appreciating it. Mike Scott was amazing. There you go. Bo could have been a 45 home run, 130 RBI, 40 stolen base. At his apex, like at his best, yeah. Like he physically, he has the ability. Like his power is undeniable. He had the ability.
Just think if he would have started roiding up.
Oh.
Yeah, he's already scary.
He didn't need the roids, yeah.
If he would have kept playing, he would have started to fall in that pattern of that timeline.
It's
Maybe
possible.
he did. We don't know.
Yeah.
They had the
Possible.
roids in the early 70s because,
Oh yeah, I mean that's what killed Lionel.
Schwarzenegger, you get him, all those guys.
Yeah,
See, I like where Dave's head's at. I want to send Trout to like an even worse team somehow.
Oh,
It's like
good Lord.
that
Send
could be
him to Boston,
amazing.
then. Send him to Boston. There's no worse team than Boston.
Mike Trout has struck out more times than Babe Ruth. Yes, he strikes out a lot. Yeah. El Trouto. I appreciate the multilingual chat. There you go. Trout to the Nationals. Good Lord. Could be scary. That'd be hilarious.
He'd go to the Phillies first.
Yeah, it's like regardless, we're gonna see what happens. I like I said, I had so much fun with the memes where when the Phillies were in the Super Bowl and they were showing, and there was the meme with Trout there, and it's like Trout. I forget how it was phrased, but it was basically like Trout getting shown in this, like he actually wants to try to see a team win a championship. His closest thing to a championship is being in the stands. I was like, yep, sounds about right. And they say I'm mean. They say I'm mean to old fishbowl.
I
Like,
think Mike might be onto something where he may be a late season pickup to a World Series, capable team, and
Yep.
he may or may not be a part of it towards the end of his career. But there's a good chance that he'll at least get one.
At some point, if he doesn't have that ring yet, they're going to give him that chance.
They got to do the old Ray Bork, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you might as well at that point. You gave it a go. You gave it a go. So let's see here. I can't wait for the ESPN Trout special.
Just to defend Ray and not put him in the same category as Trout. Ray was still a dominant player and still led the Avalanche with ice time and participated greatly in that Cup win.
Listen, I'm deeply disturbed. I'm deeply disturbed by your suggestion, Eric, that that old fish boy is not dominant. Like, look, watch. Like, look, I'm gonna show you. Like, I'm gonna show you guys one more time, just so you didn't get it before. All right.
What?
See?
What? Are you,
Oh, that's
Right
a
there.
good one.
See, he's right there. Whoa, whoa,
Huh?
whoa, whoa!
oh,
It's amazing. Did you see
Uh-oh.
that? It was amazing.
uh-oh.
Here we
Look
go.
at that.
Yeah. It's classic. Love the canvas cards.
I'm not gonna throw it.
I had no problem doing it. It was great.
Psych.
Do you see how he
Well,
flew?
this is the canvas version too, so it's
It
a
is
little
the
more
canvas. That's
durable.
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you crumble
Canvas.
it up enough, it turns to cloth.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
Yeah. Fish flock together. Do the Angels trade Otani? I think Otani wants the Angels to trade Otani. So look, as much as I tease, my issue with Otani was that I was always concerned about the injury thing. But and like I said, I think he's an excellent pitcher. I think he's a very good hitter. Not like, because a lot of people try to make him out like no, he's a very good hitter. He's a good. He's got power. His average is going to be okay. It's not going to be like this amazing. He's not an amazing hitter. Like, settle down. But he's a very good hitter. In addition to being an exceptional pitcher. Like, as a pitcher, I'm actually more impressed with his pitching. But
Yeah.
the fact he wants to do both means that he's never going to be quite as good at either one of them as he could be, because he's not focusing on it. But still, the combination of the two, very impressive. And like I said, I have a much greater appreciation for Shohei Ohtani after the World Baseball Classic, especially the last game. Just
Last
throwing
pitch.
it
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
throwing it out there.
So, but what's his longevity to be able to do both for how long?
That's always been my question. I don't know, and I'm still not. I could 100% see him go out there, throw a 102-mile-an-hour fastball, and blow out his arm again. Like, I very easily, I could see it in my vision, like it's there. I would always be weary of that. It would scare me.
But he could be a DH for the next 10 years.
Yeah, and like I said though, but here's the thing though. Remember what I said a second ago. My opinion is that he is an elite pitcher and a very good hitter. So if you say he can't pitch anymore, then he's just a 250 hitter who can hit 30 to 40 home runs. I can find those guys. That's not special. What's special is that he has that capability, plus he can pitch.
Yeah.
That is what makes him, the two together, the package
And,
is what's making him
and he
special.
can come out of the bullpen, obviously, too.
Yeah.
So that's another added thing.
Yeah. So that's why I say, like, individually, he's a good player on both sides. Together, the package is impressive. So like this is I might have grabbed a couple cards. Just
That's a card I do want.
like, I think it's an awesome card. So that's it's like, look, you got Otani there majestically throwing the ball and striking out some ham and egger, some rando. I have no idea who that dude is, but whatever. I think he flies a lot. I heard that. Just throw it out there. It's a beautiful card. Wow, chef's kiss. They said, "Oh, Carlos, but they printed 44,000 of those." There's 7 billion people on this earth. There's 7 billion people on this planet Earth that need that card. As far as I'm concerned, super short print. Super short print. Like I said, my feelings have warmed on Otani. I've been an Otani hater, but let me tell you, at the World Baseball Classic, I'm a little more on the Otani train than I was before. That's all I'm saying.
He's your new bestie.
Just saying. Eric Lindros had been a two-sport guy. There's a 90s sport baseball guy with him. I think he was just doing batting practice. I don't know
He
if
was
he was
doing
any
batting practice.
Yeah, I think he was just doing batting practice.
I do not believe he was drafted by the
Yeah,
Blue
it was a fun photo op. It was a fun photo op. If the Angels are smart, they get a rotation, keep him as a DH, and use him as a closer. There you go. All they got to do is trade the fish guy, and they could probably get some other pitchers. 6 years of Otani being elite without injury. If he goes without injury, then possibly. If they could ever be in a position to be elite late in games, yep. Move into relief and have him DH, yep. Barring injury, Otani for Cy Young this year. Again, barring injury is always the caveat with him. We always have to say barring injury.
Just like 2 weeks in.
But the thing is that he's
Yeah,
actually
we're only
been
2
rolling.
weeks in. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So in 2 weeks he's pitched twice.
Probably at this point, there's a lot of guys. I know Kershaw was pitching for the second time today.
Whenever anybody's projecting that, Eric, though, they're always looking at how is the stuff. For a pitcher, if you're talking about the Cy Young, you're going like, how is their stuff? Well, right now, his stuff right now is in mid-season form. Like in the World Baseball Classic, he was pitching great against legitimate competition. You're looking at him and saying, like, again, we're always projecting. We're saying if he continues to do when he's pitching and he's healthy, he is an elite level pitcher. That's what I keep saying here. He's an elite level pitcher. For that category, it's like the Bo Jackson football thing. I think he's the truth in that category. I believe it. My question is always the health. My question is always the longevity. I don't know the answer to that question. But if he stays healthy, he's already shown he can hit 40 home runs in a year. Almost 50. He's shown he can be an elite level pitcher. If you got a guy who hits almost 50 home runs and is an elite level pitcher, that's an extremely valuable baseball player to you. Because he's basically doing everything for you.
Yeah.
So for those who may not know, or because I watched like a Sports Century on Bo, a couple of years ago on ESPN. He has found a new passion athletically in sports, is that he is sunk himself 100% into archery and hunting.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I compete. Well, I haven't in a couple of years since COVID, and I got to get back into it. But I was competing in archery contests every Sunday for a couple of years. So I was really impressed to see that Sports Century and how that's his big thing now, is that he sits in his basement all day and just makes arrows, and just that's all he focuses on. He loves it. It's calming, it's relaxing, and he's really, really good at it. So that's what he's doing nowadays, for those who may not know.
On that note, I'm going to say goodnight. So, Mike, Eric,
Sounds
Carlos,
good. Have a good one,
have a
Bobby.
good night.
Thanks for popping on.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Okay,
Hope to see you
guys.
soon.
Bye-bye.
Once we get around to it, I'll see what I can figure out. I'll reach out to a couple of folks ahead of time, and once we get to the expo, the next week will be a normal schedule. Next week will be a regular schedule. We'll do the usual thing. I got to figure out what the schedule will look like with expo. Usually, I try to do a thing. I'll try to see if I can do it. I actually had to go to a different hotel this time because I wasn't able to confirm that I was good to go until late. I was like, damn. Because they made the hotel one of the official expo hotels. I'm like, you bastards. This is mine. Jerks. Now I got to go to the other one. It's like, so I'll be
How
going.
big
I'm
is
going
the
to Hilton.
expo?
About 500-600 tables.
Okay.
Very large expo floor. Very large floor. It's basically still, I would honestly say, the number 2 North American show after the National.
Okay.
Square footage and everything. You can get some more. You can get some more tables, but at the end of the day, like, no, they're packed tables. Like when they say Eric has experienced this.
Yeah.
We're not playing around. That is a full-fledged show. You can go
can't
table by table, row by row. We're full.
You cannot see everything in the 4 days. I've tried, and I don't screw around that much. Carlos will tell you I don't like sit and chat with the food court that as much as these other guys. I am on my feet from the moment the place opens, and they have to throw me out, and I still never get a chance to see everything.
Are y'all targeting anything at this show?
Not for me. I'm trying to be responsible to the best of my ability, but it's like it's my show. It's my show in my backyard, so I have to. Okay. So it's like it's a hop, skip, and a jump for me. I know too many people there. It's one of those things. Literally, I could just go to that show and go, "Hey, how's it going?" Literally, just hang out and chat and catch up with all of them. One of my buddies who's been a friend of mine for more than 20 years. Literally, I go set up shop at his table. I sit down and we BS for hours, and I'll walk around the tables. And I know this person. I know this person. I go walk to the upper deck booth and I chat with my buddies there. I go to the PSA Canada booth and go chat with those folks there. And they get snacks in the back. So if I'm hungry, I just go to the back.
They do have snacks.
So it's good to know people. So like that show is where like I know 90% of the people who are relevant who have been there for a long time. If they've been there for a while, I know them. So it's one of those things where you can go around and you can literally just do that for days and just hang out. I always look. You never know, but like most of the stuff I need at this point, I'm still mostly a player collector. Like that's still my main game. But I got most of the stuff I want. I'm in a fun spot where collection wise, I'm pretty content. Does that mean I never buy it? No, I literally just bought something tonight. Like the point is, I still have my eyes open out there. It's got to be something that I think is cool. It's got to be something that I think is fun. That's why I say I opened that box because it was fun. It was a relatively cheap rip, and I could have some fun with it. It's like if I didn't pull anything great, if I pulled something awesome. But outside of that, who cares? Whatever.
Sense.
I go with a list, and I try to knock things off the list.
There you go. Bo is also a cyclist. That's true. It's true. They says live stream. I'll do my best. I will do my best. I'll bring my laptop and my microphone and everything, and I'll do my best. It might be a little shorter than you guys are used to. We'll see. I'll do my best to do it. Gene Connolly won a World Series Braves and 3 NBA championship Celtics. There you go. Eric, you don't screw around. That's what he claims. Michael, do you collect hockey cards given the Banana cards? You definitely shouted out some Banana cards on the vlog, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I have a few hockey cards. I don't like openly collect much. I'm on hockey at least.
Me neither.
I'm going to be obviously chasing Bedard when Upper Deck drops.
Ooh, going
for
after
Young
the
Gun.
101 Bedard. Going after the 101
I'm just
Bedard.
going after any Bedard. You know, I kind of missed out on the Connor McDavid when he popped in. Before that, you know, Sidney Crosby, Ovechkin year, I was in on that when that was happening. I've always been a Lightning fan, so I've always enjoyed having, you know, Lightning players going back to LeCavier, St. Louis, obviously all the new guys now. But there's so much of the stuff, like you really can just pick and choose whatever you want.
Favorite team.
You know,
I don't know if I told you that in the past, but then my second.
Oh, second favorite.
Well,
yeah, Lightning.
Yeah. Well, Vasilevsky just makes the team so exciting. He's so good. He saves their ass all the time, is what he does. But it's just we've been so good at keeping a nucleus of players and then keep revolving people around them that are still very good and bringing up young guys.
I think you glossed over Stamkos, who has had like a Hall of Fame caliber career.
Stamkos to me is a one-trick pony. He sets up and he just slap shot. You know, when Martin St. Louis was here, I mean, dear Lord, you're talking about a guy that had a motor. If he was basically a miniature version of Ovechkin, that's what he was.
He was awesome.
He just didn't have the size.
Practice. Do you see the highlight? What he did at Canadians practice like today? He 1-on-1. He came down like a penalty shot and made the goalie. I couldn't tell who was in net. Made the goalie look stupid. Faked his right out of his underwear. It was brutal.
They're just certain guys that got it, and they just got this drive, and it's just they're amazing, you know. And when you can look at a guy and you don't even see him, does that make sense? Like you look at him and he's like sort of like, you know how they talk about an aura. It's just a thing.
He's like Fleury, you know. They had very similar styles. You know, they're both smaller guys, tough as nails.
Yep.
Somehow, you know, we're able to get around these. You know, these bigger guys who were trying to kill him, scored unbelievable, important goals, won Stanley Cups. You know, they're very similar players. Theo, if Theo was able to handle his demons better, I think he'd be in the Hall of Fame with St. Louis.
Yeah, it definitely would have helped. It's one of those things where like he was tracking in that direction until you know suddenly he wasn't.
He did a great recent. It wasn't that long ago. He if anyone who would be interested in hearing Theo Fleury talk about his life and his career, he did a unbelievable interview recently with Chris Nyland on the on his Knuckles podcast that he does. Nyland does a really good job with it. And Theo really talked about some heavy duty things.
Right.
A guy's been through a lot.
Makes sense. I'm just quickly scanning our good friends at Compsci, and I saw some cards go up here. Add to watch list. See, that's the problem. Always looking, always double checking, looking at things all the time. Bobble says,
I always look at stuff and then it just starts to get too high, and then I'm like, okay, delete. I'm not going to follow this anymore.
Yeah. Bobble's here. You better start shopping for Jason Robinson cards. Here's the thing. Like, can we have a serious conversation? Eric, can we have a serious conversation about this? Here's the thing. I like Jason Robinson. I wouldn't buy him any of his damn cards right now. It's one of those things where it's like, it's cooled down a little bit compared to how hot it was at one point. The problem is, as much as I like Dallas, I'm not chasing after anybody who's already had their big upswing. It's one of those things where like, I part of the reason Ben was fun to collect for a while is that after a while I got so cheap because he was just struggling for so long, and I enjoyed him. Obviously, he was a great player for the time that he was. Now, obviously, he's had a great career resurgence. He's had a wonderful comeback this year, 30 goals. You know, basically point a game, which at this point, like I didn't think was going to be a thing for him. I was very impressed. Seguin has had a little mini comeback, so I was very impressed by that. Like he had super talent. These guys both had talent, and they're both highly paid for what they actually do. And it's nice to actually see a little bit of that bear fruit. This year has actually played well. But Robertson's been no doubt first 100-point scorer in the team history. Well, in the Dallas version of it. Extremely impressive. Extremely impressive. But that means he's expensive relative to other guys. If you're already in the ecosystem, though, if you're like Baubles, hey, have at it. Have a good time. You can kind of pick your spots, find cool ones. Part of the reason I enjoy my Not a Swell Fellow PC, my good buddy Favre, is he's a Hall of Famer. He did all those things. He was the leader in touchdowns and passing yards at one point. Like when he retired, he was the number one in both of these things. Guess what? You can get his stuff for a song. Relative to some of these other guys, you can get it for a song.
He's an amateur photographer.
That is very amateur. Quite amateur, yes. So, you know,
Brady
add to his
Johnson is
accolades.
a professional photographer now.
Add to his accolades. But like, no, I'll give you a quick, I'll give you a legitimate example. Kind of the point that I'm making here is that I'm very particular. I'm very picky about the cards that I go after in it because it's one of the conversations I have on the Discord. Is that I don't want everything. I just don't. I don't care to have everything. But something like this is interesting to me. This is one of my recent pickups.
That's
So
cool.
it's the ultimate. Yeah, it's the ultimate materials. You got
Well,
the
and
autograph.
I
in
like
there.
that autograph because some of his other
Yeah.
autographs that are newer, they're like ran together. I like it when it's wider and it's a little stretched out. That's
Early
the Brett Favre
2000s.
autos I like.
Early 2000s has a lot of stuff like this. That's actually
Yeah, I was
quite
looking
good.
at I was watching a Leaf certified, but it still went for like 250, $300.
Yeah. So this one, you got game used material, an autograph, out of 25, ultimate, good brand, all these things. And it is game used. It even covers it there, used in an NFL game. So like, wonderful. Sounds great. Okay, great. Good to hear. That was about $140.
Has anybody created a list explaining each version of game used, game worn material?
No.
Like, this is what this means. This is what this means. This is what this means. Nobody's like created that abbreviation where you can like do a quick bullet point and be like, when you see this, this is what it really means.
Yeah. Oh, here you go. Paul Bros brings up a good point. It is a jersey number. That's true. I'll be honest. I completely glossed over that. I missed it. So Paul actually caught that. That is true. It is actually a jersey number on top of everything else. Out of 25, jersey number, game used, autograph. By the way, 140 US bucks.
That's something I pay attention to a lot when I'm looking at stuff that people don't mention the number on the card because sometimes it's the number, the jersey number, and those obviously sell for more.
Yeah.
So I concentrate on that all the time just to see if somebody's not paying attention.
I wasn't paying attention. I won.
It happens all the time.
But just to be clear though, I won that in open auction. It was $141.50. $141.50. I can't complain. That's reasonable. That sounds great to me. Here's the thing. Now, I make fun of the other guy. Okay, how much would an Aaron Rodgers autograph jersey out of 25 cost me?
Yeah, you're right.
And he's a great player. Like, there is no doubt he is a great player. This guy had 3 MVPs. He had back-to-back MVPs. Like, he was a great player, Hall of Famer, all these things. Aaron Rodgers will be in the Hall of Fame. They have the same amount of Super Bowl wins. And Rodgers will not end up.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
That's why I've been watching Brett Favre autograph cards, just the ones I've really wanted. I just haven't felt like fighting people before.
Yeah. But the bottom line that I'm making here is part of the reason this collection is fun for me is because I can get some really nice cards relatively cheap comparatively to a guy who is a Hall of Famer, has the credentials. Again, not a swell fella, not a great person, but was a great player in his day, had a lot of great accomplishments, great accolades. And I can put together a very selective collection of cards that I enjoy that I think are fun. I don't have to collect everything. He has thousands and thousands. He has. I looked it up. This is the only situations where Beckett is useful because you can get a ballpark on how many cards they made for some of these guys.
Yep.
And Favre has stacked because in the 90s he was basically the dude for a lot of it.
Yeah.
So it's like you go in there and it's like they made a ton of cards for that guy.
Yeah, because Brett Favre was basically, his career was escalating when you had the Elways and the Marinos all ending Montana. Everybody was basically leaving. He was what was bringing everything back up.
Yeah. Now, does anybody want to guess without looking it up and cheating, approximately how many cards he's got? How many
total cards?
Total cards.
He played in the 90s. He's got to have 10,000.
All right. Michael Ham?
15,000.
19,618. You're both
Yep.
light.
How many
He has
autos?
over 3,000 certified autographs alone.
Yep.
3,000 certified autographs alone. You know,
But doesn't
13,000.
Trevor Lawrence already have over 3,000?
Oh, but I understand. But we're talking about in this era here. He started at the beginning of the 90s.
Yeah.
In relative terms, like still, 3,571 memorabilia cards. You could put together an impressive collection that's just jersey cards, memorabilia cards. You could put together an amazing collection of just the autograph cards, 3,000 of them to chase. 13,642 of them are serial numbered. You could have a 13,000 card collection that's just serial numbered cards in whatever context. That's a lot of cards. So you know what? I don't need 20,000 cards back, Eric. I don't need that.
You sure?
But no, I'm very sure. But you know what I do? I've got a box and I put cards like the one that I showed there, and I grab those ones and I find them. The jersey number thing is a pleasant surprise. So thank you to Paul to. I honestly didn't notice it. Like that wasn't a joke. I didn't even notice it. It's a nice bonus though. That's kind of cool. That's great.
Yeah.
It's a nice.
Don't give Paul credit. It just encourages behavior. Just
Don't forget, there's multiple Pauls. So which one are you trying to offend here? This one is Paul who does serial killer crawl spaces. This is not Edmonton Paul.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Don't encourage his behavior.
So, you know, he studies at the helm of a lot of serial killers, so you might want to bear that in mind. So here, the printing presses for Topps, really peachy. The Topps cards between 57 and 67 were really peachy. I don't know what that has anything to do with, but thank you for sharing. Thoughts on Dan Marino? I thought he was underappreciated. I thought he was a very good player for his time, and you know, at the end of the day, they didn't really
his
compile.
stuff still holds a lot of value.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
because the other day when I was watching Flipping Steve and Ryan from Breakout, I was in that chat and they were talking about like a Merino NFL Shield, and one had just recently sold on eBay, and it just went just under $1,000. And it was from like 1999, I think, or 2002. And then there was two other ones that I was watching, which was in all the years I've been following a lot of Merino stuff too, just because I'm always looking for, I always like rare patches and crazy stuff like that.
Yep.
And then two of the actual face and head of the dolphin had been on two cards that were on eBay within the same week of each other, and I haven't seen them for like a decade.
Yep.
Just because for a while with the Merino, I did a little research and I found they only had actually like 4 jerseys of his, and they only cut that properly on one jersey, where they physically cut it where you can have the whole dolphin face and head in there with the helmet on and everything. So that's what was interesting, because like there's a Mike Allstott card I have that's the skull and crossbones off the flag that there's 2, one on each side of the jersey. The other ones in Leaf certified, I lost that at auction at eBay in 2002, and I've never seen it since. And I've followed that since then. Whoever has it, they have it popped up with it. Never seen it at a show. It's in a personal collection, just hidden somewhere. But damn it to hell, if I see that card, I'm freaking gonna win it. So it's one way or another, it's gonna happen.
Right. But I think though the key to a lot of this conversation, so this piece of the conversation, is that I think there's value if you're a collector to figure out whatever it is that whatever it is your parameters are. There used to be the time, because I'm an old school player collector from back in the day. The Medano collection I built back when you could finish it, but now you can't.
Yeah.
Too many one of ones, like it's impossible. We're done. Like if this conversation's over. Doesn't mean you can't build a great collection. But I would never start another player collection and try to do what I did with the Medano card ever again. I don't care who it is. I'm not doing it. It would be closer to what I'm doing with the Favre. I would be like, okay, I'm looking for select pieces. I want cool. It's got to be aesthetically interesting to me. It doesn't have to be expensive. Notice I didn't say expensive. I just said it's got to be aesthetically interesting. You show me a cool insert that's like, you know, 1 per box that I can get for like $10 that looks awesome. I'm still interested. Like, okay, yeah, that's cool. It sounds great. Awesome. You show me one that's out of 100, out of 50, or like low number that's like a rare piece that's a little bit tougher to come by. Love it. Some of these 90s inserts, I'm exploring deeper and deeper. There's some great inserts in the 90s because Favre was in so many
early
sets.
2000s.
Yeah.
They're fantastic. They're better than autograph and jersey cards.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are. Some of them are fantastic.
But my conditions are I mostly will favor playing days. If you can give me playing days, I'm always going to favor that. I like playing days. I like, you know, having him in the Packer jersey. If I can get these things, that's always going to be favored. But guess what? Since I don't need everything, I can be super picky. I can pick and choose my spots and just wait. And that means I'll probably buy higher quality cards per kappa. I'm probably going to get more of some of these nicer patches, multicolored patch pieces or whatever.
Yep.
Because
And
I
that's
can.
that's the stuff I look for because I just love it.
Yeah.
And then being game used, I love that too because it's as close as I can get to usually getting I would love a full jersey that's game used, but you know, outside of spending thousands of dollars, usually you can't get that easily. Even though it seems like there's a lot of it really actually out there. I started a got introduced to a Tampa Bay Buccaneers game use jersey Facebook group, and I don't know where these people are getting this crap, but they have like every game of people of stuff. I'm like, who's obtaining this? How are you getting it? But they got it, so it's like it's super cool because they sell it on there all the time too. But it's just like it's still expensive, but it's like that's kind of cool. I wouldn't mind having like a full jersey or some gloves or something. I think that would be fantastic, you know. But
I think it's fair. So Paul here is saying Rogers also signs a lot less overall, which is true, because unfortunately the representatives of the card companies do not understand that all they have to do is go to the darkroom retreat, and Rogers will sign all the shit you want.
Yep.
He's a weird bastard. Just go to where he's at. Go find him in the crystal shop.
Now imagine if he would have signed cards in that dark room to then put into packs.
I'd like to think, in my canon, Michael Ham, if he signed cards in the dark room, it would come out, and all of a sudden it would say like, it would be like a different quarterback. Every single card would be a different one. Tom Brady autograph. Why does he have Dan Marino? It's like, what's going on here? It's like, after a while, it's like he's like channeling, you know, players past. It's like all of a sudden it's like come out. It's like half these autographs are Bart Starr. What? Bart Starr's dead. What the hell are we doing? I think he's dead.
Listen, I was making the joke the other day. How is Y.A. Tittle's autograph still appearing on cards? The guy's been dead for 2 years. Yet on Leaf product, I don't know how many they had him sign, but you can still get them.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it's the Johnny Bauer thing. In hockey, we got Johnny Bauer. He's still signing cards to this day. Eric, right now in the back, if he opens up the closet, he's gonna get a bunch of Johnny Bauer autographs just gonna fall on him, and they were all signed in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, you gonna get it?
Yeah. No. The thing is, Mike, he signed a lot. Like he really did sign. Like back in the day, Johnny Bauer signed everything and anything for anybody. There was one time where I just wanted to try it. I got an address somewhere because Johnny Bauer lived in Mississauga, where I am. Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah, but he lived in Mississauga, and I got an address, and I was like, all right, I'll just try it. I sent it with a self-addressed stamp out of the whole thing. There, back, signed in a week. And I just looked at it and go, yeah, that's his autograph. That's bang on. Like, I got enough copies of it. Like that's correct.
We're gonna send him a binder and let's see how many he signs back.
He probably would have. Like I can almost guarantee it. Like he would have, because back then he did. It was a 2000 All-Star game. They had different signees, and Johnny Bauer was one of them. Of course, Johnny Bauer was one of them. Who else? First I got the set collector's bloat, and now the player collected. Now it's the ripper and flippers under the crosshairs. Yeah, that's fair. So your baubles and ball cards brings us our Jason Robertson pumping fact here. So okay, let's brace ourselves for it. Fun fact: if he doesn't drop by the end of the season, Robertson will finish with a plus-minus of 34, which would be higher than McDavid's ever had his entire career. All I'm seeing here is Ottinger. Because plus-minus is a factor of goals while you're on the ice. So if the goaltender's doing his job, your plus-minus could be fantastic. If your goaltender's not doing his job, it could suck.
Yep.
And it could also be a condition of ice time. If you're not on the ice a lot, your plus-minus isn't affected.
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Bruins in the top 10, and we got the top 2 spots with Grzelcyk and Lindholm for the plus-minus. So the Boston is running away with that one.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right
Paul,
now, listen,
I'll send you a invite to that.
Nice. Fellows one of the first to realize he can make a good living being feller. Yeah, sure. Look, I'm not going to blame those guys. At the end of the day, if they're doing their thing and they're making some money on it, and I'm not going to fault them for that at all. And guess what? If people kept getting in line for it anyway. People already had a Johnny Bauer autograph, and they'd get 2, they get 3, they get 14. So guess what? If they're still interested, fine.
I have a bunch.
Yeah.
I was able to hang out with him for like 4 hours when he did a signing here many years ago. And super nice guy. It was definitely a lot of fun to be standing next to him for 4 hours and just talking to him. It was great.
Like in the background, I have a there's a puck there that's just right there beside where my finger is. That's a Johnny Bauer puck from the Rangers. Just because I was like that one I got it to
everybody
2000
up
also.
there have a Bauer autograph.
Everybody has a Johnny Bauer.
Everybody. So
Yeah,
you get
the
one
Wayne
per box of
Gretzky
cereal.
Peachy Cup.
Yeah. But as Mom allegedly signed for him for a while, she might be signing for him now. Who knows? As long as
That
it's
like when
consistent. No one cares.
what was it, the Leaf product that Pete Rose signed that you could get a box, every box had a Pete Rose autograph at Target.
I bought a box of that. It was hilarious. I loved it.
I don't even know what I do with the auto. I bought it when it was on clearance for $4.99. So you can get at one point Pete Rose auto for $4.99.
I think I bought the blaster or whatever the blaster thing. I think I bought it for like $14 or $15.
Yep.
And I sold the autograph for like 25.
That's what people were doing.
Yeah, might as well. I have 2 Bauer autos. Yep. Musial signed a lot late in his life too. Yes, absolutely. The way to tell Medano's mom signed is the M. Yeah, I think there's like a rounded M and like a more straightforward M. Like I've seen a couple of versions of his autograph there. Yeah, here we go. The M's are pointy and the more curved IRC, the way to tell. Yeah, I've seen both versions. Yeah. So like there are telltale signs. It's one of those things. And by the way, there are enough opportunities. That's why I say like you don't need to go too crazy. It's like a lot of these players have signed a lot. It's not like you need to go out and like if you just want an autograph. It's like well, there's. It is the collectors who enjoy some of this stuff. I already have enough. I don't have like crazy, super expensive Favre cards, but I've got some nice ones. I've got some tougher to find ones and stuff like that. And I feel like I've curated a nice little collection of some nice stuff that I like. So it's like, that's the only thing that I care about. But there's plenty of other stuff out there. If I wanted to just add volume, I could do that. I'm not interested in volume. I just like, no.
I'm not either. I'm the type of person too. Maybe I'll have 1 or 2 key cards of a player that I like that's autographed or jersey or both, if I can get both reasonably. If I find something better, I'll move off the other one. Like I won't even keep it because I feel like I have a better one and that's what I want. You know, I do that a little bit with my Leroy Selman collection. You know, he passed away, you know, years and years ago at this point, and it's really hard to find anything that's auto with game used memorabilia that has any textures or colors past either just all orange or all white. So I always concentrate on that type of stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, I have like 6 autos of them, but I have a couple really nice auto patch cards that still to this day looking, I can't find another one similar to it. So, you know, I feel like I've done a good job at that. So, but I want to have a really nice one. So, and unless you can get me one better than that, I'm not going to even pay no mind to it. I just keep moving.
Yeah, the only one where I'll do the volume is that Medano collection because at this point I've been doing it so long it's become.
Well, you've already done it. You've already built it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
and like I've got almost 270 certified autographs of Medano, and counting and adding and adding. So at this point for me it's like a challenge. Yeah. At this point it's like a challenge though. I'm like, all right, I want to get to 300 now. like what the hell? I don't. Like,
why not?
Yeah. Might as well. Like that one I showed tonight. That's another one. Add another one.
Well, that he's going to be signing for a long time, so you'll have a lot of new things to add to the collection continually.
Yeah. I'll get to 300, and then I'll be like, all right, 325, 350, 370, 400, 500. One day, 500. Let's go.
Yeah.
I got time though. I'm in no hurry. There's plenty out there. Like I got time to chase it. Like we'll get there when we get there. I'm not worried about it. Bob says, "What? No Pacific Parallel rainbows of 13 colors or 50 card prism rainbows? No."
God, I hate that. I think that is one of the things that is dragging the hobby down. I think that's absolutely ridiculous to have that kind of crap. I mean, I don't mind a parallel or two, you know, a shorter printed one, something that's a little bit but all they do is put the exact same picture and change the border and make you just dump money into. It's so stupid.
Well, that's the thing that with like Prism or any of them. So you pretty much have, you want a 101, you want a black, you want a gold. And then after that, it's pretty much either a silver or color match the team. And then anything else in between, I don't care what the number is, it's just ugly. I don't even want it. It's like, it's a waste. It's literally a waste. Like who wants it other than you're just trying to chase a number on the back of the card? Yeah, it's the same damn card with a different color.
Yep.
It doesn't have an eye appeal. The only appeal it has is a number. That's it.
And our addiction collecting, and we got to collect them all like Pokemon cards. You know, like
Well, I
that's
mean,
saying, got to collect them all.
well, like Neo's recent video, we were just talking about, you talk about buy the card, not the grade. Everybody buys the grade. That's the whole point of grading cards. Okay. That's
Yes.
what it always is. Yes, there's an eye appeal, but how many people don't even give a crap? They're buying a PSA 10 because they know what a PSA 10 sells for, and they know that's the one that's everybody's going to chase. No, they're buying the little stupid piece of paper in the holder, not the card. Okay,
Right.
He does it too. So
If
it's
you want
like,
to buy a card, buy
I don't
it
get
raw.
it. Correct. That's what I do. Like, for instance, the 81, 82 Wayne Gretzky OPG action shot. I love that card. I think it's a beautiful picture. But I like pictures though, photos. And I think that card's fantastic. But like, I go to buy one and like raw, they want 50, 60 bucks for a decent one. I don't want one that looks obviously like it was run through a shredder. But I also don't need a graded one. Like I don't want a graded one because I'm not paying an extra price because someone put it in a holder. I like the card. I just want the card. I just don't want it to look like it was chewed up. That's all.
I
But
think
it's like,
you know.
man, the thing
I
holds
think
its
we're
value
talking
really
about
well.
I think we're talking about the same Gretzky card. That is my favorite Gretzky card. He's kind of
Yeah.
sideways.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I'm
the best
basically
card ever
gonna-
made.
I want that card, and I'm going to take apart my Jersey Fusion card with the game used jersey. They cut up one of the All-Star jerseys that he had wore during that I think it was 85. And I'm going to put that card behind it so that I have my own little collection that's something that I like that looks cool.
Yeah,
So I'm just making
absolutely best Gretzky card. Player era. I'm not talking about some super autograph team patch. I'm not talking about that. Player era, just absolutely the best Gretzky card.
Well, even if you think about photo technology back then, first of all, I've tried to take pictures with a somewhat long lens inside even Amalie Arena here. It's miserable with light, let alone with speed. So whoever took that photo at that time, they did everything perfect. I know you take a ton of shots, but back then you're developing film too. It isn't like I get to check it and keep moving. And that's one of those things where from a photography standpoint, I look at it and I'm just like, that was fucking hard to do. That's amazing right there. And it just happens to be the greatest hockey player ever.
Yep.
There you go. Let me read a couple of these here real quick. Have you picked up and chased parallels of Medano to pick up post-playing days, i.e. a green parallel if he's a star? I will still look at it. For post-playing days, I will be pickier. So the Medano collection is the more expansive one, but post-playing days, I'll be picky. If I see something like that Evolve card, I like it because it showcases pictures of him at different levels of his development. I like the image. I like the design. I like that it's an autograph version. I also picked up the gold, and I'm going to pick up the base version, and I want to have the three of them and showed them side by side.
Is that Evolve a 2022?
Yep, brand new.
Card?
That's a new insert.
Like, I've never seen that. I hope. See, that's something I would like to see sport. I know one manufacturer did it, and I don't know how the proprietary idea works sometimes, where you name a card and then you can't name it here, and the back and forth that goes along with that. But that'd be something I would love to see in other sports as well. Yeah. Like that card was done very well.
Yeah,
I think it's fantastic. Like, I don't know why we don't get more stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what drives me crazy.
Yeah, well, that's credit to the product team in that one, because they said they wanted that was the SP Legends. So they said, well, we got Legends, we're going to do it. Let's use old images. Let's use them with some of their old, because they started off with him in Minnesota, showed him in Dallas, and then showed him in Detroit to show the 3 stages of his game, his career, which makes sense.
And I look for and identify cards of key players like that. Like, for instance, Shaquille O'Neal has a city-to-city card from Select from, I think, 2011, where he's in a Magic jersey and he's in a Lakers jersey, and then you get a jersey of each team. And then anything, I think 10 or less is a patch. But it's a super cool card of an iconic player of, 2 different parts of his life basically in the league. And they did it with LeBron too. And, obviously LeBron's go for a lot of money. But I love that type of philosophy, thought process, and thinking. I don't know why haven't we got lineage cards yet of players where, the fathers played and then the son played more so today, especially baseball. We're living in an era of the juniors. Yet I don't see a card with both people on it that are both autographed, game used. Like, why are we missing that? I don't get that part.
It's one of those things. They have the option if they have the licenses and they can do it. There's reasons. Now I wanted to show this card because it kind of plays into what we talked about. I do think there is still room. There are scenarios where I think buying the card and not the grade works out for you, or you can take advantage of it the other way. And the way you take advantage of it is if the grade is quote unquote low, but it's like a proper card. It uses the example of what we talked about earlier tonight. So I'll show this one here just because this is one of the ones. It's from some time back. So this is the Ultimate Collection. It's a game use patch autograph. It's the out of 15. This is a tough one. On card autograph, but it's a PSA 6. So when PWCC had it on, I was like, okay, great. I don't care. They get chipped up. The PSA will punish a thick card. So like a 6 for PSA that's still a good card. Yep. That card's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong. I've got it. Yeah, I got it in the collection, and that I got for a super. This I got for I want to say shy of 300. And
that's fantastic.
And the regular jersey out of 25 sold for like 5 or 6. So I got the patch out of 15 for cheaper than the more common version because it wasn't a
when you start talking about thicker cards too, and you can get them in a lower grade, because in those situations where you have a nice auto and patch, it almost doesn't even matter the condition of the card because that's the only place you're going to get it. So the number on the slab means nothing. To me, you're almost slabbing it just to be like making sure it's authentic, that somebody didn't screw with it. Yeah. Because outside of that, you don't need to grade that card. It doesn't matter.
But that's where you cheat. That's where you use the nuance and knowledge of the product to say like, no, that's an excellent card. I am interested in that card. And when I saw the price it was going for, I was like, I am intrigued. So I was like, yes, I will bid on this. And when I took it down, I was like, all right, I'll take it. Thanks. I'll take that. Good day. That's why I said you can build a quality. You can still find ways to build add quality pieces to a collection and put together a nice. There's a lot of Favre collectors who would love to have that card, who would be more than happy to take it. And I was like, well, I got it now. It's mine now. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these. A grade so people know what I have. Grade is nice, but I could care less. That's fine. J-Can wants some Mr. Beast. Live the dream. Go for it. Carbon fiber cardstock, razor sharp out of the pack, and high gem rate. Absolutely, no doubt. Post-playing day cards have become just a way too many. Yeah, but that's why I say post-playing day cards for a player collector are fine because it means you can pick and choose. I don't need all of them. Medano has almost 6,000 cards. I don't need 6,000 cards. I'm getting closer every day to 2,500. I have almost 2,500 unique cards. Like, I've got plenty. A couple more here and there are not going to make that much of a difference. Am I still going to add pieces? Absolutely. I just added. That's a post-playing days. But I picked one that I liked. I picked one for an insert that I thought looked cool, and I'm getting the variants of it. There's 3 versions. So I'm going to get all 3 versions, and we'll call it a day. And I'll showcase it. I'll put a little picture on Instagram. We'll have some fun with it. It's a good ad. Perfect. Nice. But no, I agree. But that's why I say, like, figure out your own thing. Figure out whatever makes this entertaining for you. You want to collect new cards? Do that. You want to collect vintage? Do that. You want to collect Boston Bruins? You're basically Eric. Good luck to you.
I don't think anyone else should collect Boston Bruins stuff.
I truly agree with that. I believe that is the most truthful statement you've ever made.
They should leave it all for me.
The Beckett CEO wants you to slab your VHS. Yes, and Eric is already complying with this as we speak.
Yep.
I have some sealed VHSs that I need to send there.
Yeah, I just got Harry and the Hendersons slabbed. Came back an 8. Yeah.
I love that movie.
There's some strong ones. Classic. So, all right. I got a question for you. Okay, I want to ask a semi-serious, not serious question. Okay. All right, you have to. For some reason, I'm going to force you to have a VHS tape. You're going to send it to Beckett Slack. What VHS would you actually send? You have to. You have to send something.
Okay, VHS. I have to send something.
Something. Yeah, I gotta say. What would you actually send? Remember, you're paying for this. So what would you actually send?
I would send a. You just anything. I'm making.
It can be whatever you want. It can be whatever you want. But remember, you're paying for this, so theoretically, you would want to. You have to slap something. So what do you slap?
First edition, first release of Star Wars on VHS.
All right, going with the OG, going with the classic. I think that's fair. So Bob Jackson, I'm leaving it open to you. Make your pick and give your rationale. You tell me. Personal reasons, monetary. You're paying for this. You're sending it. You're sending a VHS in there. For some reason, you have a VHS. You're sending it in. What do you send? Just a question I have. What would you send in?
He's gonna take my answer.
I worked in I said the story before. I worked in a liquidation store, and we had probably 100 pallets of VHS tapes. Pallet. Now, none of this shit's sealed. It's all like open. But it's one of those things where it's like, I just thought it was interesting. It was fascinating. We had guys that would come in and buy the VHS tapes all the time. All the time.
Yep.
And again, it can be for whatever reason you want. It can be for display purposes. It can be because the movie means something to you. You want it. Or it can be like you think it'll be some value down the road. Like, I don't care. You figure it out and give me a reason.
When I worked at a video store, we had a guy, when anytime we would get a new release in, he'd always buy an original copy sealed, and he'd buy a used copy to watch. And he collected VHSs, movies, period. And that's what he would do.
Yeah.
He
Well,
did it
like
with Laserdisc, and he did it with DVDs.
well, back in the day, like I laugh because the videos that got the most traction was back when I was collecting Blu-rays. So I was collecting a lot of those because for those were what was fun for me. I had a bunch of DVDs back then, but like I collected the Blu-rays. I actually was collecting Blu-rays, but I was being picky. I was mostly focusing on action movies. They were the ones that I enjoyed. I enjoyed the action, so I was specifically keen on action movies because that was the genre I liked. So I'd find a lot of really dumb action movies. I go, all right, how many of these Steven Seagal pieces of shit do we have here? How cheap can I get this crap? So I had a lot of those. Yeah, what's the grading scale? It's a 1 to 10 scale, but they've got like a 9.8, 9.6. It's like that. It's 1 to 10 basically, but with subgrades, little grades in between. First edition Henry and the Hendersons. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Close second, Wayne's World. So he went with Indiana Jones trilogy OG releases. Close second, Wayne's World.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think you can get a 10. I'm from Montreal, so I only collect Boston Bruins from 51 to 81. Look at you.
Because after 81, we started kicking your ass.
Wonder if PSA would ever slap reels. There you go. I mean, any Steven Seagal movie is generally a piece of shit. Yeah, pretty much all pretty bad.
Yeah.
Hey, I liked Under Siege. It had its moments.
I think, what was it?
Well, that was because of Tommy Lee Jones, not because of
No, it's
Steven
because of the chick that popped out of the cake.
Yeah, she was the one from Playboy.
Seagal from
What
Baywatch.
was the damn name? There was a handful early Steven Seagal ones that were passable, and then it became increasingly horrific as we went along. So Under Siege, obviously, but there were a couple other ones.
I mean, when the martial arts became completely hands, chest high only.
Because he couldn't get his hands down over his belly.
Correct.
Well, we got to remember, there's the distinct areas. Like
That's
the early
another guy
Steven
I heard is giant douchebag.
Above the law.
He's garbage.
Above the law, out for justice.
Oh yeah, but and
Hard
that
to
came
kill.
from his family member Eric. So
Yeah.
that was from
Hard
a
to
family member. I used to work with a guy that he was like his uncle or whatever. He's an asshole. He's like everybody.
Oh, yeah.
We all hate him.
He's human garbage.
Yeah.
No, he's total trash. That's what. But like I said, they were so. It's a situation where they were so bad that it was entertaining.
Yeah.
And it was just like, this is shit. Truly, truly garbage.
Oh, it's horrible.
I want to say, what was it? Was it Fire Down Below? Oh, Marked for Death. Marked for Death was another one. That was trash. I would probably send in a bunch of Steven Seagal, like late 80s, early 90s. This is all shit. All of it. Again, this would just be for
Almost
my
makes me want a Steven Seagal autograph now.
Oh,
almost.
No, thank you.
Oh, like, here's I grabbed this the other day.
All right,
They
so
don't
let's
pop up
see.
very
Fans
often.
of the game. Who is it? Sorry, I can't quite see it.
Val Kilmer.
Oh, Val Kilmer. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
cool.
solid.
Don't find them very often. Two happen to be on eBay. I won both of them. The second one, the guy's like, I can't find the card. I'm like, well, you listed it. He goes, I have so many cards, I can't find it. He's like, I'm gonna have to cancel the auction, but if I find it, I'll reach back out to you. So now I follow that seller just in case they pop up and he's lying to me.
Nice. So Bobble says monetary, the young teacher, personal diehard. Diehard's a solid choice. Maybe Jurassic Park or Hook, solid. Low Pop Seagal or Van Damme, there you go. I would grade a Goonies, there you go. Above the Law, yep.
Yeah.
Maybe Legend Drunken Master, arguably the GOAT martial arts movie. That's valid. That's fair.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I've been trying to find a Jackie Chan autograph card. Panini Americana has one, but they're all well over $1,000 if you can even find the card. That's autographed. But watching some of his old films like in the 70s, early 80s, where how long they would do a fight scene for.
Yep.
It was amazing. Just
Yeah.
amazing watching what they were doing.
I was just scanning through when I was punching in the Steven Seagal ones to remind myself which one it is. They're doing an Expendables 4?
Is he going to be in it?
Apparently.
You better lose some weight.
Holy
No,
crap.
they'll have him in a golf cart or some shit.
Yeah.
If I'm reading this correctly, I am both terrified and incredibly amused. All right, so it
Who
says
else is in it?
Expendables. I got the list here. So it says Expendables 4. It says a release date of September 22nd this year. So
Oh,
we'll
sweet.
see. So presumably it's
That means
been
they're filming now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so here's what we got. We got Jason Statham, Dolph Lundgren, Randy Couture, of course, 50 Cent, sure, Megan
Why not?
Fox, Tony Jaa,
Tony Jaa's badass.
Jacob Scipio, Levi Tran, Eddie Hall, Iko Uwais, Andy Garcia, and Sylvester Stallone. They're like, who do we know that can come and do a movie? Sure.
Who hasn't been in one yet, and we'll bring them in.
Yeah, right?
Chuck Norris was still the best one yet in those movies. He was awesome.
Yeah, but by that point, it's funny because he did it, but like he obviously couldn't do anything.
Yeah,
He
I
was
just
like,
bought a
what's the
Chuck
minimum we
Norris
can get him to
autograph.
do it?
Yep.
He did
Got
a
a
Chuck Norris
autograph
joke.
is coming from China.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like it was on the nose; they knew it. So I don't know why Expendables came up for the Steven Seagal one. I guess they kind of linked it. So I accidentally got to it, but apparently Seagal's not in it. But these
Hopefully
other,
he's
like
the
that's
bad
still a
guy,
good.
so-
That's still a good list. Like I'll whatever. I'll take it. I think it's a decent.
I just
list.
hope he's the bad guy so they kill him.
That's basically what happened with Machete.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
that
was
worked for me.
horrible.
Yeah,
My God, it was so bad.
That was bad.
it was. Yeah. Okay, hold on here. I wonder if they were great cassette tapes. That's the what's
They
his
are
name?
doing cassette tapes.
Yeah, but the one who's doing it is the what's his name? The friggin' DJ guy.
I
His
don't
name
know.
is
They were
totally escaping
talking-
me.
I was watching the video the other day where Eminem was showing all the cassette tapes that he's been collecting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what's the name of the what the name of the guy is. Because we literally covered it. Like I showed the whole thing. He's the Asian DJ guy, and his name's totally escaped me right now.
Steve Aoki.
Steve Aoki, thank you. That's the one. Yeah, but he's got the company. He's working with a company that's doing the cassette tapes and the DVDs.
Okay,
And
I know
the,
I've
and the
seen
vinyl.
it, but that's
Yeah.
been a growing thing too. Those are VHS and cassette tapes are usually when I go to estate sales
Mhm.
that I look for sealed because people had so much of that shit. They honestly didn't open everything, or they'd have more than one copy of it. And if you can find some of the early stuff that's sealed, even not graded, it sells for $50 to $100. Some of that crap.
Absolutely, yeah. No Bob Sapp, no Fedor, Rampage, Curl Cup. Hey man, it is what it is. I don't know. Look, after apparently the last one was 2014, which is true. I remember watching that Expendables 3 in theaters, which by the way already was declined compared to Expendables 1 and 2. 1 and 2 were much better.
Oh, God.
But the fact is, the Expendables 3 was in 2014. The fact that we're doing this 9 years, Stallone was already old in Expendables 1.
He stopped aging. He's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone is Expendables 4. I have a cameo coming up in LCS that gets blown up. I love it, Dave. Make it happen. Go, yep. Danny Yen is a good one. Steve Aoki, absolutely, yep. The old laser
I
disc.
wouldn't mind a
Exactly.
sealed copy of like Spaceballs, Major League, the first Back to the Future. What else? Revenge of the Nerds would be a good one.
Yeah. Well, this one here, if you look at this one here, the old laser discs. So Brendan's 100% right. This is very true. But here's the thing: again, I'm not going to advocate for this. Just to be clear, they can do whatever the hell they want to do, but I'm not going to advocate for this. On the record, I think all this shit's stupid. However, if you're going to talk about collectible, you're going to talk about looking for rarity or stuff that's interesting. If you get one of them to do Laserdisc with the big cover art,
It's
and
huge.
everything,
Yep.
yeah, very
I
similar
saw
to
my
the
top
vinyl.
10
Yeah.
Laserdisc.
You can get the Star Wars. You can get Star Wars without the extra edits. You can get like the original theatrical cut of Star Wars on Laserdisc. So if you're talking about as a collector, Eric, as a collector, original OG Star Wars theatrical cut without the rest of the bullshit, the special edition and everything that came after, and you can get it with the nice cover art and everything, that to me is a collectible piece.
Sure.
No doubt. Like that's the proper one. And if you can
If
get
you
that,
watch Laserdisc still today, it's better than a Blu-ray.
it's better than the DVDs. Yes, some of the Blu-rays,
No.
some of the ones I've seen of Blu-rays would blow that out of the water. I've watched
It's not
Laserdisc.
that. It's no. What I mean by is if you watch a movie that they keep remaking for a new digital
Yeah.
consumption.
So where they reuse the master,
Yeah.
yes. But if they
Yeah.
remastered properly, like like some of those Blu-ray ones, like when they redid the Bond ones, when they redid the
Yeah.
early Bonds, they remastered it from the original reels. That stuff's clean. And I used and I told the story before, Mike, but I Carlos Sr. watched Doctor No in theaters.
Okay.
So what I got a chance to do is when they came out with the Blu-ray collection, I said, well, they remastered Doctor No. You want to watch it? He goes, yeah, all right. I put it on. I showed it to him, and I go, so what do you think? He goes, it's never looked that good. So he watched it in the theater, but because they cleaned it up, they made it like they used a proper reel. They remastered. They took care to really do it properly.
When they started doing Laserdisc, that was their first opportunity to really shine. So that's why I was saying a lot of Laserdiscs are better than the same version of the movies in DVD and Blu-ray, because they didn't pay as much attention to it moving past Laserdisc.
Yeah,
it's like somebody did all this work, or they have to do all this stupid other stuff to it, or change some stuff and add things. So some of those Laserdiscs, that's why I kept my Top Gun, because my Top Gun and Laserdisc, I wish I could get Braveheart in Laserdisc, but it just doesn't exist. Because Braveheart, the way it's filmed, especially on my Sony TV where I put it in sport mode, it changes the frames per second just enough that makes you feel like you're physically watching it being filmed. It doesn't look like a movie anymore, but it's more appealing, if it makes sense.
No, for sure. And like I said, each movie will be its own deal. The example that I gave with the Doctor No is that because they took their time, properly restored, literally the care is there. They made it look as good as it's ever looked. Like I said, I have someone who saw it in the theater, the OG. They got to watch it proper. They got to see this. He was impressed. He was super impressed with how crisp it looked, how good it looked. Yeah. So I was like, he's in better position to say than I. I'm looking at this version. I didn't see the other version. But for him, it was like, no. Sound, video, looks fantastic. Awesome.
Fantastic.
So I was like, there you go. That right there vouches for it. So that means they did the job properly. Respect. But some of these other movies, that doesn't work necessarily, to your point.
Correct. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Now, the running joke in my house, and someday I'll get him one. I joke with him. I already bought him a Blu-ray one, but at some point I'm going to get him the 4K version. We always made the joke that Jaws is the opposite. Because the shark looks so bad. It's like, no, you need it 144p. You need to throw dirt on the screen so we can't see. Smudge the screen. Smudge it.
Listen, Jaws gave me nightmares as a kid. I couldn't even swim in a pool for a while because I just thought something was going to grab me.
The soundtrack is fantastic, though. You want the soundtrack to be up top notch. You want the picture to be blurry as hell. Blurry. Pixelate that shit. Goddamn. No extra bullcrap. That's right. 4K fan scam of Star Wars movies.
Not check see if he has a brick bar.
Yeah. Problem with Star Wars, George Orwell, the OG reels. Yep. Fans can use. People dumpster. Yeah. Backable grade Beanie Baby soon. Live the dream. Think people have Braveheart and Laserdisc. Nice. Do it, man. Do it. Laserdisc had the best promo. Like I said, if you're going to collect, Laserdisc makes a lot of sense to me because you're getting a lot of what you get out of albums. The beautiful art. You get to see
and
like
I would,
this big.
For some reason, also think there's less sealed versions of those than other things. Period. Because they were limited to begin with.
It was so niche for so long. Like you had to be hardcore to be into Laserdisc.
Oh, and it lasted. I remember I worked at a video store. We were the only people with Laserdisc. Blockbuster around the corner, they didn't have no Laserdisc. And it was expensive. And this is like 98. To rent a Laserdisc was like $15 for one day. You like bring it back tomorrow, and you better not scratch it, otherwise this baby's 120. So you're paying for it.
Yeah, it was a very interesting format. That just was wrong time, wrong place. Cool idea, wrong time, wrong place.
Laserdisc players still sell for a lot of money. Like there's not a whole lot of those in existence either.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's never. I don't think it's ever going to get as much love. I still have a bunch of HD DVDs because I worked in a store where we had the HD DVDs, and I had a Samsung. I actually was able to buy refurbished after the war ended. I bought the Samsung Blu-ray HD DVD dual player. So I still have it. So I can play both those.
That's fantastic.
It's a cool machine. Like for
Uh-huh.
a guy who likes technology, this is just a cool machine. So I like leave it alone. Like I'm not gonna watch those anymore, but I watch those HD DVDs and they look great. Like a lot of those
Yeah.
movies look fantastic. The transfer looks
You're
good.
right.
But I was like, this is a really cool thing, and the way they set it up. But it's like I get why they lost, but at the same time, it's like I got this player, and it's like I kind of want to leave the player like as an heirloom to be like guys, there was a moment in time when this was the thing, and I love
Yeah.
the fact that I have it. The machine still works, but I'm like I'm leaving you be. I don't want to wreck this. Just leave it alone. Don't ruin this.
What were those mini discs that Sony had made for a while that was like encased in a square?
Oh, it was the
They were
it was the UMDs. It was the one for like the Sony, like the little
Walkman type thing.
yeah, but it was specifically for the PSP. It was for the PSP. Used that
It was
one.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they actually were. It was a cool technology, not very practical. Again,
No.
every time you make something proprietary, it's like, do you have to though? Is that really what you had to
No,
do?
you don't.
I think they were called UMDs. I think they were called UMDs. But it was a cool piece of tech. I love
Yeah.
that Sony came up with these ideas. It was a cool idea.
They were being innovative. They were trying.
Yeah, but not very practical. Not
No.
not a very. Just didn't make a lot of sense. But and the PSP was an awesome console, like a really awesome system. Great games on it. I played the hell out of that thing. I still got my PSP somewhere. I haven't plugged that thing in forever, but I love that console. It was amazing. Absolutely. So guys, we're gonna go. We're gonna go another 5 minutes. I love the round numbers. They make me so happy. So
Okay.
yeah, we get it right up to since we're right up against the 4 hours, so we'll take it right to the end. But Michael Ham, thank you for joining us as always. Appreciate you
Thanks for having me.
popping in. So guys, any last thoughts or comments? Feel free to throw them in. Don't forget to hit the like button because Eric is sitting there going like, "Oh, I've got I've got a lot of money burning a hole in my pocket. I want to pay some more."
No, I don't recall thinking that.
That's exactly what you're thinking. That's
Nope,
literally
nope.
what came out of your mouth.
No, I believe you're mistaken.
I believe that's exactly what you're thinking.
Came across the ticker too, right at the bottom.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Nope. Nope.
You sure?
No,
Bottom of the screen seems to contradict your words, Bouger.
At no point do I think that anyone should hit a positive thumbs up button for this garbage, and I do not want to pay for that nonsense.
Well, what's nice about this is when you hit the thumbs down, it also means thumbs up.
Oh, I charge them extra for the thumbs down.
It's ridiculous.
I'm not responsible for this. I merely respond to what's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a small
What was
show
sponsored?
tomorrow that I might go to.
Mm.
It's a real small show, and it's usually the same guys that are already at the other shows that we have almost every weekend. And then next weekend we have 2 shows on the same days that are literally like 4 blocks from each other because one's brand new and the other one's the normal Clearwater show. And he just, for some reason, always likes to try and rival another show. And it's always like half the people don't like him and half the people just go to the show anyway. It's really weird. So
No,
next weekend's going to probably be interesting because I'll probably go to 2 shows, one back to back, since they're so close to each other.
Well, you do get a decent amount. We know from history, you do get a decent amount of shows over there. So at least you get a chance to go take a look and see. Sometimes there's stuff there. We don't get as many shows around here, although I know some folks were able to check out a couple of shows recently. That's why I'm looking forward, even though it's going to be kind of quiet for me. That's why I'm looking forward to the expo. For more than anything else, it's walking around, talking to people that I know, seeing them, seeing the wares. I'll probably grab a couple of cards while I'm there. I'm actually probably going to dig in a couple of boxes and see here and there because I've been picking up some stuff, little lots on eBay, and kind of flipping a couple of cards. I found some stuff here and there, but it's slim pickings compared to what it was. I think you have to go to the boxes and see what's there. And
when I was at the
sometimes-
National a couple of years ago, I had the most fun going through boxes just because everybody, for some reason, raises the prices of their cards even more. I don't know if it's a negotiation tactic or what, but it's like everybody's overcome. And it's just like, you know what it sells for. How much would you buy it from me? Get that number and then we'll talk. Because you're just the number you even have on the card's obnoxious. Like it's to the point like I literally just walk away from a table because it doesn't make sense for me to look at everything for whatever game you want to play. Do you want to sell it or not? If you don't show it, just don't show it. Because even at some of the shows I go to here, people they have a high price. Oh, I really don't want to sell the card. Then why is it out? Just
Oh,
don't put it out. Put it behind you then in a little case and say, look what I got. That's all
Well,
you
that's
want
what
to do.
that's what I'm gonna do with the flying fish cards. At some point, I may
Hey.
go to a show and set up, and I'll be able to display them as seen on the Because I'm Carlos live stream. This is the flying fish card as shown on the screen. I might have to NFT the moment it went in flight.
You might have to sign and date each one. Each time you throw one, that's for that day for that show.
Well, Michael, that is like the revolutionary announcement that's coming in here at the expo. I'm just
Okay.
giving it a.
I'm not trying to.
These are going to be dated. People will be able to be like, we're going to have screenshots of when it took flight, and that's going to be NFT'd. So like we're going to have an NFT.
Whatever happened to NFTs?
They're still there. It's a technology that was always
Are
my
they?
favorite thing. Yes, and NFT. People
the
got.
way of the dodo.
Here's the thing. No, it didn't. An NFT. No, it did. It's
Yes,
it's like saying the internet is gone and we're on it. It's it's a platform. An NFT is just a platform.
Or platform.
Yeah. An NFT is a platform where you can do whatever you want. But the thing is, they decided to use it for that. The individual things they did with it didn't go anywhere. But the NFT is like, you can make an NFT right now on anything you like. And if you want to move it or do whatever on the ledger and do all that on blockchain, you can do it right this very second. And guess what?
It's just misused.
That's exactly it. It's a piece of it's basically a platform. It's a technology. Well, guess what? No matter what people think of NFTs are still going to be around in 10 years because they're going to use it for other applications. They're going to be like, for this purpose, it makes sense for us to have this because there are these benefits.
Yep.
It's just going to be, but what it was as a digital collectible, that application never made any sense in the long run. But hey, they had to try it. And it was going to do what it's going to do. Well, guess what? There'll be other applications that make totally more sense, and they will still use it for that.
Tom Brady really dropped the ball on a couple of things because wasn't he involved in NFTs and he was also involved in cryptocurrency?
He has his own NFTs. He just had a big party here a couple of weeks ago in Tampa. If you had collected so many things, you got invited to this party. You got to meet him. You threw a football with him. You interacted with him. Like he actually gave back. Like if you're going to do it, put something to achieve. Okay. Plus, I don't know if you've ever been to Autograph.io and you look at it. It's like a 3-dimensional card. And what they do is they digitally sign each one individually. So they don't just sign one and then hit copy paste. Each card at serial number, they physically sign on a tablet. So, okay, there's a little something there. But he included, hey, if you collect all these cards, you will be invited to an event that you get to come to at the end of the year. Just happened to have it in Tampa. And then Gronk was there. There were other players there, Leonard Fournette, players like that. So they made it interactive. They gave something back, which I believe Fanatics is going to do what we all think or assume with, redemptions or whatever for throwing out a pitch, getting the tweet from a player, calling a guy on the phone. Like, I think that's definitely the way it's going to go.
Yeah.
And it'll be very interesting to see how far it goes with that, because it might be dinner with the night out or courtside games and then an event. You don't know. It could get really crazy, but it's going to make people chase more things that aren't even involved in cards just for that experience.
That's right. So Eric, what you're saying is this fine upstanding gentleman right here, that not creepy or concerning in any way, shape, or form.
No.
So you're suggesting that he had less than our best intentions in mind?
I think he was told that NFTs and crypto was this new thing to get involved with on the ground floor, and it dropped out like most of us predicted.
So you're saying he's an innocent victim?
Oh no, he's an idiot.
Just making sure we're on the same page. Look, I dare say, and as a subject matter expert on this, I think not a swell fellow. Just throwing it out there.
He looks like Ego from the Ghostbusters, the bad guy that was in the painting.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he reminds me of right here.
I'm just saying, that's my favorite photo that I bring up when the moment is right.
Things,
it's like, boom.
He's definitely done a few things. I mean, not too many. I mean, he hasn't killed anybody or anything, and not every NFL player can say that. But he's done a few things in his life that you could say maybe he's not a great guy.
One would dare suggest.
But I think we could say that about most athletes, to be honest with you. Singers, actors. Listen, they're living a different life than any of us are, and we don't know how we would react in that situation, given that much shit blown up our ass, that much money, in that many things. I mean, one of my friends I work with is Shannon Moore, who used to be in the WWF. He tells me this stuff that you're just like, it's a movie. He lived a movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's stuff that if I'm in that situation, am I probably doing that? It's 50-50. I couldn't tell you, but it's available. It's being thrown at me. Am I going to say no, saying I'm young, I'm rich, and I can do it? And that's when you're faced with that. Boom, you're Justin Bieber all of a sudden. So let it roll. That's just how it goes.
Well, Eric had that once he started coming on the show regularly and became prominent. Like he had his whole phase. Like there was an intervention. Why do you think there were constant incidents? There are constant incidents. To this day, he still lashes out and acts out from time to time. It's very concerning. Deeply disturbing.
But it's expected.
I was never ever given any type of positive attention growing up, and I got a little doing this show, and it just went to my head.
Really did.
That's understandable. And look at how you've turned out so far.
Could we not?
I wouldn't.
Tell you what, let's look at it. There, we can look at it now.
I gotta squint to see him.
Yeah, it's for the best.
He does get that more of that parameter look. When you have that background that goes in.
Yeah, it's
like
for the best.
More of that
it's
with
for
that
the best.
size.
I'm just throwing it out there. It's for the best. We've done what we can. It is what it is.
Carlos, I'm not here to be made a joke of.
Yeah, even putting me more in the corner. Just literally right at the corner now.
It's not funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Anyway.
It would be funny if anytime he minimized you went to the high pitched voice.
Well, he's been doing that, yeah. We've got that one down. This worked out pretty well. Eric knows how the cookie crumbles. There you go. Good stuff. Yeah. So actually,
not today I don't.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mom.
And Eric can attest to this. We've done actually quite well. I've been very impressed that we got to the regular length show at the end of this because I was dead tired. I'm like on 2 hours of sleep. I'm the opposite of Wired. It's like, ooh, I was gassed before we even got going. But it's what happens. Sometimes we get our second win. We talk about Beckett. We make fun of we talk about Fanatics Overlords a little bit, and there you go. Before we know it, 4 hours have gone by.
Just like that.
Yep. Hey, listen, if we didn't enjoy it, it wouldn't happen. Like the reason the show has gone on this long, and the reason the thing is like it's Friday night. I go and I put my beer in the fridge, make it nice and cold, and there you go. I have my beer and enjoy it, and we hang out. Works out nicely.
Friday night, I have no friends and no life or no interest, so here I am.
Yeah, that happens every day of the week, but the Friday night in particular, we have an excuse. At least we got a place for you there. So that's good.
Remember, this is the show where my own mother typed in, I don't like you either. So
she understands. Yeah. I think it's good. I think it's important.
What else do I have but this?
Facts. Well, folks, as always, thank you to everybody in the chat who's been hanging out and commenting through the evening. Lots of good thoughts, lots of good comments. We actually got in some good conversation today. I was actually very pleased. There's been some good topics and good things to talk about. And it was fun. Like, the content gods provided very nicely this week. I can only hope. It's like, all right, Beckett, come on. Yeah, I'm ready for you. Just do one more really dumb thing.
Are they going to be announcing something probably at the beginning of next week?
Like, I'm hoping. Like, all I need is just like, guys, just bring one more thing. I'm waiting. We got some anti-counterfeiting measures. It's already on Alibaba. Damn it! Pull it! No. April Fools!
April Fools!
No, my projection is they're going to be like, we're going to keep basically 9 through pristine, and everything else will be authentic under 9.
I like it. Look, I want the spinal tap. Can we just have 11? Let's take it to 11. I want the spinal tap number.
They took it to 14.
Whatever they need to do, man. Like, just make it happen.
We know
make it a 1 to 20 scale.
We know
PSA's never messed up.
10. Then they had 4 10s. That's 14.
True.
How come PSA's never messed up and actually put an 11 on a card?
Because despite my protestations to the opposite, they continue to fight me on this. I'm waiting. I
figure somebody hit the 1 too many times thinking they hit a 0 and hit print and just got in there.
I would wonder though, like in all seriousness, I would wonder though if in the system, why wouldn't you just make it a drop down? Instead of punching in a manual, just make it a drop down so it automatically just pulls the template.
And it might be. They won't let us know how they do anything, so it doesn't matter.
But I'm saying if you were PSA, wouldn't it be smarter just to have a drop down? That way you don't have to worry about it.
Whoa. You can't say PSA and smart in the same sentence. That's not fair.
There is a guy who's smart in there. Doesn't mean he gets to do anything.
No.
Larry over in accounting, he's a smart guy.
The guy that throws the garbage away every day that's trying to figure out what all this shit is.
He also does the accounting. He's a smart dude. He got a CPA, Michael Ham. Show the man some respect. He studied for his GED to get that CPA.
I know how they grade cards over there, if you want to know. I know that they don't want people to know, but they basically hold the card up and they throw a dart at a dartboard, and whatever number it hits, that's the grade it gets.
I would like a magic 8-ball though, just with 3 numbers in it, and you're just getting whatever one's turning over.
I'm hearing an awful lot of slander for a company that graded 1.2 million cards last month and made tens of millions of dollars.
And how many employees do they have?
7.
They got a bunch. I think it's a couple hundred at this point.
It'd be interesting though. So let's say a couple hundred, and let's take that 1 point something million and divide that on how many cards a person is grading per month.
They're grading a ton per month, a ton of cards
per person though.
Yeah, no, I get it, but even still, it's a ton of cards.
One every.
Just so we could try to quantify real quick, if we tried to grade a card that fast, how fast would we be going, working an 8-hour day, to grade that many cards, with a lunch break and 2 bathroom breaks, maybe a smoke break.
1 every 30 seconds.
I'm assuming you're not allowed to talk.
I think if you see a fish boy that's trying to get away, you're gonna have to talk and track it down.
And are we sure that they don't grade in China and just ship it here and just say they have grader?
Yes, I am sure. that one I'm very confident in. Yes. The thing is, you don't have to do any of that. Like you're not paying the graders that much. Like you're really not. So it's one of those things. Like you don't have to go that crazy.
But wouldn't you be upset as a grader that you're grading all these cards worth millions of dollars? This company's making hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're paying you like minimum wage.
The grader is grading the $1 million cards isn't the one who's getting the minimum wage. Like the one who's getting the $1 million cards doesn't have to do the same volume.
He spends 40 seconds.
Their volume is lower. Like it's just flat out. Like it's one of those things. I don't have to be in the room to know. The guy who's grading the $1 million card is not the guy who's grading the $50 card. The guy who's grading the $50 card, he's the one who's having to do 500 a day.
So separating my order?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Your $1 million card, I'm sorry, is not going with your $50 card. I'm sorry, they're going 2 different directions. Sorry to break it.
If you have $1 million card and that type of collection, you and I are going to become better friends.
I don't want $1 million card. If I had one, I'd get rid of it as quick as I could.
Look, I only have a handful of
thousands that I need to keep more than have $1 million. So
yeah, I only have a handful of $1,000 cards, and and outside of one, all the $1,000 plus cards that I have became $1,000 cards since I've owned them. I did not purchase them as $1,000 cards. They became that on their own.
Yeah.
I paid $50 for my Gretzky rookie.
Yeah. I bought
my Mike Fish card was $250. My Bowman Chrome first auto.
Live the dream. The 53 Bowman color mantle, I paid over $1,000 for it because it's a 53 Bowman color mantle. That's it. Like it's an iconic card. It's a great card, and it goes in.
Since cards became important at any given point, that card was always worth a lot of money.
Yeah. So that's the only card that I've actually paid over $1,000 for. That is it. Everything else that I've got that's over $1,000 became that after the fact. So it's one of those. But like everybody to each their own. I'm not interested in having $5,000, $10,000 cards around. Like there's no reason for it. I'm frankly not interested. That is $1.95.
It's $10,000.
If it was real, it would be. If it was real, it would be.
How thick's that screw down? Turn it sideways. I want to see how thick it is. Oh, that's a good one.
The best part is that the holder is worth more than the card.
$10,000.
Why did you pay that much for the holder?
Because it had the card in it.
What's funny though is that holder protects that card better than a PSA slab.
That holder protects it better than several other things in the hobby. Like it's the whole thing with the whole loose-sided holders were fun. It was like, but this is incredibly impractical.
Now I want to get I want a loose-side holder that holds a slab. Screw down too. That would be awesome. I'm sorry. That would be like an ice block.
so could you get a loose-side holder that holds a slab that is inside of one of those slab holders?
That'd be fantastic.
Like just like 3 or 4 layers, just layer in one layer. It's like a China doll of like layers of protection.
You pay Corey enough money, he'll make it for you.
Well, look, you pay him enough money, he'll pour it into acrylic so that the lucite is free floating in acrylic. Like literally, it's a testament, it's a monument to this card that will never escape.
It gives me so many ideas now to do things. Like, let's go get ourselves a nice 52 mana, and we're gonna get it poured into a bowling ball, and we can throw it at pins just nonstop.
What do you think I'm doing with the flying fish cards? It's like
Well,
I was just gonna get the
different
fruit
price tiers. That'd be a
It's
fun gimmick to do it like a national. Is put a card, expensive card, in an ice holder, and then freeze it into a block, and then give people a chance to whack at it, and whoever breaks it out keeps it.
I like it. It's like
I
the sword in
use
the
my
stone.
Karate Kid hand.
Yeah.
Break the ice.
That'd be the Mortal Kombat thing. Test of strength.
Yeah.
I like it. Bringing back the 90s references for the win. All right, folks. A pleasure hanging out with all of you, as always. If you could hit a like button on the way out, that is always appreciated. It supports the channel. Thank you to Michael Ham for joining us once again. Thank you to Bobby Burrell for popping in as well. It's always a pleasure when he drops by. And thank you to those of you in the chat that have had fun with a lot of comments. And now we got some more stuff to think about this Laserdisc thing. Some of these defunct things, like, guys, just saying, the Laserdisc market, there's some good stuff that could get graded in there.
Yep.
Maybe send some more stuff their way. Again, it's all really stupid. And I'd also, if you have time to kill, just go buy some packs somewhere. Go find some cheap packs somewhere and have some fun and open them up. I don't care what they are. Just go find some cheap packs. Again, cheap. Cheaper the better. Go find some cheap packs and have some fun. Enjoy the hobby. It's not that serious. Some of this stuff that's outrage is, there's no point. Why? Don't even bother with it. Have some fun or don't. And just sit back and complain and have fun with that too. If that works for you, then do that. Otherwise, we'll be back next Friday. Next Friday will be normal schedule, normal time. Everything will be the same. And the one after that, I'll let you know what it's going to look like for the one after that for the whole expo thing. If I adjust the schedule, I'll give you guys a little bit of a heads up so that you know what's going on. And then we'll figure it out for that expo.
Yeah, that will encourage them to come back.
Well, listen, I can fix it. I can make it better right now.
How could?
Oh, there he goes. Bye-bye.
That was sensational. That improved by like at
That was
least
like
50.
that was like I Dream of Jeannie when she snaps her head and it just disappears.
Yeah. Did you know I had a button that could do that? That's amazing.
Really?
Yeah. It's crazy how it works. All right, folks. Have yourself a good weekend. Take it easy. If you're on the West Coast, you got a little more time left. On the East Coast, it's already Saturday. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.
Night.